We are going live on Facebook now. So I can start and then give you the mic, Sarita. Hello, hello. Good afternoon from UAE. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 1:53. We are few minutes before the starting time. We are already streaming on Facebook, and I would like to thank everyone who join us and other people that will be joining us during the day, because it's going to take like long hours. Yesterday we were streaming from 2 o'clock in the 2:30 in the afternoon. 2:30 p.m. up to 10:15 p.m. So long day ahead, and I hope that you enjoy each speaker's keynote, and we will have also roundtable discussion. It's our Women Weekend conference, the first conference that we are starting discussion with other women around the world. It is our privilege to have you here first, and to have everyone else joining us on Facebook. And today we will have Dr. Sarita. She will give us an opening speech for the second day. She will also have a keynote for 30 minutes talking about creativity during crisis. I will go through her bio, or she can introduce herself later on. Then I will be speaking about women's role in accelerating the transition from new space to big space. It will be from 3 p.m. Dubai time up to 3:30. We will have later Julia Stark. She will be addressing progress towards greater gender equality amidst pandemics. Then it will be at 4 p.m., 4:30. Anyway, between my speech and Julia's speech, we invited Mrs. Angela from United States, from South Carolina. She will join us. She has a nice talk show, and she's activist, and she's a pioneer of African American rights. We will have a very nice talk with her, because she wasn't in the schedule before, but I invited her to be there. I think her presence is needed these days to talk about her perspective and what she's doing to make life better for African American women in the States. And we will have Tiffany. She will be speaking about from emotional distress to life purpose during hardship. She's another inspirational lady, and she is a great mentor, and you will enjoy her talk. She's amazing. I follow her talk shows and her lives on Facebook. I get hooked and looking at her, and she's beautiful soul. She's beautiful, and she has an amazing aura. And we will have dear friend Severina Jonas, or Sev. She's going to address Living Your Gift, the voice of presence. She's an author and also a life coach. And I will go through the bio of each speaker when they are when the time comes. Then we will have the roundtable discussion, which this one is like everyone is waiting for it, because we will have some amazing guests, the grown-ups, and we will have also 3 amazing youth, young men and young lady. One of them is my son, but yeah, I would like to put forward always the other young leaders. The first one, his name is Himeng Vilor, and I love him so much, because you see how he is leading his way through climate change. Amazing. I still have time, so yes, I still have 2 minutes. We will have Rahim Raheen Fatima, also she's an amazing young young lady. She's 13 years old. Himang is 13 years old also. And she is a stand-up comedian and she's an influencer. She has her shows. She's in education for kids. Amazing. And actually I met them both because they contacted me to speak in their shows. We will have Adam. Adam is my son, and whoever know me would know that Adam is multiplanetary activist. Yeah, we will explain. He will explain later on. Actually, he's done his speech, and I thought that he went through my documents, and I ran it through check if he took my words. And I told him, no, you cannot use my words. Actually, his words are coming from what he hears me all the time. Amazing how the kids are so much touched by the parents and what they are doing. We will have three amazing guests. Mr. George Salazar, he's from NASA. Mr. Jordan Randall, a mentor for me, actually. I learned a lot from him. And he's youth advocate, and I will go through his bio. And I will have also Mr. Ali Zubairi. He's also one of my mentors. We will have later a keynote speak with Mrs. Bianca Cefalo. She's a friend of mine, amazing woman. She's a rocket scientist. And actually I called her on my phone the coolest rocket scientist ever. You will enjoy her talk. She's doing an amazing job, and she's mentoring generation, amazing. And we will have an ambassador. She's Ambassador Shigozi Fidelia Obi. She's an ambassador from Nigeria. She's in the United States, and she will be addressing women and migration, challenges, solutions, and opportunities. Then we will have another great scientist. Yesterday we had Dr. Denisa. Today we will have her partner, Dr. Brigitte Hanley, and she's going to speak about stem cell intelligence in the midst of COVID-19, another great topic. Then we will have Jill Mayers. She's another remarkable woman in aviation. She will be speaking about succeeding as women in male-dominated career environment. Then we will have our closing remark. And I am sharp on time. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, Malak. And hello, everyone who is watching us here. It has been a remarkable experience since yesterday. I have been here as one of the organizers at Women We Can, and I cannot be more thankful for having given my time to something which is this amazing. Maybe when we were planning out things, we didn't imagine things to be this amazing and this interesting. So I am really glad that I am here today. And yes, regarding the keynote speech that I make today, I would like to talk about creativity during crisis. As because we are moving through a crisis-torn situation, so I think we need to base our talks around these, because every one of us have been thrown in disarray by the unexpected events happening all over us. It is not just the pandemic, but the offshoots, the ripple effects of the pandemic that have worried us more than anything else. So as Dickens has said in one of his books, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. So how will we describe the present times after a few years from now? How will this 2020 be remembered in our collective memories, in our literature, in our painting? So this is an interesting perspective that we can talk of. Will this be a period of innovations and inspirations in the field of literatures, in the field of art in general? How do life-changing and epoch-making shifts really affect the natural course of a person's thought process? Can it be seen as augmenting the creative juices, flowing them with hitherto not experienced emotions? So every person reacts to crisis in a different way. Some hoard, some give, some despair, and some leave. Artists are no different. Some of us have suddenly found all the time in the world to devote some more hours to our literary pursuits, while some others have none. What with the conferences and webinars and all the world that is happening out here in the virtual. So this is, I think, in a way, good for us to connect to each other, to uh, express our thoughts and to reach out in ways which we may not have been able to before this. The world in the early part of this year looked very bleak for all of us. It was as if the light had suddenly disappeared from our light, it had been taken away from us. And everyone took it differently. And the angst inside of us came out in myriad ways. Writers maybe took to baking, bakers may have taken to painting, and perhaps painters started writing. So, what I mean to say here is that we tried in our own different ways to cope with the situation. Maybe we did something which we were not used to doing earlier on in order to combat the sudden crisis that we had been put into unknowingly. And everyday life and routine, as we had always been knowing, had been kicked out of the system. We grappled in the dark and tried to put some semblance of normalcy by doing what we may not normally have done. So maybe we woke up late in the day. We slept very late at night, and then we did not wake up in the mornings because suddenly there were no offices, there were no schools, there was nowhere to go. It was just the home that you were trapped inside, and the angst had to come out in some way. So maybe we all did certain things which we desperately tried to make ourselves happy, or desperately tried to forget the situation that we were in. And then slowly, as we realized that the virus was here to stay, we tried to come to terms with it in our own ways. I think we spoke, we wrote, we painted, we sculpted, we created, we tried to reach out to one another. And this virtual medium has been a great way wherein we joined, we communicated with one another from across the world. So during this period, I have met some remarkable people who maybe I wouldn't have met if there was no such situation at all. So earlier it was just the physical. You would have conferences, and then you would have all these seminars. So we'd be going there physically. So maybe not every one of us would have been able to actually visit seminars physically. So now we can reach out. I, sitting in the comforts of my home, can talk to someone in the US or in Dubai or in Africa. So I think that we started realizing slowly that, okay, this has come into our lives now. And now we are trying to make the best use of the situation. So any situation that is beyond normal triggers the creative in us. That's what I feel. But what is creativity? What is art? Well, it is just an expression, an outlet, a catharsis of the innermost thoughts and feelings of the artist. It is just an extension of the internal artist that is there in every person. So some people externalize it in painting, some take to writing, some take to singing, dancing. So we are artists in different ways, but that is how we express ourselves. That is how we bring about catharsis. As Franken has put in very nicely in one of his books, that creativity is defined as a tendency to generate or recognize ideas, alternatives, or possibilities that may be useful in solving problems, communicating with others, and entertaining ourselves and others. So, what we are doing here as artists is that we are not only purging our emotions, we are not only externalizing the internal, the angst within us, but in that process, we are also communicating to others, and we are entertaining them, and maybe in the process, we are helping them to understand themselves better. So art has manifold duties, Art has manifold expressions. So, from the above, we can easily surmise that creativity flourishes in difficult times, and why it is also natural that it should flourish. It is natural because I think we express ourselves when we are either very happy or very sad or depressed. So I think the emotions that we feel within us have to be deep inside, have to be really deep to have touched us to the point where we want to talk about it, where we want to express it. If it is an emotion which is normal, which is everyday, then we will not want to express it in art. So it has to be a little different from what we have been experiencing on a normal day to day basis for us to be creative. So the angst that people feel within needs to be poured out. We all need catharsis of the emotions, the anxiety of everyday life, the fear of losing, and the general atmosphere of gloom and depression lead to introspect. So artists internalize and finally externalize. Finally, they come to catharsis, and in that process, they communicate to others, and that is how the others also come to catharsis. You don't just experience catharsis by writing or painting or singing. You experience catharsis by reading a book, also by reading something which someone else has written, or by seeing a painting, or maybe listening to a song or a piece of music that really touches your heart. So catharsis is for both the creator and the person who is watching the creation, or who is reading the creation, or who is experiencing the creation. Now I've heard many a times that artists create for a reason. Artists create for a reason, not necessarily, I would say. A true artist does not create with an agenda in mind. It doesn't happen that way. We create, I as an artist can say that I create because I have to create. I do not know what else to do if I do not write. I do not know how else to express myself if I do not put it in words on paper. So, how else do I convey my thoughts if not in words? So I think when I write, I do not have an agenda in mind. I do not have a feminist agenda in mind, or I do not have a socialist agenda in mind. So I just create because I have to. I cannot do anything else if I do not create, if I do not express in words. In the same way, how else would a painter release her angst if not with colors? Or a musician with music, he or she has to speak through her music. He has to create, he has to give catharsis to the feelings. Sometimes I again fear the over reliance on technology. Well, of course, technology has brought us here today. Technology has brought us this far, but again, I am very much in fear of our over reliance on technology. I fear that it may kill creativity in us. It may kill the very thought process that we as humans have intrinsically, that we have in us. If everything is available to us on the touch of a button, why would we feel more or emote more? Just like the way we have forgotten to remember phone numbers. Remember the time when we used to have these land phones, and then, we used to have directories, but then every number which was important for us was in there in our memories, and we never had to look at the directories. I'm sure most of you will relate to this. We did not have to look at the directory for the numbers, it was there inside of us. But now I hardly have one phone number in my memory. So that is what technology has done to me. It has made me so very reliant on it, so very dependent on it, that I have stopped using my memory. I don't prepare my grocery bills, grocery list anymore, because I can simply take a picture of the things which are needed, and then I'm good to go. So I think I'm losing the a part of my brain which can store the information and use it in times of need. So this over reliance sometimes makes me fearful that maybe what will happen if a day comes when, with a simple touch of a button, my thoughts will be mirrored as words on the monitor, and I may not have to think anymore. I may not have to uh, put down my thoughts in words, in the best of words for people to understand and relate and emote. So what happens if a day like that comes? I'm sitting in front of the monitor and I just think, and my words are mirrored there. So that is one thing which I fear as an artist, and I fear that we may lose creativity because of our over reliance on technology. So crisis again. As I come back to crisis, is the period which gives us all these moments to introspect, to think about the kind of life that we are living, or the kind that we are leaving behind for our children. So, if we humans fail to do that, if we fail to introspect, to connect, to think, to correct, we lose creativity. And technology may be doing that for us very soon. So, creativity, what is creativity? As I was talking about it, creativity is the process whereby we connect with ourselves and in turn connect with millions of others with the expression of our creativity. That is how we relate to others. Creativity during times of crisis becomes all the more necessary because it is the only process through which we give hope, restore humanity to torn minds and broken hearts. What else can soothe an anxious mind other than the sound of words? Yes, indeed, the warmth of colors and the beauty of creation. Nature itself is God's creation. It never fails to amaze us, heal us. So also, art is our creation. Art is human creation. If it is done in all earnestness, it soothes and heals us too. It mends, repairs, and propels to take that step, walk that much, smile a little, hug some more, touch lives with love. Any period of crisis takes away a lot from us. Along with financial implications, it takes a toll on our mental health, our psychological well being, and everything about us. There can be medicines for the body and the mind too, but what about the heart? What ails it is something which is even beyond its own understanding or vicinity of reasoning and logic. So, how do we heal? How do we show it hope and dreams for a better future, which surely lies beyond the horizon? Times cannot always be bleak, they have to change. It is art, it is creativity that fills the gap, that colors in dull and anxious palettes, that put colors in dull and anxious palettes. Hope that dies in hearts is restored by words, by colors. The dying speaks. One can soothe the dying only by means of words. Creativity has to be the panacea that humanity so needs in difficult times, in distressing times, in times of disarray. How do we go about being creative? Expressing, extending the thought process. After all, the heart is disturbed. So how do we think? How do we still continue being creative? The answer to this perhaps lies in the fact that the mind of an artist operates a little differently. We think in throes and pain and suffering, and anxiety do not stall the creative process in us. In fact, the creative has been seen to flourish best in times of crisis, and some of our best literature have either been written during the time of some crisis or are based on the crisis as backdrops. So artists think in times of crisis. I somehow feel that it is a natural tendency in humans to react to crisis situations in ways which are best known to them. The soldier fights, the caregiver gives care, Artists create, try to soothe, embalm. Now, in times of crisis, how important are artists? What do the artists do to a war ravaged or a pandemic torn society? What use is art in a world where poverty, hunger, deprivation, and exploitation abounds? Do we even have any role to play? Do we even have something to do other than create? So, what's the use of being creative? The answer to this perhaps lies in the fact that we humans are not just body and mind and heart, but soul too. Our bodies may remain hungry and yet not die, but an empty mind, an empty heart, and an empty soul will languish in fear and helplessness and despair. We need to feed the mind, heart, and soul too, as much as we need to feed the body. We need beauty in and around us. We need inspiration. We need healing as much as we need as much as we need a roof over our heads, a plate full of grains, and clothes to look civilized. Arts have flourished despite bans and banishments. Creativity has flourished despite surveillance and punishments. Why? Because humans will not close to think, feel, emote, connect. We shall not. We shall not stop thinking, emoting, connecting, feeling anytime. We shall sing, write, dance, paint. We shall express that which pains, angers, gives joy to us. And we shall try to connect, soothe, and elevate other suffering hearts. Cry with the tears, laugh in the joys, carouse with their songs. Now, who is a creative person? Is a person creative only he or she has a number of book titles to her credit, or big paintings selling, getting great money out there? No, we all are creative in our own ways. The mother trying to cook up a new recipe for the children is creative in her own way. The STEM women working in the labs are creative in their own way. The farmer woman plucking choicest vegetables for the market, and also the workwoman cleaning our houses, reinvigorating the spaces for us. She is also creative in her own way. So, as like more than men, I think women are more creative in every step of their lives. I see them being creative. So, I'd like to conclude by saying that crisis and creativity have a deep connection. The answer to crisis lies in creativity. Only a creative mind, which can elevate the fear and suffering and helplessness and despair of fellow humans, can be said to have served a crisis torn society. Creativity comes in numerous ways, it manifests in myriad ways. It always, but one thing which is common is that it always serves, it gives a part of itself for humanity to heal and restore and hope and grow. I I would like to, yes, if there are any questions and answer, if there are any questions, I would like to be
Thank you
happy.
so much.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Actually, you started, and we've been here, and we are a team. You did not introduce yourself, what you do exactly. So, so our audience actually know exactly that you are a creator, you are an author, and you are an amazing. How I'm going to say artist. So can you introduce yourself, where you come from, what you do, what books you have, and what you write, and how you are the chief editor of a magazine, and all these kind of nice cool things, you know.
Well, yes, I would like to. I'm an author of 9 books so far. I have written on different genres. I write poetry, I've done short stories, and I have edited a few books on philosophy and poems and fiction as well. Right now, I'm working on a fiction which is again about displacement in a society. I come from India. I live in a small town called Peshpur, which lies to the northeast of India, a state called Assam. So I'm from a small town girl, as I say myself. So yes, I'm also editor in chief of Tabs magazine. It has been a remarkable experience for me being there, being with people like Mr. Osina Kachi, then there's Brenda, then there's Tom Ross, the CEO of the organization. So I've had a wonderful time editing the magazine. We are coming up with the second issue that we'll be launching in the month of December, and I'm really looking forward to it. We have put in a lot of hard work there. I'm also an academician. I move around as a resource person on creative writing and life coaching. I coach on different aspects like body image and skill training. Also, I do workshops on creative writing, teach people how to be creative. I know it's a very natural process, but maybe somewhere, we can teach people to uh, uh, look within themselves a little more and help themselves creatively.
Yes, yes, you're back. We lost you for a second.
Yes. I do that. I don't have a very big introduction. Yes, I'm just trying to serve the society in my own way.
Thank you so much. Actually, COVID-19, the situation and the challenge, I never had myself coming from, a background that English is not my first language, and I left long time ago. So my first language is Arabic and French. But when you stop practicing long time your native languages and you adopt a new one, actually there's not, let's say, especially coming from legal background, our way of drafting and everything, it wouldn't be creative. It's just straight to the point. Some lawyers, they make a little bit gaps and falls here and there in order to, so that's what we look at. And but the thing is, like, creativity in a way of making contract is not there. It's like you need to be within the legal framework and so on. So going to start writing, before I was so scared, I couldn't make it. I was always telling myself, English is not my first language. I make mistakes. I still make mistakes, that when a native speaker or native person who writes and he's an author or whatever, he sees something, he can spot. So I was so afraid what people would think about it, what people will see or whatever. So of course, when someone publishes something, we need to have proper editor to check the document. But I wouldn't even send to someone to read, and I keep writing and keep it to myself. And I have my my own academic thing. It's another thing, but writing to something that with the creativity, I would never do it. With COVID-19, I found that click. It's like, just be bold and do it. And I overcome that fear that I had all the time. Even if, I sent to someone to make the editor or whatever, they would check and they will make this correction. But that's the thing. Is like, I would like you to say, the topic that you choose is creativity during crisis. And that could apply on me myself. It's like I was never bold enough, and I never overcome that. Could overcome the fear of making mistakes, or not be good enough, not being good enough. But I overcome that during this crisis. What do you say to other women and even everyone else that he's there and having that problem, is let's say not confident about what he's creating and scared about people, what they're going to say? So how to overcome that fear?
Yes. This is one of the main reasons why so many of us do not write. Somehow English has become the language in which we have to express if we are to reach the global community. So, and most of us, even English is not a first language for me as well. So I also, it is a second language for me. We read it in schools and all. So the first thing that we do when I talk to my students in the creative English classes is that only a well-read mind will go on to create a good literature. So I think it's very important to enhance our reading habits. I see young children nowadays more into gadgets, more into technology. They are so fascinated by all these gaming tools and all that. And they would like to, they have these coding classes where we are teaching them to code. But somehow we are not teaching them to read great literature, which I was introduced to in my childhood. So if I was not introduced to all those classics back then when I was a small child, then maybe I wouldn't have been able to handle the language as much as I do today, because I was not educated in the best of public schools. I was just educated in one of the regular schools. And I think there has to be some kind of a homework, if you want to write well. I think we need to first get access to good books. And by good books, I mean anything that interests you, that fascinates you. That is number one. And if we think that okay, fine, we can manage to express our thoughts, we can make the other person understand our perspective, then I think we should write. Yes, writing is the only way how we can overcome the fear of writing. If we do not write, we will never overcome that fear. We'll always be living in fear. So I encourage everyone from this platform also, and in my creative classes also, I encourage everyone to write. Write it first. Try to express yourself. Unless and until you do that, you will not know what kind of mistakes you are making. And it's good if you can have a mentor. It's really advisable, commendable to have someone who can guide you. And even if you don't have anyone, for me, I did not have any mentor amongst us siblings or with my family. We used to exchange notes, and I used to share my writings to them, and the comments came from them, and that way I got encouraged in writing. So it helps if you have a mentor. So I think this is where these workshops, these creative writing classes become important, because they at least make us look within ourselves and also see through the flaws that we have in our writing. There should be someone to tell us, okay, fine, you're doing this well, and this is an area where we need to work on. So the first thing I would like to say is anyone who wants to be a good writer needs to read first. Read first and then write. Practice writing. Unless and until you write, you will never be able to write. That's what I feel, yes.
Exactly. That's very important to practice all the time and to be bold and do it and have someone always there to help and to edit. I have in the Q&A box. I have two remarks I would like to address. The first remark: yesterday we had some people that they joined us and they are requesting certificate for joining, and they said they wanted to use it for their CV. First of all, I would like to clear one thing. We are here, Women We Can. It's a global platform. It's not an organization. So we are women of goodwill, got together and agreed to work together to bring other women in order to have a platform from ladies from all over the world to be there for each other, to give support, economically empower each other, to psychologically empower each other, to work together for the greater good of everyone, for humanity. I am the founder of this platform, and it was founded in 2018. And it was an initiative that I've done after a certain training. I got it, and I see Mr. Jordan. He joined us now, But Mr. Jordan, our table talk is at 6 o'clock Dubai time. So now it's 2:30. If you would like to join to us to enjoy the webinar, you are more than welcome. You are our guest, you know. And I was talking about Women Weekend. What is it exactly? Because we have 30 minutes now for chat and talk. I am talking with my colleague, Dr. Sarita. The round table talk, Mr. George Salazar, Mr. Jordan Randall, Mr. Ali is here also, Mr. Ramon. They are panelists in this table talk discussion, and we have three amazing kids: Rahim Fatima, we have Himang Vilor, and we have Adam. Who's my son. So yes, it will be 6 o'clock p.m. Dubai time. Enjoy the show, and you are there. I will just kindly get you to the attendees so we can admit the other panelists. And welcome, welcome. Thank you. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much.
I just dropped in to say hello, and we will see you later.
Thank you so much. I'm going to speak about space in 30 minutes, in less than 30 minutes. Yeah, in 30 minutes. If you want to enjoy space talk, get back.
I want to go to space.
Well, I'll take you with my presentation. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
See you later. Bye-bye. Yes, actually, the panelists in this webinar are people I know personally, good friends, and they are amazing human beings. And they join directly with the link. I don't keep them in the waiting room. And it's, let's say, everything is organized with the timing. So we would start and we would finish normally at the time that we said. So that's why we have a gap now. Usually we are presenting videos for women entrepreneurship and authors and creative women from all over the world. We've done it yesterday. Actually, the quality of the videos through Zoom is a little bit not clear, and sometimes it lags. So what we will do, we'll try one more time today during one more session, and we will drop it on our Facebook account, so you can check what women got. And so I go back to this to the initiative and what is Women Weekend exactly. So I found this initiative in 2018 after being in a training as a champion of tolerance under the Ministry of Tolerance in UAE, and I have Mr. Jordan. He just joined us and left. He was one of the mentor, and I have Mr. Ali. He's here with us also, and I say hi and thank you so much, because actually what they've done, they unlocked something in me. Before I was waiting always for being you know, a part of big NGO in order to do to be within a big organization, and I was doing humanitarian work like solo on my own. But they, Mr. Jordan, he told me one thing. He told me, do not wait for anyone. You want to do, you can make the movement, you can make the change. And then I started with Women Weekend, and it was there, and I was busy with other things, and I was making my master degree and so on, until I met with other ladies, and we agreed, and Sarita, she's one of them, and we agreed to work together to make it. So Women Weekend, to be concise, Women Weekend is not an NGO. It's an initiative. It's a platform. Like making an NGO is not going to cost so much in a way of financial implication to it and so on. And there's a lot of startup NGOs. The thing like why it's not an NGO and it's a platform is to bring women with goodwill. They're not here for titles. They're not here for, because I've seen that people, they come for NGOs and they are so happy posting everywhere on social media. And today I'm going to be, you know, I'm opening up to say my what I faced as experience within the NGO, and I advise so many of them. So what is happening is like people, they are coming in, and join an NGOs, they are so happy with the title. They post everywhere on social media and club and everything, so many WhatsApp groups, so many other groups and so on. But when really there's an initiative and something needs to be happening, most of them are not vanish and disappear, and they're not up to the responsibility is given to them and the aim they are there for. So that's why it's important. There's always a need of incentive. And that is the thing. And I have Miss Brenda here. She's with us also. We'll have a talk, because you, Dr. Sarita and Brenda, you are in NGO. And I actually I worked with Dr. Sarita within Tufts, and I left for this particular reason. It's like, if I enter into something and I want to work with people, I wanted people to be hand in hand and work together, other than just having the title, and I cannot fulfill. Because actually an organization needs to be intelligent organization. Intelligent organization need to have intelligent people. Intelligent people is not only the cognitive capacity, is to like whatever intelligence it includes, you know. It's like when you promise, when you are there, you're up to the responsibility, you do your thing. So that's why I stand up, and everything changed, and Tufts is doing great job, because you have a new team now, and I see that you are doing an amazing job. But there's still this thing that it's going on. Actually, there are a few committed people, and then you have tens non-committed people. And to do your work, we need others. Like today, we're doing this webinar. We are, God knows how many nights I did not sleep, and God knows also, Dr. Sarita, how much time she put into this cause, and you know, be there on time, and follow up, and doing things, and what she can do. Actually, organizing this webinar is a lot of responsibility also, and it's not possible, and it's not it would be a failure if there is no 100% commitment, not even 100%, 1000% commitment, because people believed in you, and this keeps the bar very high. But coming from an organization, and you are here, and that's why I called my friend Brenda to be here, and she was here yesterday talking about the risk management to face crisis. But I would like you to come here to speak about your experience in NGO, what you want to achieve, and what you need as resources to be achieved. Because I know very well also raising funds, it's not easy for you know, NGO, that it's not a huge one, and it's and actually Tufts, it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's having good impact in Africa, and now in the States also. So I give you the mic, and I would like to hear your perspective, and how we can work together. Because actually yesterday we talked with the partnership, we talked about partnership, and crisis management needs different actors within the society. We need a governmental entity, public entity. We need also NGOs, and we need the civil societies. The civil societies right now, I represent the civil society, because I'm not representing within this initiative any organization. So the floor is yours, and please enlighten us, and we still have 20 minutes.
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Malak, for having me back here again. Yes, this is my first experience with an NGO, and I must say it is both challenging and exciting at the same time. The exciting part is the vision, you know, knowing that everything that you're doing has got an impact on the community. The fact that you're not only looking at yourself, you're looking at other people. You become much more empathetic. You get a chance to, even if it's just a mile, to walk on somebody's shoes and understand where they're coming from. You get to network with amazing people. I got to meet people like you, Dr. Sarita, and many more that I work with, Usinagachi. And it's been absolutely amazing for me. The challenges are there. I mean, one of the ones that you spoke about is funding. Funding is one of the biggest challenges that we have in the NGOs, because for every little cent, because you're not making money, you're not for profit, you are not able to easily generate your own income. So you rely on funding from sometimes donors, sometimes government organization, the private sector, and all of those people to be able to carry out some of the projects and initiatives. That is very challenging, because it's almost like this issue or this challenge that you see, other people don't see it. The most frustrating is government, when it is an issue that you actually thinking, you know what, government should be jumping and helping us to face these challenges. I mean, we talk about skills development at TAFES and advancement in technology. We're living in an era in South Africa, we're saying this is an era for fourth industrial revolution, where everybody is anxious about what's coming down the line in terms of technology. We're trying to equip people with this, but you're struggling when you're trying to convince people to say, I've got the skills, the competence, I want to be able to give this to you. They require you to write, you know, a thick document just to convince them this is important for the community. So that is one aspect that is very challenging, because then it becomes frustrating because you don't realize that vision that you see. It takes time for you to get to the end goal. But I think if you are committed and you are committed to the goal, then you know you keep pushing, and I honestly believe that you can get there. But what it takes to also get there is the team that you have around you. Competence is very important. People should be able to do what they say they will do as well. So at TAFES, one of the things that I think differentiates TAFES from other organizations is that you don't get there and we say, now you are the head of HR. The question that the president always asks us, Mr. Tom Ross, and also our founder, Usinagachi, is that what are you passionate about? What are you good at? What is it that you want to offer? So that you are not given something that you're not good at. And the second thing is you're not given something that you may not be competent at. So you're the one who raises your hand and say, I can do this, I'm willing to do it. Problem is people who do that and then they don't follow through. That becomes a burden on other people that are committed. You find other people, you know, taking strain in delivering a lot of things that could have been done easier by a bigger team. So I think commitment, dedication, and to the vision, to what you have said. So live up to your promise. If you say I'm going to do it, be all hands in, be committed to doing it. Most of the people that work in NGOs, most of them have got full-time jobs or they are running their own businesses. They also do not have time. So it is that little bit of difference that you make by contributing your 30 minutes, contributing your one document, or just, delivering that food parcel, or, teaching that one child. It makes a huge difference. Imagine if it's 1,000 of us doing that, it will be 1,000 kids that are educated. So that's just my view on this.
I totally agree with you, and this is one of the things when I was speaking with the founder of your NGO, and I told him, when I gave him the advice, I told him, put the right person in the right position. It's very important. Put the right person in the right position. Like dedication is very important, and promise is very important. Whatever you promise in the beginning, if you don't have time, of course, we understand. Don't join an NGO. You know, if you don't have time at all, don't get that title and join an NGO and go and put it on your LinkedIn account, you know. But it's like if you are joining, and that's what I do actually when I am called for an NGO. I tell them what is the exact role I am here to give, to fit, what you expect from me, because I don't want to commit to something maybe I cannot make it. So I prefer to know first in order to keep the relationship. And actually, so many, I tell them I prefer to advise you from outside instead of being in and not maybe be there for you all the time. So I do my best. So it's very, very important, like you said, that that person, you know, he's there and he help with the little he can, but it should be known from the beginning and not later. I see there is a crisis in volunteering sometimes. Actually, I called a lot to help for different initiatives, and I found out a lot. They promise, but when they needed to be there for what they promised for, actually they are never there, and they would be in social media and happy about the initiative and everything, but they do not deliver at all. And it's like that. So yesterday Dr. Heidi, she said something, look for your tribe, you know. Well, I don't like so much the word tribe, because tribe, it takes us to that primitive mentality of I'm my tribe, you're your tribe, they are the tribe, and you know very well how tribes they are most of the time. But I would like to say, look for your exponential growth, where you are growing exponentially, and the people that they share the same vision, and they have different missions, but the vision they meet up. If the mission they are different, but they are completing each other, okay, and the vision are meeting each other, you can work together for the greater good of everyone, and this it will be a massive transformative purpose for everyone within the same venture, you know. I will give the mic to Dr. Sarita to say, and I enjoyed working with her. And next initiative, I'm so happy to have you in, Brenda. And I'm calling all women. There's one thing, please allow me to say. We still have 10 minutes. There's another thing I would love to say. So going back, why I brought up the thing is like to make it clear it's a platform, and we talk about all this. Yesterday, I received a lot of requests from people that they are asking if I am distributing any certificates for attendance, and they said they want it for their CV. And actually, this is one of the things that we need to put out there to people. And it's like, if you wanted to join something because there's a cause for that thing, from that initiative, either you join because you believe in, or don't join just to add something to your CV. And this is the thing that we are myself, I'm combating that mentality is like you wanted to be here to hear a nice speaker, to be influenced and to be inspired and to inspire and to reach out to speakers and to other people that are joining. But why would you have why would you ask for a certificate for joining? It's something like making competition between women, and I've seen a lot of competition these days between women. The best woman speaker of the year, the best woman. Come on now. This is increasing the competitiveness between women, which we are trying to eliminate. We're trying to avoid it. We are calling every woman there to avoid it and to not fall into these traps, because actually this is a competition and it's not healthy competition. But you know something, because it's not really about your capacity, because all the speakers are amazing, all the women that they are in different categories are amazing. And do you think that your work worth votes? Do you think that your work worth how many people on social media you have to vote for you, to make you the best woman in something? No, I don't think so. And I'm speaking up, and they know me. I'm a person of I go straight forward to the point. This is creating issues between women. This is not healthy competition. A healthy competition is a competition between women or between everyone, like open up a competition for creativity, like the best startup of the year based on specific criteria, and that those criteria you really deserve, not criteria that it depends of votes. Even though I have friends that they are there and I voted for them because I believe in them, and I believe they are they are good, and they are doing great work, but the organizers, I don't think it's a healthy thing between women. I don't know, what do you think? What do you think, Dr. Sarita?
Yeah, yes, it's never healthy. You know, in one of my talks in some other session, I had spoken about this, that we women have always been pitted against one another. You know, she's more beautiful than you, you are fatter, you are skinnier, you are fairer, you are darker. So that has always put us inside a shell of our own, where we are not confident enough about ourselves. And I think that's the reason why we have always come to see the other woman as a competition and not as a companion. So that is something which we have been doing wrong since time immemorial. I think when the men used to go out to hunt, the women used to stay back, and they used to be in perpetual fear, because once the man goes out, he would be free to mingle and get any woman he wants. And then he would want to bring her back home, and then the woman at home would have to accept her. And then she would become number two. The new woman would become number one. So that is the kind of competition, that is the kind of conditioning that has always undone our purpose every time. So I really, yes, this women speakers, or, even I was talking about beauty pageants also. I think I asked this question to um, Rihanna Moy. She is Mrs. Globe 2015. I had asked this, what is the purpose of having beauty pageants? Because I see them as just competition. But I was very convinced by her answer, because she said that it is not just about competition, of course, it is about the holistic approach of a woman towards life. But yes, that's, I think, a different, yes, that's also one way of looking at things. But yes, this kind of unhealthy competition between one woman and another woman, and in the same relation, if I go back to the earlier issue which Brenda was talking about regarding commitment of people to social causes, or volunteerism. Volunteerism looks very attractive in the CV. It looks very attractive to say that, okay, I'm volunteering for this cause, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But when it comes to actual reality, volunteerism is very, very difficult, especially when you do not have an incentive. Monetary, I would be very honest here. When you do not have an incentive like monetary, and where you'd have to manage your time very precisely in order to give that little bit of yourself to the cause that you so firmly believe in. So I think that kind of dedication and sincerity needs to be enhanced in us. We need to bring about that kind of empathy in ourselves, so that we can approach anything with a bigger arena of looking at things. We cannot be so selfish that I'll do this only if this can give me something back in return. I would not like to see anything that way. So I think we have to imbibe that giving culture in us. We do not give much of ourselves, we do not give much of our empathy to others, we do not give much of our understanding to others, we do not give our love, kindness. If only we learned to do that, to give more of ourselves, honesty, integrity, sincerity, everything more of ourselves to the other person or to any cause that we are with, then I think the world wouldn't have been this difficult a place to live in. Materialism has overtaken us from all sides, and for a moment I think we need to come out of this and think of the legacy that we're going to leave behind once we are no more here, because no one is going to be around here forever. So I think I now need to think about what am I going to leave behind for my children. What kind of a world are they going to inherit from me? So I think if each one of us starts thinking on these lines, maybe we can have more NGOs, more dedicated people, and more people working for causes. Yes, Malak, is it time for us to?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Brenda, for joining us. And Brenda, as the Vice President of TAFTS, do you have anything you would like to say quickly, so like that I can start my presentation?
I think I'm on mute. Again, thank you so much. For those who do not know about TAFTS, it is a platform where we are a transdisciplinary platform for future discussions. That's what we say. So we are advocating for advancement in science and technology to help the current generation so that the future looks better than it is. We are deeply dedicated to development and skills development, education, all of that. Our mission, as Dr. Sarita will mention, I hope later, is that we're opening a gateway into and out of Africa. So all of those young futurists, Malak, that you'll be talking to later on, we invite them to join TAFTS, and we hope we can learn from them and we can be able to give something back to them. But as far as NGOs and volunteering is concerned, it is about giving, not taking. And it is in the giving that you attain more, that you get to know yourself, and then you start realizing what your purpose is. So more of us needs to get into NGOs and go in there with the spirit of dedication and commitment.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brenda, for joining us. It's always nice to hear you. So what I will do now, it's time has come. Yes, it's for my presentation. I will be presenting women's role in accelerating the transition from new space to big space. Actually, it will be more touching base the space industry and what we mean about new space. So from new space to big space, role of women in the transition. Actually, I introduce myself quickly. I'm Malak Trabilsi Lab. I am senior legal advisor in international business law and space law, advising member in board of advisor for NGOs, and I advise NGOs also. What else? You can check I don't want to waste the time to introduce myself because actually I would love to take the time for this, and my bio is on Women Weekend website. So I move forward. Yes, it's very important that I am human rights activist. I'm a mother. The most important elements in my bio, and I am a Sustainable Space for Humanity advocacy founder. It's an advocacy combining the three spheres of sustainable development, applying them in the space realm and also Earth. So I will go through this. Then after that, if we we still have time, I'll go through the Sustainable Space for Humanity definition, or what is it about. So we start here by, yeah. So we'll go through the introduction. What is new space? What is new space ecosystem? New space economy, the transition to big space, what is it? Role of women in the transition. And like I said, it's more touch and base of these terminology that a lot of people, they don't know what they are exactly. And when they hear that I practice space law, they are so much surprised. What is it exactly? Well, I am coming from international business law background, so I am more into the commercial aspect of space activities. So the introduction, space exploration has entered into a new era due to unprecedented qualitative shift introduced by innovative technologies, new political trends, and unprecedented economic trends, which could have a short-term economic and social return on the space exploration investments. And this is new because before we did not have that short-term return. So the paradigm shift gave birth to new space, which is fundamental for the development of sustainable space economy. Would positively impact the global social development based on the sustainable development concept. The question is, what does it take to make the next giant leap to enable transition to big space? How can women have a role in the next evolution in the space economy? And we will go through each terminology now. So what is new space? And this is funny because actually this question was addressed by many scholars, and they approach, a few of them approach it the same way. So the term new space is misleading expression, and a lot of scholars, they say the same thing. Can we say new space is that which is not old space? Well, the answer is still not helpful. Maybe we can say, maybe not. So now we will know what is new space. So new space, the New Space Frontier Foundation defined new space as people, businesses, and organizations working to open the space frontier to human settlement through economic development. Definition is too broad. It cannot apply to all kinds of space activities. And its end goal is too ambitious, at least for now. As defined by Martin Swearing, new space is the emergence of a different ethos for space where the established aerospace methods and business have been challenged by more entrepreneurial private sector by adopting more agile approaches and exploiting the latest commercial on-the-shelf technologies. However, all definitions bear a common denominator, which is the decrease to the absence. So the decrease to the absence of the governmental involvement, justified by a pure libertarian capitalism ideology. But this cannot negate the role of public entities to assist the first wave of private space ventures toward achieving a certain business efficiency. So new space definition, it could be stated that new space refers to the recent commercialization of the space sector with all its aspects and implications and new trends and activities. New space firms, so the new space gave birth to new space firms. The new space firms are comprised of space access, or firms specialized in payload launch into space, cargo and human, and SpaceX does that. Remote sensing firms, satellite data and analytic firms, habitats and space stations firms we have, even though we don't have existing habitats and private space stations, but we have the firms and startups that are working on that. And investments are going there. Low Earth orbit tourism, and we have also a lot of companies, they do that. Beyond low Earth orbit firms and research and investment firms. The emerging new trends marked an unprecedented development, such as remarkable growth in the launch activities or the launch service and ground equipment activities in the last 5 years. Additionally, more ambitious endeavors were catalyzed by the private sector's entry into the global space economy, such as space tourism, multiplanetary endeavors, and space mining. And multiplanetary endeavors, we know who's working on that, SpaceX and Elon Musk. And actually, I write a lot. I share articles, and I write about some of the articles about investments I wrote about SpaceX and the latest round of investments. And some people, they are, why you are, you know, a big fan of SpaceX or Elon Musk. Actually, they are SpaceX and Elon Musk. They are leading the space industry today. They are leading the private space sector, and keeping and following the trend he's making today. It's a must for someone who's in the space industry. So the new space trends, what are they? The technological progress, space financial funding growth, globalization, and digitalization have led to the emergence of new space. So we have these determinants that they led to the emergence of new space. The reduction of economic barriers has allowed newcomers to access the space industry, which is mainly facilitated by the accessibility of off-the-shelf space technologies to private actors and developing countries. And today we have developing countries, they are active in space industry and they are leading their way, also India. The race to commercialize space among nations, stimulated by competitive national space policies, and it created an unprecedented business-driven dynamic of the space sector, forming what economists called new space ecosystem. So here, the new space ecosystem, and this is one of the best articles of 2019 that I mention all the time, because they come up with the terminology of big space. I couldn't find it somewhere else. They had many esteemed academics. They work together in this paper, and they did amazing job, and it's called Darwinism in Space: Our Model of the Space Ecosystem and New Trends Influencing Its Evolution. It's Dennis, and they are amazing people, and one of the, Dennis, he's on LinkedIn also, and he's writing good stuff. So here, this is the new space ecosystem. So here you can see, and actually Darwinism in space, it sounds a little bit strange, but actually the process of Darwinism in the space industry, it is very prominent. So here the ecosystem, we have the ecosystem, of course, as we know, it has different elements, different actors. So we have enablers, we have other active determinants. So we have new money coming in, new actors, new ways of working, new nations, new business models, and this is particularly in the space industry. So we have here banks and credit insurance, venture capital. We have the other actors, governmental entities, through national policies, space and defense agency, and we have regulatory bodies like the International Telecommunication Union and other. We have here the other are the private actors. We have the launch industry and service. Actually, it comprises of public and private actors. And we have satellite manufacturers, primes, and supply chain. We have service operators, commercial, institutional, so commercial and institutional also. And we have the markets and the end customers. And here we have established players and startups. And we see that the startups are so many within this industry. And that's why we talk about Darwinism, because startups are either they grow or they are vanishing, just like based on Darwin theory. And we have living organism, nutrient cycles, food web, and we have sun and primary energy, climate. These are within the ecosystem. So I invite you to read. It's open source. It's amazing article. And we move to the next slide. It's about the new space economy. So a lot of people, they ask, what is the new space economy? Well, I refer always to the OECD Global Forum on Space Economics, which was defined as all public and private actors involved in developing and providing space-enabled products and services. It comprises a long value-added chain, starting with research and development, R&D, actors, and manufacturers of space hardware. Example, launch vehicles, the rocket, it's called launch vehicle. And we call it space object in international space law. And we have the satellites and we have the ground stations. And ending with the providers of space-enabled products, we have navigation equipment, satellite phones, and we have services. Example, satellite-based meteorological services or direct-to-home video services. So all they are under the space economy. Which the services are the services to final users, to us. Actually, we are using Zoom today. We are actually active players now under this definition of space economy. So space economy is larger than the traditional space sector. Space sector as rockets and launchers, it involves more and more new services and products providers, geographic information system developers, navigation equipment sellers, who are using space systems capacities to create new products. So these are under the space economy. So the space economy growth. The growth of new space economy hinged on three main factors: sustained investments, technological progress, and the need of for new resources, and of course, the human capital. New space economy investment trend, which is very, very important subject. Who invests in space? So we have two different trends, the public investment and we have the private investments. And usually the private investments, it came with the new space and started with Silicon Valley. And we have the public investments remain one of the principal stimuli of the global space sector's growth. As per the OECD, public funding investments increased from 52 billion in 2008 to 75 billion US dollars in 2017, which was mainly dedicated to research and development, public procurement, and commercial space venture. The rationale behind governmental interest in funding new space programs may be why? To realize a space competitive advantage in order to counter space capabilities of their competitors, because nations or governments are or space agencies are competing, and they would like to counter the capabilities of other nations, and they do it, and that's how it goes. So that's what they call it, the space race, or to support their national security objectives, to advance their scientific and technological capabilities, or to establish and foster their institutional governance objective. And we have the private investment trends by private institutions and private sectors. So the venture and angel capital investments in space startups and billionaires investments in private firms, those are the new trends. It is challenging to track the global space private funding sources, but it could be referred to space angels who forecasts 30 times return on their investment has reached its highest record for the 12-month period of 5.8 billion, while Seraphim Capital have reached 4.4 billion for the same period in 2019. There's one thing that I observed. Actually, they put numbers, then they I go back to check actually I saved the documents, but when I go back online, because I keep the sources, when I go back online with the same source, it disappeared. So is there a problem with their numbers? Is there a problem they don't want to say? I know very well that SpaceX, they do not say what is the exact numbers. They never make a public announcement. Always is coming from third party. And the same thing with the return on investment, I cannot find. So globally, the number of the investment deals into the private space sectors grew substantially for the 6 years period from 2000. Sorry about that. I did this while I was, yeah. I see 200, actually it's 2000. No, it's right. So the 6 years period from 200 in 2011 to over 1,400 deals in 2017. Yes, I'm right. Actually, maybe I need to change the glasses. New space investments were directed toward new space activities, which include space access, remote sensing, satellite data and analytics, space stations and habitat, low Earth orbit, LEO, tourism, beyond low Earth orbit, research and science, mining, and space investment venture. I hope that this is not too technical, but it's I'm really shedding light on something. It's new, and I thought that it's very, very important that we are aware about what is going on in this economy, because this is the economy that it was touched the least with COVID-19. And actually, I have some recent data is saying with the main trends and challenges in the space sector, and it's addressing the implication of COVID-19 on space sector and the remote sensing, the data, satellite data analytics, and images. They went high, they jumped high, higher than before, because it was needed for monitoring and of course to use internet. So these, even we have a crisis on Earth, actually the activities that they are related to space dominion, they are there, and they were actually booming. So now the new space economy investment trend still there, and I still have 10 minutes. However, satellite telecommunications activities remain the main lucrative space activities, and that's true till now, and it's very valid. That's what I was saying. Private actors took advantage of the satellite sector's high profitability and used the classic financial schemes as bank financing and to compete with the traditional satellite operators, manufacturers, and other related services. Actually, before we had huge satellites, and now we have cube satellites, very small satellites. They are less cost effective, and it could be made even by students in universities, and that's what is going on right now. As per Bryce Report 2019 on the space industry's economy, 87.8% of total space economy revenue, estimated at 277 billion US dollars, is coming from commercial space capacities. Yes, and there is no divider. So big space, what could be big space? As I said, it's not really a common term. It's not used in academia, but it is addressed by that article that I referred to earlier. So big space is a relatively new term. It could be pinned in the Dennis 2019 article cited previously. As per the authors, big space is the evolution from new space to the next stage. It may be characterized by its reliance on a digital transformation, triggering new services, new markets, and new customers. Morgan Stanley claimed that the global space revenue to grow to 1 trillion by 2040. However, I am skeptical with this number, because I believe it's going to grow much, much more. So these figures I'm not so keen to rely upon, and so many other people the same. Morgan Stanley estimates that satellite broadband will represent 50% of the global space economy's projected growth by 2040, and as much as 70% in the most bullish scenario. Launching satellites that offer broadband internet service will help drive down the cost of data, just as we will witness an exponential growth in demand. What big space could be again? So I presented what was cited earlier about big space and the figures, the estimation for 2040. But how about democratizing space access? Engaging in space mining activities, like engaging and having return. When I say like this, is having return and having economic growth based on these activities. Enabling space tourism for everyone. Offering new means of transportation using suborbital flights, point-to-point suborbital flights. Cargo can be sent. Some people, they are skeptical about transportation of human transportation through suborbital trajectory. Anyway, we will see. Starship is there, and we are waiting for SpaceX to come up with solutions. But they are not there in the estimates of these whoever is making these numbers. Estimates are missing accuracy because they are estimating based on the existing trends, as the claim is all possible theoretically with the recent breakthroughs in rocketry. And we did not see Starship yet, and actually Starlink satellites also are not included in the figures, in most of the figures that we see right now. So here, women's role in the transition. So we could discuss the role of women as educators, the role of women in the workforce, in space economy, space industry. I prefer to say space economy as broader, in the broader sense. The role of women to enable public-private partnership. The role of women, to enable partnership networks to empower new leaders. And when I say empower new leaders, new women leaders. The role of women also to envision success, because we are helping, or we can mentor other women or the youth that they are still in their first steps in this industry to grow. The role of women to mentor other women and youth, this is what I was pointing to with the envision success. The role of women to enable other women to access the industry and be economically empowered by others. So the role of women, I could say empowerment, empowering each other, getting access to investment, getting access to the space industry through innovation, through their startups, getting the faith in them to be active. Very, very important. So I still have 5 minutes. So the main thing about this presentation really is to shed light on the new space economy and how new space economy can transit to the next stage. It's an important point, and the role of women to do that. But the role of women to do that, the list can go further and further. And I prepared space exploration social benefits, but I will not go through it. I would love to present it another time, because actually a lot of people, they think that why governments, they want to go beyond why they want to spend money on the moon base, for example, with the Artemis program, or they want to go and make settlement on Mars, or they want to pour money on the different space activities. But the space exploration itself has so much, it benefits us socially, economically, beyond belief. Actually, if we did not have satellites today, we would not, can you imagine without satellites and without telecommunication and Zoom, and being locked down during this pandemic? I don't know how we could survive. I really don't know. So I will wrap it up here, and I will be very, very happy to present one another time, because we have space technologies, environmental benefits, we have social benefits of space technology, and the spillover effect that it can make it to other sectors. We have also the social benefits. It can be presented through space technologies and disaster management. And COVID-19, I wrote an article how how satellite technology were used and still are utilized to mitigate the risk of COVID-19. So we have space technologies and telemedicine, other social benefits of space technology, meteorology. What is this? And we have education, of course. We have mining and resource management. We have finance and insurance, data analysis, tourism and leisure, research and development, and science. So many other that we cannot really talk about in one presentation, and it needs articles and articles to be addressed. So the contribution of space activities to the international economy and their social benefits here, I will say one word about it, make space exploration crucial to address terrestrial issues and to serve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are the main focus right now, especially with the pandemic. And actually, women empowerment and the role of women in society and to address, to be an active player and have a leading role within this sphere of United Nations Sustainable Development, within any economy, depends on the empowerment, on the means that she's given, on gender equality, and so on. So in order to enjoy the continuity of space exploration, return on humanity, and the long-term space sustainability must be addressed from an international binding laws perspective, as well as national policies, and especially the role, or I mean the women role need to be enforced through these policies and binding international laws. And here, Sustainable Space for Humanity is about anchoring sustainability beyond Earth boundaries, where multiplanetary human species expand with ethics, values, and sustainable culture. Thank you so much for listening. I hope it wasn't boring, because numbers and economy and everything probably is not mainstream.
Thank you, Malak, for the wonderful presentation, I would like to say, because this is an area where I haven't read up as much as I did today. Listening to you was such an experience for me, and I'm surely going back to read some more of your articles, I'm sure. So it was, you know, I really particularly liked where we talk about sustainable future through space exploration. Yes, I think it's high time. I can see Angela Thomas-Smith with us already. Hi, welcome. Welcome. It would be so nice to hear you talk again.
You know something?
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Angela, I couldn't
Yes,
do
ma'am.
this without having you here. I couldn't. I was going to ask you to from the beginning, but I said maybe it's late. She wouldn't like to be, called last minute, because actually I got through to know you really just 1 week before the webinar starts, and everything was there. And I am so happy to have you. We talked before, and are you okay?
I am.
You're glittery, you
This
know?
morning, it's like 6:30 in the morning, so my eyes are like glossy, and I tried to put on some makeup so I would look okay.
Yes, you're looking okay. Actually, you know something? I see glitters everywhere. You know, it's like so beautiful. He's like, are you okay? You're so shiny. So I let you introduce yourself because I don't have your bio, and I would love for you to introduce yourself and you know the theme of the webinar and of the conference. And yes, I would love for you to speak about this difficult time in United States and difficult time to specific let's say women of color, specifically women of color, if there's any. Of course, we've seen Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matters, and I would love to hear from you. I was there in South Carolina. I thought that you were in Charleston, but you're not in Charleston, but it's the same state. And
Only
yes,
2 hours away.
yeah, yeah. The floor is yours, and I'm so happy to have you. And please, the mic is yours.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am Angela Thomas Smith. I am from, I'm actually from Anderson, South Carolina, which is upstate South Carolina. I relocated here to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina in February. I am an author of now 18 books. I am the founder of AALAC, which is stands for the African American Author Literacy Awareness Campaign, where my desire is to bring awareness to Brown authors all over this world. I also founded Aspiring Authors Magazine. I founded the magazine to touch on topics that's affecting the Brown community all over this world. And topics vary. We recently touched on Black Lives Matter, but we also touch on topics that immediately affect our community, such as mental illness, high blood pressure, diabetes, things that are affecting right now. Kids not having access to healthy foods after school, and trying to bridge the gap on a lot of things that's affecting our community. So I am an advocate for a lot of things. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I'm a suicide attempt survivor. I do a lot of things to let people know that there is hope, and that they do have a purpose in this world. I think back to when I was growing up, I didn't have a lot of leadership and a lot of mentor and a lot of people, pouring into me. So I said, I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to impact my community and be there for the future generations. Because if we don't pour into them, they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to pour back when it's time to pour back. When it's time to lead the country, they're not going to be able to lead if we're not raising up leaders now. And that's in all areas that's needed to maintain this world and to maintain this economic. So I write books. I help authors that or those that are aspiring to be authors get their books published. I also try to do workshops, and I mentor women that may think that they don't have a voice or may not recognize their purpose yet. I try to help individuals find their purpose, because we all have a purpose. And I think we thrive when we walk in our purpose. So that's just a little bit about me. I do a lot. I host a couple of radio shows. I do a couple of blogs. I do a couple of podcasts. I just want the world to know that, we can't give up on people. People fail, people make mistakes, but it's okay. We have to learn how to lift them up, empower them, educate them. Once we educate them, we have to empower them, and then we have to encourage them. We oftentimes will get them the education, and after they go to school, then what? We don't mentor them. We don't show them. We don't put them in a position to where they can use the education that they've learned and that they received. So now it's time to empower our future generation, empower them and let them know that they can, that they do matter, that their lives do matter, and allow them to be the leaders of tomorrow and for future generations to come. And I just wanted to touch on, I really don't want to touch on Black Lives Matter, because there's a lot that plays into that. A lot of people look at a lot of things that's taking place in the media, and a lot of the media things have gotten out of control. Black Lives Matter, when it originally started, it really was about Black Lives Matter. But now it's not even about Black Lives Matter. It's about political agenda. It's not about, us being actively in the community, because none of the Black Lives Matter people that I know would have been setting things on fire and looting things. So it's all a game. People playing games and people not being serious about what's taking place. But as individuals, we have to take a look at ourselves. We got to go back and we got to evaluate ourselves and look at how we can make a difference and what we can do and what are we doing. And then once we do that, then we have to look at our circle, those that are directly in contact with us, that we are interacting with on a day-to-day basis. What are they doing? Are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? Are we encouraging them? Are we uplifting them? Or are we worrying about what political party they in? Are we worrying about what religion they are? Are we worrying about all these things that really don't even matter? It doesn't even matter at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Because at the end of the day, we have one God, and everything is not going to matter. So are we worrying about us as individuals and taking care of us individually and leaving those stereotypes outside the door? Because it should not matter what my religion is. It should not matter what my sexual orientation is. None of that should matter. We have to learn how to empower each other. But as far as women, I feel like for years, we can work jobs and be on these jobs, and we can do better jobs than our counterpart, our male counterpart, and they will overlook us. They will underpay us. And I feel like it's a ongoing, never ending battle that is going nowhere. It seemed like we've been battling this for years, and it seemed like we're getting no progress. When will we look at each other as just humans in equal parts? Forget what your religion has taught you. Look at me as a human being. Look at me for what I can help you do and how I can help what you're doing. We all have to look at each other as helpmates and helping each other and lifting each other up.
Thank you.
We
Thank
can't
you.
keep pulling each other. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Actually, your answer is really great, because we are not there. Like so many people, that the audience and myself, I'm not there right now. So I don't know what I see in the if what I see in the media is right or wrong, if it's misleading or not. So you are there. We've seen things and going crazy, and this channel is saying something, the other channel is saying something else, and we are confused. We don't know what's right and what's wrong. I mean, is it true? This is what is going on or not? The movement, does it really? Is it a movement that it has a real cause, or it's used for?
But can I say? I want to say this. I wasn't in a lot of the other places, so I don't know what was taking place in a lot of places. I could only go by what I saw on TV and how other people that I've talked to that was in those areas correlated. But I was in Atlanta the weekend that they burnt down the Wendy's, the weekend that I forget the guy's name, but it was the weekend that the guy got killed in the Wendy's parking lot. And that same weekend they burnt down the Wendy's. Well, I was in Atlanta that weekend, and the news was broadcasting live while this was happening. And the lady that was broadcasting, she was giving detail for their actions. And she was saying how they were leading, how all the people were leading going up to the road and how they was blocking off the expressway. And she said they looked back and she said the Wendy's was back on fire. And she said none of the protesters were down there. But then the media put out that it was the protesters. And then a couple of weeks later, we found out that it was not the protesters, that it was someone else that went in. No one, Black Lives Matter, no one of Black lives did that. It was someone else of another race went in and set it on fire. And they got camera photo pictures of this person. And this has been happening in a lot of places. So it's coming to the point now to where people like myself, I'm not going out and protest. I would do other things. I have my stand. I speak out. I talk about it on my radio shows. I talk about it in my magazines. But I will not put myself in harm's way when you have people out there that's not their purpose for being out there. Their purpose out there is to harm people and to bring damage and and it's not right. You know, people have been plowing into in the middle of protesting, and people have been dying. Innocent people that are out there, you know, just standing up and protesting, peaceful protesting in a lot of cases. And the ones that are not for Black Lives Matter are the ones that are coming and causing destruction. But of course, everybody got their opinion. And only thing I can say is, you know, at this time now, only thing we can do is depend on our spiritual. If you're a spiritual person and you have a relationship, not a religion, but a relationship with your creator, then that's what we got to start doing. We got to start depending on that, because a lot of this stuff is getting out of our control. And the government is doing what they want to do, when they want to do it, and how they want to do it. Because you can't tell me that you got COVID and you're only in the hospital for 3 days and then you back out on the trail doing all this, but everybody else, I've seen people die. I've seen people struggle. I've seen people, you know, this is not a game. This is people's life. I've had conversations with people that have lost loved ones. I've had to comfort people that have lost loved ones, and this is not a game. And you can go on national TV and say, this is what it is. It is what it is. That lets me know that you have no regards for human life. You have no regards for human life. Forget the race. You have no regard for human life. And something needs to be done about a lot of things that are taking place right now. You know, and I keep telling my circle, you know, you have to prepare yourself. You have to take your power back. You got to utilize the things within you. So that means you got to start in your local government. Start running for office. If you don't like what's going on, start running for office. Start allowing your voice to be your power and to speak for you. If you want change, you got to be a part of the change. You can't just sit back and expect things to change, because it's not going to change. And then you can't expect things to change overnight. But you can't stop. You got to have faith. And you got to believe in yourself. Believe in something. Like the lady said yesterday. She said, I don't remember who said it, but they said if they never fail, they never would have started doing what they're doing. And that is so true. If you never make a mistake, then you'll never know how to improve. You'll never know how to grow. You will be stuck. You will be stagnated. And that's not the world that we're living in. We're living in a world that's evolving. You got to be willing to grow. You got to be willing to think outside the box. You got to be willing to look at new things. You got to be willing to look at a new way of everything. You can't be stuck in 400 years ago. Not if you want to look forward to the new generation and for your kids that's going to be here when you're not. That's what we got to prepare for. And it starts now. It starts now.
Thank you, Mrs. Angela. I wanted to ask you, what is your message to the young women out there that they are struggling today due to their loss of jobs and the economic situation. And this issue, maybe it was already there before because of the economic situation, but it was also it became more prominent due to the pandemic. What is your message to them?
Things got really crazy because then you got situations where you couldn't leave home, you couldn't go to work, but you still had to provide for your family. So people had to do things different. They had to make moderations. They had to, compromise. They had to make choices that they didn't want. They had to take jobs that they may not have normally worked. But they had to do what they had to do to survive during this time. And that's what we have to do, think outside of the box. Sometimes you may have to take a job that you don't want. I'm gonna be real. I lost my job in April. And I had to rethink everything that I was doing. So I had no choice but to pour into my organization and to pour into my magazine. Because if I had stayed on somebody's 9 to 5, I thank God for COVID. I thank him for allowing me to have this time to evaluate myself and to think about my future, because it gave me a chance to think about my organization, because I was so busy working on somebody's job, I never thought about myself. I never thought about what I was building. And then not only that, it took away from what the mission was. And the mission was to bridge the gap between brown authors around this world. I wasn't reaching nobody around the world. I wasn't connecting with nobody because I didn't have no time, because I was pouring into a 9 to 5. Couldn't even get the message out about literacy and getting these books into the hands of the babies that needed them. So I thank God for COVID, because it gave me a chance to rethink my business and to revamp myself and to revitalize. It gave me a chance to renew myself and my thinking and how I looked at life. So I want to say to those women out there that may have lost a job, may be going through transition, may be going through whatever, everything happens for a reason. Think about what you want to do that you're passionate about. You do something that's passionate, something that you love, and you'll never struggle. I tell you, since I started doing what I love, working with authors and sharing authors, y'all, I have not wanted for anything. I may not have $1 million in the bank, $1,000 in the bank, or even $100 in the bank. But every day that I get to wake up and help an author, I get to interview an author, I get to share an author's story, because they have these books because they have a message and a story that they need to get out there. And every day that I can get up and share that, then I'm happy. I'm happy. And I think that I've done what God has called me to do. So I just want them to be encouraged, and I want them to have faith. Trust and believe that if he brings you to it, he's going to see you through it.
Yes, Mrs. Angela, I think it's such an important message that you have come up with, that it's important to not think about what possessions you have, $1 million or $100 or any dollars in the bank, but to give out something of yourself to the world that gives you satisfaction, along with a sense of purpose in life. I have had this conversation with you earlier, and I must say I was motivated at that time also. It's always a pleasure listening to you. So, what keeps you so motivated?
When you've been through a lot of the things that I've been through in my life, it makes you want to live life and to enjoy life. I lost my mom 12 days after my 16th birthday. I never really had my dad in my life. I struggled. But I tell you, I wouldn't trade my journey for nothing in this world, because it has allowed me to meet some amazing people. If I had never been on this journey, I probably would have never met you guys. I probably would never been here sharing my story, to inspiring other people. You know, the other day, the word power was dropped in my spirit. And I saw you post it. You was commenting on somebody's post last night, and you posted the word power. Can I share with you what that word was revealed to me, what it means? It means position to overcome by being a willing vessel to empower others through your resilience. That's what power means. You know, these words just get dropped in my spirit, and these words been around forever, and we use them all the time. But do we really understand and really truly get what each of those words mean to us? Not what the dictionaries say they mean. Because you probably can go to the dictionary and it don't even say that for power. But that was downloaded in my spirit. And that's my message to the people this week, was to walk in power, the power that's within you. You got to tap in that power that is within you. We can't worry about everybody else. We have to worry about us and empowering ourselves. And then that's when we go out and reach somebody else. Because hurt people hurt. Can't keep hurting. Can't keep passing this along. Can't keep doing it. And if I had not allowed all the hurts and letdowns and disappointments of my life go, I wouldn't be able to sit here and share with you guys today. Wouldn't be able to do it. So that's why I do what I do.
Thank you so much. It's always inspiring to listen to you. I told you I met you, and I repeat it again. I met you not long ago, like maybe 1 week ago, and we start, talking to each other, and we had live already 3 days ago. Every time you are on live streaming your show, I have a habit always. I put my phone next to me, and if there is live streams and things, I put it next to me and I work and I listen. And actually, it's you are an amazing. You have that blessing that you when you are talking, you are soothing the spirit of the person that's listening to you. And I feel it. I'm not going to talk for others, but I feel it myself. You are an amazing woman, and keep doing what you are doing. You are inspiring people, and you reach to us. We are from different regions of the world. Your message is heard. Like I said, always, we are bridge builders. We are building bridges, and we are, let's say, before I say we are light workers, and that lady told me, don't say light worker because it's coming from darkness, and it's about duality, and I understand it is. Let's say we are here for a mission, and we are created for that mission, and we strive making it and doing what we are doing. And you are an amazing woman, and really all my love and respect to you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for honoring us to be here. Continue doing what you are doing, and your community and other communities around the world, they need you, need your strength, and keep on going. We are here with you and for you, and I am here myself. I'm anything you want from my side to help within my capacity. And this is what I say to people. I never overpromise. If I can, I would say. If I cannot, I would tell you it's not possible. But I would love, and I would do how am I gonna say it? I'm here for you whenever you needed me, okay? Thank you for being here. Now we are 4 minutes to our next keynote speaker, Mrs. Julia Stark. She's here already, and she enjoyed your talk. So I would love for you to say a few words before we leave to the other speaker. Say some words for 4 minutes.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you guys. First, I want to thank you guys for the opportunity. And I think it was, and I'm bad with names, Dr. Sarita. Did I say your name right? Sarita. she interviewed me for the organization. I think it was something for the magazine, and she interviewed me, and we just connected, and I was just I wanted to follow the platform. She shared this with me. She shared the conference with me, and then she asked me if I would do a video, and I wanted to share some of the other ladies because I truly believe in what you guys are doing. It's very needed. I listened, and I did a watch party yesterday of the conference all day. You know, I had y'all on mute while I was doing my interview, but y'all was still streaming and y'all was still live, and I was still able to see y'all. But I enjoyed it, and a lot of the topics that was touched on is very needed. And I pray that everyone would share this in their circle of influence, because people can get bits and pieces and take away to empower themselves. And that's what we're all about. You know, I think we can all come together from all corners of the world and work together because of technology and because of platforms like this.
Sir, I would love that you introduce any business that you are doing and present your books or magazines or everything. It's all about
Okay.
empowerment. So I would love to give you the few minutes for you to present what you want to promote, let's say.
So I am the author of 18 books. I actually today we are doing let me pull my book. I got a book. This is my newest release. It is called Women of Indefinable Worth. I am owning my truth. Me and 19 other women sharing this book, and we share our journey to owning truths in our life, things that maybe some people don't know about us, but we're owning our truth, things that we hope that will inspire other people to not do the things that we did in our life. Some people, one lady shared her story where she was molested. Another lady shared her story where she was on a drug addict, and she was on a substance abuse, and how she overcame that, and how she owned that, and how she walked in her purpose now. But we did this, and then I have I believe in affirmations. I believe in speaking over your life. So I also have an affirmation book that goes along with that. So it's a 2-part series. Have affirmation. So there's a 20 days worth of words and phrases that you can speak over your life. And we just want people to be educated, empowered, and encouraged, and know that they have a purpose. I also have a magazine you can go over and check out. If you are on Facebook, I am on Facebook. But if you search the website, if you Google me, I have a magazine called Aspiring Authors Magazine, and the website is theaspiringauthors.com. We have a monthly issue. It's a monthly issue. It released the last October issue released this past Saturday. So we were a little behind because my editor, she actually lives in Leicester, Africa, and I think she said there was a power outage on Saturday. So sometimes we have little issues or whatnot. But
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Angela. And please drop under the live stream your website and books and everything, and let the viewers to find you there. Thank you so much for being here. Time is
Thank
there.
you.
And Mrs. Julia, she's our next speaker. Actually, Angela, do you want to
Yes,
stay as an attendee?
I didn't hear you.
Do you like you like to stay in the webinar? You would like to stay, or you want to go to Facebook? It's up to you, because what I can do is move you to attendee.
Yeah, I can stay.
Okay, perfect. You're free to stay, or you are going to Facebook. So I'm going to move you as attendee right now. So you're going to stay in the webinar.
Okay.
So that was an amazing lady. And now we are having a keynote speaker, Mrs. Julia Stark. She's gonna speak about progress toward greater gender equality amidst pandemics. And she is an international TEDx speaker, author, serial entrepreneur, founder of Fab Academy, senator for World Business Angel Investment Forum, WBF, in Belgium, and president of European Women Association. She is the founder of Fab Academy, like I said, and she is executive board member of WinTrade Global, connecting world leaders and executives creating a positive impact worldwide. She works with the biggest brands, including Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Deloitte, Cargill, and many more. Mrs. Stark is passionate about neuroscience, mindfulness, travel, and entrepreneurship. She runs transformational retreats in Europe. Actually, I need to come. And Paradise in Bali to share with leaders the holistic way of living. So the Paradise Bali, is it the name or it's in Bali?
It is in Bali, so we travel yearly to Bali.
Count me in. I'm in since now. So,
the moment that the borders are open, Malak, you're the first one to get the invitation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So welcome to the conference, and thank you so much. You are also one of those ladies who heard about Women Weekend when I approached you, and you were good to go for it, and responsive all the time, and very, very highly professional lady. I enjoyed working with you. So if you would like to say more about you and actually or address directly the topic, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Malak. Thank you for the time, for the invitation, and thank you for those who are still with us since yesterday, following this quite inspirational lineup of speakers. Well, so let's keep it short and efficient. My background is in finance, and I started my career as a private banker. Was quite lucky, but honestly, after the financial crisis, I realized I would like to work in a more ethical environment. For me, that meant pivoting after the financial crisis in 2008. So I launched my own business. It was a roller coaster. I think many of us have this very naive idea what business is and how should it be, being free and wealthy. Well, that's the biggest BS in the beginning. I think you work almost 24/7 the first years. You miss up on upbringing of your children, at least I did. So I realized this is not the way to go. So that's why in 2013, we launched Business Academy for Women here in Belgium, and we expanded to other European countries. And it was a good success because I wasn't the only one who was struggling to be a mother, a wife, an entrepreneur, somebody who's quite ambitious, but still wants to be a girl sometimes and just sit down and not have all these crazy dreams. And all these challenges to be created a product around. So it's a training program. And yes, what we then do, so girls or ladies, different ages and backgrounds go through a program. Now it's online. And then once a year, we invite them to Bali. And why Bali? For me personally, that island changed my life years ago. I realized how important holistic approach is, that it's not only about money, it is also about mindfulness, about presence and being a human being that's helping others. So Bali was important in that journey. And then yearly, what we also organize is international conference in London. So Malak, I hope you'll be there too, once we can do that. It's every year in June. We invite around 15 different countries to celebrate women in business, and we award them with different categories and nominations and beautiful awards and presents. But this year, no conference. So I hope next year in June, we'll be able to have this red carpet, beautiful places, beautiful dresses, and great networks, because this is the key eventually to success, is how influential your circle is. So that's why I prepared, ladies, few slides. So I think it's easier to follow. Let me see if I can share my screen with you. Here it is. Can you see the screen?
Yes, it's there. Kindly make it full screen.
Is it this one? I mean, the way forward, do we see this screen?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. But if I make a full screen, I'm afraid then I will I won't see. Let me check. Oh, nah,
It's there.
it's there. All right. Well, it just, listen, I will, is that okay if I'll just share it like that? So this is the picture of before COVID, our community, women coming together. And then we have our yearly conferences. Let me check if I can move my screen a bit. Yeah. And I think, as I said earlier, it is important for women to realize how important the networking is. I'm not sure if you can, let me check, you can see the whole screen.
Yes.
All right. As you know, so I've been working with different big brands, but many of them now are saying it is so important to invest in your digital skills, in your presence. And I've been working with different,
Sorry.
yeah.
Actually, I see your desktop.
Ah, okay. This is not okay. Okay, just a second. Let me start over again because I've got different screens here and I moved the screen. Let me check if I can do it like that. Just a second. Well, we don't really need it, but still it's easier to follow if you have a screen. Let me check. Up. Can you see that? Yeah, all right. So just a picture of the activities we organize yearly in Bali, as I said, and in London. I hope one day all of you will be able to join. What we have done in March this year, we launched European Women Association, and I invite all ladies to join. You just go to europeanwomenassociation.com. It's a non-profit organization with the goal to help women with funding, networks, and mentorship. So if you have a business and you're looking for business angel investment or European funding and you don't know where to go, make sure you drop us a note and we'll see how we can help you. Because this was actually the reason what we've seen since COVID. There is a bigger step back for women than for men. Suddenly women had to take care of the kids. I just heard like you have got the household, you've got the parents to take care for and run your business or your career. So suddenly there is a big gap between investments towards female founders and male founders. So what we'll see post-COVID probably that we'll have again more male founders than female founders because of all the responsibilities women still have to take from a cultural perspective. So this is what we've seen, and our goal for next year it would be to help female founders get funded through European Union if possible, and not only through business angels that are more waiting for more scalable projects. All right, so this is what we are doing right now. And ladies, what we also need to understand that what happens right now, so we are going through another fourth industrial revolution. I don't know, and COVID even make it much more faster than before. So suddenly we went from, steam trains to this industry, and then we had the computers, and now we have artificial intelligence, we have robotics taking over so many jobs, manual ones, that we women, we need to investigate how can we contribute and play in this economy while our technical skills, statistically proven, are not the same as male. So that's why I'm a big fan of the STEM directions, and I'm a mother myself, so I hope my little girl will be able to be part of this revolution that's happening right now. So, and the reason why I'm showing this slide is just because the reality is that there are a small percentage of women in technology still. We also see that we are still running all the social responsibilities. And actually, there are so many tools for us. There are so many networks for us that we actually don't see them. And because we are so into that operational caring roles that often are triggered by our culture and upbringing. All right, so that also hopefully will change in the future and will be more equally divided between male and female partners, but still this is the reality. And what I see now as a mentor and coach for many startups is they're not asking me to give them a workshop on marketing or sales or scalability. What I've seen is most of the accelerators and their members are struggling with positive mindset. It's about staying focused. And I don't know if you have noticed it, that it becomes much more difficult to stay focused. And there are research published a year ago that in US, by the way, that when you are in a stress mode, that when you are in a negative mindset, your brain goes into survival mode, meaning it will just grab little parts and it will just run around like a chicken with no head, they say it in Dutch here. So you will not be able to focus on your end goal. So to avoid that, you really have to realize that we have like 50,000 thoughts a day. 80% of them are negative and 88 unconscious. These numbers have been published over 15 years ago, just by neuroscientists, showing us that our mind is created to protect us, to see the negativity, to see the problems, to remember the problems. So it's actually up to us, ladies, I hope, and gentlemen in the rooms, that you really need to become more conscious of what's happening in your head. Because research shows that if you have a more stable state of mind, a more relaxed state of mind, that what will happen then, you will be more problem solver. You will see and find creative solutions for your challenges. Because I'm not sure people that are listening, are they more entrepreneurials or they're more like private sector, but just try to figure out what kind of things can help you, or activities, to be more centered and present. And by present, I mean not in a stressful mode. The reason why it's important during the pandemic is because when we experience certain mental state, negative or positive, it determines how you make decisions. And in this pandemic, where you have different roles to fulfill as a woman, being a mother, a wife, an entrepreneur, and as somebody who takes care of the family, and as a friend and a sister and a daughter, then for you, it's much more important to stay in a powerful state. And I will in a moment show you what that actually means, because when you go to the primal state, in the stressful state, like probably 90% of the world right now is, well, what happens then, you will be avoiding bigger decisions. You will be making small risk-averse decisions as well. So that will not help you to survive this pandemic or even thrive. I know personally companies who are thriving because they're pivoting quite fast during the pandemic and made sure that their business is resilient, that it's digital, that it's scalable, and they started to cooperate with other companies. Well, as in the introduction was said, I'm a big fan of neuroscience. I'm a geek about when it's about neuroscience, or when we talk about psychology. And the reason why I talk about Bali is because this is where I learned how to stay present. This is where I had my trainings with the monks, and not because I'm that spiritual woman. No, it's because I wanted to be more efficient in my business. And if you translate what happens when you are in a happy, positive state, is that you actually brain waves, they become more calmer when you're not in a stressful state. In that slide, you can actually see, so I've got the beta state. That means there's a lot of brain activities, especially when you're in a stressful state. So a lot is happening. You're thinking how to resolve certain problems fast and easy, and you don't take the time to really slow down. So when we go to the alpha state or the theta state, it's when your brain activity slows down. And it's where you right and left hemisphere, brain hemisphere collaborate and connect much more better. And this is where the solution thinking happens. Not when you sit behind your laptop and hope to get the answer to your problem that you're experiencing right now, but it's actually you going to the alpha mental state will help you to get a solution for your problem. I hope it makes sense, because it is something we don't see it visually, but it's so much easier to get the answers from you because you already have them. You're much more creative when you're relaxed. You will be able to solve a problem rather when you are stressed. Theta or delta state is when you are sleeping. So maybe you're not that creative. You don't need to go there. But alpha and theta. Theta state is when you are in a very meditative state of mind, very present, very calm. So my invitation to you is find a way how to go from beta to alpha. It's very easy. Most of us can do that. For me, it's nature. I'm curious what it's for you guys. If you are following, drop me a note. What is it for you? Maybe it's walking, maybe it's dancing, cooking, singing, anything that helps you sink from your mind into your body helps. Everything that involves your 5 senses, like smelling, hearing, just brings you in the presence. All right. So what I've seen is during the pandemic, most of us were stuck behind the PC and the creativity dropped. Suddenly people would call me for more mentoring and coachings, while I know they have an answer. I know they're smart and wise enough to know the solution to their business, most of the time, problem. All right. So the answer to any challenge you experience right now during the pandemic as a female founder or as a mother or as a wife is actually for you. Please slow down here in your head, go away from your PC and get outside. And you'll see that the brain activities will drop, and that will give you an opportunity to find a solution to that problem. That's a very simplistic way of explaining that, but for everyone to use. Well, I believe that when we work with corporates, that the answer lies in creativity. Often I will be invited by a larger organization, and we'll have these team meetings, and they would ask me for solution. And instead of me giving them the answer, I would rather create an atmosphere and facilitate where they are distressed, where they have having fun. And this is, like, by the way, the key to many problem solving is creating happy hormones, boosting the endorphins in your bloodstream, make sure your brain works better and you come up with creative solutions. All right. So whatever stage of business you are, whatever life stage you are, what's happening in your life, please make sure you create these happy hormones, because they will give you and lead you to the answer. All right. Easy stuff. But again, you can do that as well. And another very simple, but yet so efficient way of getting from point A to point B is actually visualizing, actually seeing where you're going. Even though if you don't know how to get there, just see it in all the details. Using your 5 senses, again, it's quite important. So when you close your eyes, you would actually try to feel that experience. If you would reach a launch.company, what does that mean actually? Who are the people you're working with? What is the solution you're offering? What are your clients saying about your product or service? Just go through the whole experience, because your mind doesn't know the difference between seeing and the reality. If you visualize, for your mind, it has the same imprint as experiencing. If you don't believe me, think of the dream you had recently, maybe a scary one or a very good one, and you would just believe it. You would wake up like you have been there through that experience. This is the same with visualizing. And from a neurological point of view, there are so many books written about it, proving that it actually works. And how that works, it's just you activating the reticular activating system. You can Google it. There is so much information about it on YouTube or online. Just activating a part of your brain that becomes a filter. So many of us are now stuck in the, how would I say, in the victim role. Life sucks. I mean, COVID isn't a present, all right? I know. I mean, we've lost a lot of our business since COVID hit, because our business model was built on offline events and conferences and teachings and trainings and retreats, which we had to cancel. So suddenly you go from a revenue of, I don't know, 500K to 50. And this is something for us, it was quite challenging, but then we had to rewrite the story, rewrite the goals, rewrite the strategy, and help and training our minds to help us get there. And there was a research, I think it was done in UK, or it was Stanford in US. I need to research that, but they actually, what they did, they asked piano players to play a song, and they would monitor their brain, and you'll see the brain activities and what parts of the brain were active. And then they asked them, close your eyes and imagine you're playing a song. And what happened? The same parts of the brain were activated. So suddenly research could show that it's actually really, even if you don't know how to get there, visualization will help you. You'll get more clarity through connection. And my last slide is more for you to understand that when you visualize in using your 5 senses, you build neural networks to close the gap between present and future. And these neural networks represent the memory of things that have not happened yet, but will give you an access to thoughts and ideas to get there. Just try to understand what is written here. If you are using your brain and you're collaborating with it, not being a victim of that monkey mind or of that lizard brain, maybe you've heard that saying before. What happens is that suddenly you can guide yourself using your brain towards a certain solution. You know that you want to have an impact. I've heard you want to help writers, you want to help women, you want to help mothers or children. But by getting more clear how exactly, suddenly you will be guided to the steps, and suddenly the chances that the magic happens. And by that I mean it's not really magic, it's science. Suddenly you will see the opportunities that you couldn't see before. And this is such a, how would I say, for me, a beautiful experience. For the last 10 years we've been running different tests, and women would literally say like, this is magic, I don't know how that happened. No, you just reframed your brain, you just change your focus. So my advice for you ladies and gentlemen on the call is, I know it's challenging. I'm not saying COVID isn't there. I know women have to pay a higher price than men during the pandemic. This is the reality, and I personally won't be able to change it. But you do have much more impact in the solution-driven thinking than you think right now. And the only thing preventing you from seeing the solution for the challenges you are experiencing right now is the stress level, the cortisol in your blood. That's it. And then the networking and connection to other communities like this one, or there are so many others online, they will be shown, and you'll be able to connect and find that solution you're looking for. And maybe reminder, just Google, there is a research said that we actually have 3 brains, your heart, brain, and gut. All of them have also neural connections, and they are communicating. So trust your gut feeling. Not only your brain, there is much more than that. And you'll be able to solve your challenges more creative, that will help you to survive this pandemic. And
excuse me, Julia, you have 5 more minutes to go.
That's, oh well, so this is it. For those with whom that message resonated, scan this code, or I will share in a minute a link. And as you go to juliastark.com/freebie, and you'll get a free webinar going deeper into things that I've just shared today with practical tips. It's around 90 minutes webinar, and we'll have more time to explain you how all these things can benefit you in resolving your financial maybe challenges or personal challenges. And yeah, so, or drop me a note if it resonated. There is nothing, I think, more I can share or say rather than get out the victim role. I know it's challenging, but read more about how your brain works, and you'll see that you have much more tools and solutions than you thought before.
Thank you so much, Julia. Basically, it's a call for everyone here and who's watching and who's going to watch later on to reach out to you for your organizations or any business you do. I have just one question quickly. We don't have a lot of time. We still have 4 minutes to go because our next panelist, Mr. Shafat Hashmi, he's there. And he's gonna speak. Actually, the two topics they fall under the same scope. He's gonna speak about entrepreneurship, and you will enjoy if you're gonna stay, or you can follow us. The question to you, I don't want to take from your time. The question to you is, coming from banking and finance and investments perspective that you are now into, do you think that the investors are like less keen to invest into women's ventures and startups? Because actually I have an article that I've seen, I read online, and I posted it on one of the social media platforms, and it's saying that there are some numbers showing so. And people, they say, no, actually investors, they go by the return on investment and not by gender. You know, I don't know, but you are there and you are dealing with these startups, and you are also investment advisor. So can you tell us?
Yes, so there is a fact that there are not enough companies that are invested in. I mean, the female founders are not seen as successful as male founders. The reality is there's a lot of research. I think the last one was even done by Google a few years ago, that female founders have more sustainable growth. So it all depends on the business angel. If you want to have quick exit strategy, then probably you will go towards a male, founder, entrepreneur, startup. If you're going for a long-term, more sustainable growth, you see that investors are rather going to female founders. So it all depends on your investment strategy, but we also see there is a movement towards sustainable, more social investments. So more and more business angels are looking into investing in female founders. That's a fact. It's worldwide a movement. But we do need to realize that most of the investors are interested in scalable and global products or services. And what we've seen statistically, female founders are more into local and not that scalable or technological startups. This is the reality. So that's why we see much more technological investments going towards male founders than female. So it is, you know, with every investment, you have to diversify. And I would advise every business angels to look into quick sales, where you can quickly earn the money, sell the company, and or go to an IPO, and then you need more sustainable, more conservative, and that might be a female startup. Again, I'm talking in general. There are many exceptions coming up right now, but it's end-to-end, and luckily we see more interest for female investments. That's for sure.
Thank you so much. We are right on time, 4:30.
Right, perfect, but good timing. Good luck with the rest. You can move me if you can towards the participants. I would gladly follow the rest of the talks.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Bye-bye.
being with us. Bye-bye.
Likewise, ciao.
Thank you. And we have a dear friend, Mr. Shafat Hashmi. Actually, you never wanted to send me your bio because you don't believe in bios. Your name is enough for you. Well, I would love that you introduce yourself to the audience. And Mr. Shafat Hashmi, first of all, he's an amazing human being. And I start with that. That's what mattered the most. Before any title, before any activities, it's something that matters for us is the character and the way Mr. Shafat treats women, and the way Mr. Shafat is helping women from across the world, entrepreneurs. And I know very well that he is a businessman that I look up to. I know the prices that it would be charged for any advisory, for anything that he is involved in with his companies. But when it comes to women, he say, you know what, I would help you, and always there to help. And of course, when we help, we look at one thing, that people don't take advantage of us, that's for sure. So Mr. Shafat is a good friend of mine, and I met him through social media, and I met a lot of amazing people through social media, to be honest. So that's what we talked yesterday with my other friend Shaba, and we are connected, three of us together, because Mr. Shafat is also supporting Mr. Shaba, and we support each other all in there. So he's going to speak about 10 rules of entrepreneurship. It's a special session because he wasn't before on the schedule because he was too busy, and finally he accepted to honor us as a special guest today. And the floor is yours, and thank you so much for being here. And actually, I know very well, I learn from you always. So the floor is yours. Please start by introducing yourself. So I know you very well, but the audience might want to know you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and hello, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. I don't know which place of the world you are. First of all, I must congratulate Malik on the second successful day of our WWC online conference. I think it's a great initiative. This has nothing to do with making money. It has nothing to do for personal fame. It is all about bringing people together, bringing women together, sharing knowledge, and sharing as much as we can, because you just learn one single tip out of the 3-day session, and that might completely change your life. So Malik, to be honest, thank you for an elaborate introduction, and I'm truly honored to be part of this conference, and thank you for giving us a special slot. I wish I could do justice, and I must say that Malik is one of the most amazing entrepreneurs, lawyer, and philanthropist, and also she has a lot of knowledge about what happens in space, technology, and I think we need women like Malik in the technology space, just exactly what our previous speaker was mentioning, that women needs to be out there in tech. And this is why they're not attracting a lot of investments, because they're not really bringing in a lot of tech-based businesses. And I think Malik is someone you should always look up to. By way of introduction, I am the chairman for Stallion Gates Asset Management, based out of Abu Dhabi. We're an investment firm. We're into venture capital and private equity placements, and work on a variety of asset classes, including real estate investments, hospitality, healthcare, infrastructure developments, and a few others. I'm also the founder and CEO of Brandbeat Advertising and Communications. We have 6 global offices, including Dubai, Australia, Saudi, Pakistan, and a few others. And I also have a technology firm with the name of TechRoss that's based out of the United States. And recently we are now moving into healthcare, because with the pandemic, I think healthcare is something which is needed, and there is a huge demand. And if we all work together towards holistic healthcare solutions, that would be a great step. So with this, if you allow, I would like to share my screen.
You can share the screen, Sinable. Yes, perfect.
Okay. Slideshow. There we go. TikTok. 20 minutes. Close attention, and let's find out the 15 rules of entrepreneurship. There we go. I've come across a lot of books in my life. 7 Habits of Successful People, 5 Habits of this, 10 Rules of that, 20 Rules of that. So I thought that, I have got 20 years of working experience as an entrepreneur, and I thought maybe I should develop my own rules as well. As much as I don't like to follow rules, I thought this might be a good idea to, because people get attracted when there are some kind of rules and tips. So let me take you forward. I do not speak this fast on a regular basis, but because of time constraints, I'm going to be on a rocket today. So what on earth this is and why on earth are we here? You know, this is a basic question. I think until and unless you do not find your purpose for living, your purpose for being on this earth, there is nothing known as entrepreneurship or, you know, doing your own business. The first and foremost purpose is, why are you here? Why were you born? Why were you born in a certain environment with you know, naturally picked parents, which you have no control over? Um, your relatives, your friends, your nationality, you're just born, you know, you're a baby, you walk over, people help change your diapers. And then suddenly you start realizing that I like few things and I hate few things. So what is it about? You know, some people are born artists, born leaders, born communicators, born entrepreneurs, very, very good in mathematics, curious, inquisitive minds. I think that when you're a child, this is where you really understand what is your purpose and which portion of this universe are you going to serve. And it's a great idea not to see that, okay, if everybody is making money in startups and tech space, I should also go in tech. No, you know, even a little bakala in Abu Dhabi on a corner shop is also making money, or little pizza takeaway is also making money, and it is there because it is profitable. So you should do what you love to do. Frankly speaking, this is rule number one. Find your purpose. You know, over 100 million businesses are launched every year. These are not the total number of businesses, but every year 100 million businesses globally are launched. So before you even think of starting your own business, you've got a pretext, a perspective of 100 million competitors out there. So entrepreneurship is the most competitive space, you know. So before you think that, okay, I want to get into my own entrepreneurial journey, first and foremost, you got to be competitive, which means you need to have a clear competitive edge. And this means 3 new businesses every second. Now, let's define it. You know, you must have read a lot of these books saying that, you know, entrepreneur is someone, you find a market gap, you address it, you take a financial risk, you do it profitably. You know what? I'm sorry, but theory is total nonsense. These are defined by people who are sitting in their attics. No offense to writers or authors, but you know, they have to be entrepreneurs to define what entrepreneurship is all about. And this is where the 15 rules come into picture. But here's the truth. There are no rules to entrepreneurship. There is nothing known as the 15 rules. So yes, thank you for getting attracted on the tagline and the topic. But the honest truth is there are no rules to entrepreneurship. You go by the flow. You make a strategy. You should have a clear vision. You should know I'm going from point A to point B, and you improvise. You know, there are no particular rules that anyone has to follow. But however, because I promised Malak that I have to share 15 rules, so let me just share some of them, which might be helpful. So, you know, let's get real. It is a jungle out there. Okay, it's war. It is, you have to hit each other all the time. You have to hit your competition. You need to hit the right spots of the customer, and that is the reality. It is not, you know, sitting in a nice office wearing a nice suit and thinking I'm going to become an entrepreneur. It's not about your ego. It's not about wearing the best of the dresses out there and trying to look like a wannabe CEO. It's not about that. It's not about carrying a business card which says founder and CEO. It is about reality. And reality is, you need to have an entrepreneurial attitude. And that attitude is humbleness, wisdom, clarity in thought, excellent communication skills, and a very brilliant, clear idea which you can monetize. It is not important that everybody shares your dream. We might have a dream that, you know what, I want to have my next lunch on Mars. This is a great dream. You could achieve it. But you know what? If you don't have a single penny to even pay your own bills as a 21 years or 25 years entrepreneur, you know, forget about thinking about going on Mars. Try to understand that you got to pay your bills. So stay focused there. Once your basics are sorted, then you start thinking of big ideas, okay? And then you try to attract the right resources. So the reality sometimes is different, you know, and I'm here to urge women, particularly because it is about women. You know, when I have funded a lot of women entrepreneurs and men entrepreneurs, I think there is nothing known as, at least in my dictionary, it doesn't matter if you're a male or a female. If you got a great business idea, you're a great businessman, you are hardworking, you're smart, you're committed, and most importantly, you're flexible and adaptable, and there is some few pound of neurons working on in your brain, I think you're a great person, and I'll be happy to invest. But people with high egos who are inflexible, insecure, shallow, and hollow, and trying to, you know, prove their point, being extraordinarily argumentative, being extraordinary, you know, working on the styling and spending and wasting time and meeting random people and looking for personal PR, you know, all these things that I mentioned, they are diseases and they never let you build a healthy business. Now, business idea, number one rule. People think it is a sin. So I've highlighted the word sin. Your family, your friends might tell you, you know, it's a sin to go and do a business. People will say, this sounds crazy. You know, you don't have money, you don't have anything. How would you start a business? You're a 16 years old. You know what? It is not a sin. The second thing is access to resources. When we say, if you don't have access to resources, forget about getting into your own business. And how to create this access? You need to source. So for example, you're starting off with your, you know, organic cosmetics or perfume range or lipstick range, for example, or shampoos or serums. You need to have the right sources. You need to find out, where can I get the best serums, where I'm going to get the cheapest packaging done. And if you don't have sources, and if you don't have the right connections in distribution and elsewhere, and let's say an agency who can help you design the right packaging, you know what? It is difficult. So access to resources, capital, friends, team members, you know, technical people, scientific people, you need to have those people around you. Very, very important. The third thing, professional experience. And I have highlighted the word PER, P-E-R. Experience gets you one thing. You try to understand cost per unit, cost per square feet, my cost per second, you know. So per is very important. You know, what is your cost per X, for example? And professional experience makes you that accountant, which helps you understand that before you take decisions, you're able to weigh the opportunity cost as well. And you try to figure out that, okay, I have worked in an SME, I have worked in a big corporation, I know how different, you know, departments work. And I also know how big structures on SAP or Oracle-based structures work. So you know that professional experience is extremely important. It gives you a platform when you do a job to understand and learn to serve. You understand office politics. You understand how relationships are built. You try to create relationships within the industry. So professional experience is very important. The fourth, fifth thing is exposure. And exposure just makes you sure. You know, I've highlighted the word sure because there is somebody, let's say, sitting in Algeria or, you know, in Egypt, and they say, you know, or in Pakistan, for example, and they say, you know what if I do this is my business idea. Just because you never researched it, it is already done in the US, and it has already probably failed as well. It has been already done in Australia or in the UK or in any other developed country. So when you have international exposure, when you travel, and when you have exposure to different kind of people, different customer sets, you know, different social classes, this exposure is very important because exposure makes you sure that your business idea is going to work, and it has a gap, and it makes you sure that it's going to become a super hit. But by far, this is just what? Nothing concrete. All that I've shared before is pre-planning. This is planning. It's all in the head. It is that confusion of logic and creativity. Oh, I've got a great business idea. I should do this. I've got resources. I've got my friends to help me. This is nothing concrete. It doesn't mean that you just became an entrepreneur. It's just this, that you are on that route, on that journey, becoming sure of what you're trying to do here. Now let's get real. Allow me to introduce the preneurs. You know, we have this word womanpreneurs, right? And entrepreneurs, but there are morepreneurs, okay? And there's a reason I've shown this, because some people might just feel like pissing after hearing this. Sissypreneurs, you know, these are those preneurs, and I find a lot of these around, you know, both men and women, and especially those getting into the fashion industry or cosmetic industry. They're like, oh God, you know, I want to make sure the packaging looks this, the colors are not nice. I need to use a new Pantone. Oh, I'm sorry, I woke up late because I had to attend a party last night. These are sissypreneurs. Sissypreneurs are people with excuses, too much of drama. Investors are not ready to work with sissypreneurs. So please try not to be sissy in a business. Try not to cry in front of someone and use a man card or a woman card or a single parent card, for example. You know, don't use those cards. Don't use the youth card. You're an entrepreneur, be an entrepreneur. Don't just go around, oh, you know what? I have nothing. Can you help me a little bit? Can you do it for free for me? You're a sissypreneur. Don't become one. Then there is another category, which is hippiepreneurs. These are those people who love to work in a startup environment and go in those share spaces. They go with all those jeans, you know, different stuff. They try to look like a technology geek, and they're hippie guys. You know, they're hippiepreneurs. They say, oh, well, we're going to do it because that's what we do. That's what we do for a living. Hippiepreneurs, they are not organized. You guys might be very creative, but it's very difficult if you really monetize and come up with a serious, scalable, monetizable business with a very distinct, you know, revenue funnel or profitability funnel. This is one of my favorites. This is the awpreneurs, you know. So awpreneurs are those that every time they see their competition doing something, so let's say you're opening up your own restaurant or a cafe in Dubai Mall or on Jumeirah Road, and every time you see a similar cafe, they're like, oh, look what they have done. They've got a beautiful menu. They have added a new dish. Oh, I love how they serve. You know what? Stop looking at what people are doing. Just do your stuff, buddy. You know, stop saying, oh, okay? So this is another funny character which we see. And this is a very common category of entrepreneurs. I call them confuserpreneurs. Now, these confuserpreneurs are super confused. Every day, their business plan changes. Every day, they want to add 10 things to their offering. Every day, they want to add 20 other things to their, you know, website. Every second day, they have a dream. And oh my God, I had a vision last night. Bloody hell, what vision are you talking about? You know, let's put it on the paper. You don't have visions every night. I had a vision. This should be the name of my company. You know what? You should have had those visions before. These people are confused. They don't know which route to go for. The most difficult people to work with. In business, clarity is the key. You put a product, you put up a service, stick your guns to it, make it adoptable, make it a little flexible. Do not get confused. Confused people never ever reach their destination. They are too late to be there. And then we have the machopreneurs, you know, these big boys, Harley Davidson guys. They think we can just bully anyone and pick up the market share. They have the big ego and an iron rod in their neck. Such people are never successful. What God hates is pride. You know, throw away your pride. You got to bow down before you start business. You are not a big CEO. You are supposed to be a servant of your customers, and you're supposed to serve your customers. You're accountable to your employees, to your suppliers, to your distributors, and everyone. And a person who is in a position of being accountable by 100 different entities should be very humble, okay, and extremely responsible. So be yourself and act successful. When you try to be successful, Be the honest, true yourself. People say fake it until you make it. I don't want to use the second F word here about fake it, but you know what? F it and just be yourself. And this is what is really, really important. So pardon my French, but you know, we are all grown-ups here. Research is you search and you search again. This is what it means, research. Research, customer research, competitive research, consumer research, market study, market intelligence. This is the key. Discipline, never cross the line. I've highlighted the word line. So, you know, moving further, whatever are the words that I've highlighted, just focus on those. So discipline, if you are not disciplined and you're late to your meetings, you're never going to make it. If you don't move on your timeline of, you know, deliverables, it is going to cost you, and it's going to cost you big. Build a team, and team building is the key. Relationship as a startup, if you should be lucky if you get a good core team. So have your 5 or 6 people in your new business who are the core members, and have tea with them. With your team, you should have a personal relationship, not just a professional relationship. And always doesn't mean you have a very close personal relationship, but you know, you should know about their family, their personal challenges, and try to help them out. Try to give them a career path that they also achieve their dreams. Be close to them. You should be proud of having tea with them. You should not be sitting always on the other side of the table. Take them out, you know, have fun, be friends. And this is important. Delegate. People put up a gate, a big gate. This is the executive office. Oh, I can't have meetings. You have to go through my secretary. Buddy, you're a 10 people business and you're trying to become a hero or a heroine. You know what? Learn to delegate and give people power. Empower them. Train them first and then empower them. Perform and reform. This is important. You perform and then you reform how to improve your performance, okay? And for that, you need to have forms. What forms? Number one, you need to have your customer feedback form, your own internal feedback forms, and you need to have references, because whenever you perform, you create references, and references are very, very important. In services business, even in the products business, most of the businesses grow in this world because they're able to get the best references. Customer references is your key. This is the core, you know, this is my climax of this presentation. Choose your leadership style. And it is not my online show, my conference. This is my business. This is my startup. This is my idea. No, it is our ship. You might be the captain, but everybody is in that ship, including your clients who are tasting your product. So, you know, or who are consuming your product. It is our ship. So until and unless you don't learn to write the letter V, W-E, or U-S, us, you can never be a successful entrepreneur. When I even type messages, I'm so habitual of this that even in my personal messages, I sometimes write that we are honored, you know, and people make fun of me. They say, Shafat, how many are you? Are you one person or how many? So, you know, it is good. Always understand this style. Always remember these words, oh, bang, wow, ouch, all the rest of it, these are very good. Share those emotions with your people. One rule of entrepreneurship, have a big heart. And I learned it. You give back, you know, don't become that miser person. I don't want to label it to any nationality here or any religion, but you know who I'm talking about. Every, you know, in the world, we have some communities who are extremely miser. They don't spend a penny, okay? In India, in Pakistan, and in Israel, you know, there are people who are very, very miser. So have a big heart. And how do you have a big heart? You should learn how to hear others. Hear what the market is telling you. Hear what your customer is telling you. Hear your team members. Have a big heart. Give back. Give people space. You know, help people out. You know, people talk about karma and this and that and, you know, religion. Let me tell you something. You label it the way you like it. Okay. You label charity or NGO, whatever you want to label it. Honestly, I don't care. What I care about is a person with a truly big heart, person who can accommodate people's problem. You need to have that big heart to just love your customers with a big heart. Serve them with that heart. serve them, but I'm sorry if your packaging was broken. Let me send you a new packaging. You know what? It costs you $1 to change the packaging. God damn it, change the packaging. Give them an experience they have never had before. And then sharing profits. And I've highlighted the word ring. When you get engaged and you exchange rings, you start sharing your life. People in your team, you get engaged with them. You should have a ring that everybody would share. And I'm not saying you share the beds, but you don't share the ring only. So, you have to share your profit. Whenever you make money, share it with your team. Do not hoard wealth. Give back. People who share profit and people who are okay with giving a 1%, 2%, 3% equity to their core team members and even the laborers, give them 0.5%, give them 0.2%. You're going for an IPO, give some to your poor laborers, who are working, the construction workers, for example. Give them some share, make them feel proud. They should live your brand and your company's name day in and day out. Discuss with logic, be logical.
Sorry, Mr. Shafat, we have 3 more minutes.
Oh my God, okay.
We can
So,
make.
let me quickly wrap it up. Keep the faith, believe and work. And you know what? Never lie. Don't kill yourself and others, okay? I mean, just work and also live your life. This is the second last slide. It is a Pakistani statement. It says, Naseeb apna apna. No matter what and how many rules you learn, you might work. There are people who God bless with wealth and success, and there are people who never get blessed. You can continue to say that, oh, you know what? I started 10 different businesses, never worked out. And some people just started one business and they became billionaires. You know what? Wealth is not everything. If you got to run after anything, guys, run after excellence. Wealth will follow. So let's repeat, learn after excellence and wealth will follow. So thank you very much, Malik, for having me here. And I am done. 30 minutes. This is the fastest presentation on a rocket that I've done today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Actually, I learned something. That's a TEDx like content right there. You could go to TEDx and make presentation like that. It's amazing. And the way you are presenting always, I love the way that you are spontaneous. Sometimes you don't catch yourself with the words. Thank God you did not. So anyway, yeah, Mr. Shafat is a very successful businessman. That he is one of the big asset management. You are the chairman, yeah?
I'm the chairman. We are into venture capital. If there are any women out there, you know what? I don't have really an offer to give to all your panelists and your viewers, but here's my offer. Any one of you who wants to connect with me, take some advisory, I'm going to give 15 minutes free of cost. I'm not a coach. I'm not a trainer. I'm just a human, I'm just your buddy. So reach out to me on Facebook or through Malik. I'll definitely would love to hear your business idea. Will be as direct and straightforward as I'm today. And if any one of you need any branding things or any pitch deck to be done, I'll make sure that BrandBeat gives you a humongous discount. Minimum 40% off to anybody coming through me through WWC. Okay. And a portion of my profits will be dedicated to WWC and Malak's next conference. That's my little announcement. Thank you
so much. Thank you. So nice of you. Actually, Mr. Shafat, I really, let's say, finance the conference on my own. And if I do another one, I would do the same. I would love for you to give the funds to someone that deserve that, and we will check whoever needs any help with the little amount of money that you could. I would not receive any. It will go straight away to the others. That's very important.
Good. Let's do that. Well. So thank you very much, Malik. I hope you guys enjoyed the presentation, and thanks once again for bearing with me. And I wish you all the best for your next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I was muted. Thank you so much, Mr. Shafat. And you are here, or my computer is lagging. I don't know. So our next guest speaker is Tiffany Harson-Graham. She's an amazing lady, and I invite her to put on the camera. Yes, perfect.
Hi, Malak. Hi, everybody. I'm on fire after Mr. Shafat's talk. What
You
a
see,
great presentation, huh?
he's amazing, and actually his offer I did not expect at all. Well, I did not expect, but that gentleman is always amazing. So
Yes.
yeah, always help everyone, and really I thank him so much for his offer. Yeah, he's still thin, so I need to do something here with my.
Yeah, it's that generous cycle of paying it forward and the generosity that goes forward and comes back to us. I hope that this spreads and spreads everywhere so that we can get on a new economic model.
Actually, I'm trying to do something here. My computer or my internet is not working appropriately.
Yeah, I don't see you. I don't see you, but I see the logo.
Yes,
There
I'm
you
back.
are.
I'm back. The computer is frozen for a minute. So, team, can you unpin Mr. Shafat, please?
Perfect. We have your contact information.
So Tiffany is here. She's the founder of From Divorce to Destiny, co-founder of Legacy Mentors and advisory board member of different NGOs. She is, like I said, she is the founder of From Divorce to Destiny, and she is a mentor. She
Yes.
is the co-founder of Legacy Mentors, a mentorship firm tailored for the needs of wealthiest families around the world and business leaders. She serves as advisor for organizations including WM Nexus, Human Unlimited, Ethical Markets, and NGOVU Foundation. She personally went through a transformational divorce that included high conflict custody changes, international litigations, and offshore holdings. The kind that make attorneys' heads start spinning. I don't want to
Indeed.
the details. I don't want to.
I don't want to know.
No, but it's very important to share, and that you are here also to speak about your personal experience. So because of her experience, she is aware that divorce is often painful and laced with shame and guilt. However, she can be a catalyst. However, divorce can be the catalyst for empowered and liberated life. And she knows that the real victories are not in the courtroom. They are in the ability to claim our power, our sacred life's purpose. And this is why you are here. You are here to speak to us how we could overcome emotional distress and go forward to the life purpose during hardship. And hardship is not through divorce only, but what we can learn from you today, we can learn how we can overcome any hardship that it comes in our way. COVID-19,
Right.
Anything caused by pandemics, anything that caused by personal loss, anything caused by loss of person or a battle with someone else, that a husband or wife during this, because I
Right.
don't want to say that the battle always due to the husband's, mistakes. Also, we women, sometimes we are because of the divorce, but today you are here to speak from a woman's perspective.
Yes, indeed. And, I think you're right, is that we're all at the end of the day very human. So I like the topic that you proposed for this talk, which was from emotional distress to life purpose during hardship, because as you said, this is just a parallel. You know, my divorce and coaching people through such a huge life change and such a huge instability is very much what we're going through now as a planet. So I can start by sharing a little bit about my story and how that kind of relates to what we're going through on this planet right now, and how we can harness that as the catalyst to our becoming empowered, clear, confident people that can actually make an impact on the planet going forward and shaping it in the way that we want to see for our children and our grandchildren. So as you well explained, I'm no stranger to emotional distress, but any great challenge holds keys to our empowerment and freedom. And I think we need to embrace those keys. It is frightening when we're in these situations. It is at times terrifying, and we can get in a frozen state. But once we get into a place where we can really see the opportunity, we can grab those keys for ourselves and propel ourselves to a better state. And in my situation, I grew up between France, Thailand, and the United States. And I grew up very conservative, very religious. So my parents were evangelical Christians. I grew up in Christian school, going to church a lot. So I was raised with very strict and high moral standards, not to lie, to investigate your own thought process and try to purify your heart, do things always for others, putting others first, all of these kinds of codes and rules by which to live that were tremendously educational and helpful. And I really tried to do everything right, to be a good, respectable, honorable person, despite my own little penchants for fieriness and rebellion. But for the most part, I was very, what I would consider now, looking back, to be a pretty model kid and young adult growing up, trying to do my best. And so when I decided to divorce, it was a big burning down of a lot of that for me, a lot of what I had built up and worked so hard for. At the time, I was losing my religion because my religion was telling me that I needed to stay within a loveless marriage, or in a marriage where I felt like it was more of a, not a partnership, but more of a servitude kind of a situation. My father was passing away with diabetes and cancer. My mother also had cancer. And at the time, my ex-husband and I had decided to move to France for the education of our children. We had been living in Thailand. And so we were moving countries. And that is when my husband also put us in a situation where I didn't have access to the family funds. I didn't have access to the family business anymore that I had built, and I was isolated in the countryside. So all of that to say that I had my world flipped upside down. I had been put in the tornado, and I didn't know what was up, what was down, what was going to happen. And it was really terrifying for me to be in that situation. And I also felt like I was completely powerless in that situation. And so that's kind of what we're going through now in the world, because many of us have been placed in isolation due to our quarantine and confinement. Many businesses are in uncertainty, facing financial ruin. Countries are facing financial ruin as individuals. We're dealing with this kind of uncertainty at unprecedented levels, and our relationships are also stressed and strained because of everything that's going on. So our family relationships are strained, our relationships with business partners and friends and family relationships, in the sense that we have our religious beliefs put into stark contrast with others. We have our political beliefs put into stark contrast with others in the face of current events. So in other words, we've been put in the washing machine, and we don't know when it's going to stop, and we don't know what the future holds. And so this is very much finding myself kind of in the same situation. And I'm so glad that I went through this kind of dying and rebirth before this pandemic hit, because now that we're in it, I feel very stable, very strong, and peaceful, because I know what it looks like, and I know that we're going to resurrect on the other side of this. The advantage with what we have now, however, is that there are so many people who are afraid to divorce because they see the destruction, and they're afraid of what's going to happen. And so they stay in oftentimes terrible marriages because they'd rather stay with the pain and the dismay of what they have than to face the unknown. And now we don't have that choice. We've all been propelled into the unknown. We've all been propelled in, and there's nowhere to go back to, no safe place to go back to. So because of that, we're all faced with the opportunity of this massive catalyst into growth. And I was just putting on my Facebook post today about the realization that it's not somebody that's going to save us now. It's not the politician that's going to save us. It's not our business leaders that are going to save us. Now it's very, very clear that we are the ones that need to be in action. We're the ones that need to step up. And for many of us that have never considered ourselves in that position or in that place, it's a new thought, and it can be really scary because we'd like to think that there's all kinds of parents out there watching out for us and we're their children, right? And we're not. We're the adults now. We're the ones that need to take this opportunity to step up. And as you're very well doing, Malak, is building together what we want to see and who we want to be. So this can be an incredible experience to be in touch with your own power and your own purpose. And I purposely made the choice to step into that hardship. And I don't regret it. I really, for me, it was one of the best things that happened to me because it uncovered what my greatest gifts are. I feel extremely lucky to have gone through that before this and while I was younger as well, because now I feel like a new person, and it was difficult. I won't take away the difficulty. We are experiencing tremendous amounts of stress and pain and discomfort, yes. But when you can see what's on the other side of it, me being on the other side of it, it was all worth it. So I'm really passionate about helping people navigate through divorce because I can see if you look at it from a certain perspective, you can really do incredible things with such a catalytic time. So my first point I'd like to make is that you are your gift. And this took me a really long time to learn, because when I was a single mother out there in the countryside, my bank account was so low, there were no job prospects in sight. I was feeling so hopeless. I didn't even have a bachelor's degree. And I was seeking external validation. So I said, I have to get in the right social circles. I have to get a degree. I have to get some good position in some company. I need, somebody to tell me that I'm worth something, and then somebody to pay me like I'm worth something so that I can, be somebody, that I can be worthy. And of course, I wanted to do that for my girls as well as myself. I mean, that is the main reason why I left my marriage, was because I wanted to be the example of what a woman should be for my daughters. And I didn't want them seeing the example that I was being in my marriage, which was a shell of myself. I was not using my gifts in my marriage. I was not growing like I should be. So I wanted to make sure to show them the example of what a woman could be. And so I did do that. I went and got my master's degree. I got to the highest social circles in the world. I, got some media attentions and great job titles and all of these things. And in very rapid succession, after having been at rock bottom, because I was so laser focused on what I wanted to create and bringing out my gifts, bringing out my talents and all those things. But I have to say that all of the things that I thought were bringing value to the table were heading in the opposite direction of what was actually bringing value to the table. So it was a choice between going towards the robot, copy and paste human of having the great CV, having the accolades, having all the stamps and the stickers, or being the human, being fully alive, fully me, using all of the spices in my kitchen, coming into myself and who I was. So that what I didn't realize at the time was all of my collection of what made me me and all the experiences that I had in life were incredibly rich to some people and valuable to some people. And to me, they were just normal life. So I had, for example, started a job, when I was a teenager as a waitress. Being a waitress taught me how to talk to anybody, how to talk to anybody on the planet, how to have meaningful conversation in 2 minutes, how to make them happy, how to make them feel good, and how to make them have a great time. I was a worship leader at my church. I was playing the music and leading the music and all of that. That taught me how to navigate an emotional experience in a crowd, how to engineer spirituality, how to engineer experience, how to create a fusion and a depth that was palpable, and the power of music. I was a secretary. I learned how to organize all of the documents and the files and all of those things that I needed for a time. I was a soma neuromuscular integration therapist when I was in Seattle, which is a alternative, like a physical therapy kind of a thing. And that taught me how to read the way people hold themselves, the way they move their bodies, how their emotions get stored in their tissues, how they become vulnerable when they open up to you, and when you, and the power of human touch and human connection. All of these things, I mean, I could add, 50 more to the list of the things that I thought had led me on a road to nowhere. And truly, these are the gifts that I'm using every day. These are the things that I learned along the way, along with my Thai, French, American cultures, to really understand and know people, to get inside of their skin and see how they're viewing the world. And I can see through my Thai eyes, I can see through my French eyes, I can see through my religious eyes, I can see through my non-religious eyes. So all of these outfits that I had put in my wardrobe, I can put them on and take them off. And the more experiences and the more richness of roads to nowhere actually filled my wardrobe with the richness of human experience, which is, to me, invaluable to what I do today. And it's invaluable to where we're going as a planet, because human is what we need, and aliveness and richness is what we need as AI takes precedence, as we are getting to a place where so many things are going to be automated and online. The real premium value are the unique individuals that are out there in the world with unique ideas and creativity, and who are not afraid to be fully themselves and fully human in all of the non-perfection that it is. But it is relatable. So after that, I organized family office conferences here. I was dealing with people at the top echelons of the social circles, as well as very impoverished people. And I think that we have so much in common that we don't see, because we don't relate to one another in that way anymore. Our social circles don't mix so much anymore. But the human condition is very common to us all. And that is very obvious in the situation of divorce. We are all dealing with the same relationship issues and the same doubts about ourselves and our own worth. So when I say that you are your gift, what I mean by that is that the more of you that you can be, the better of gift you will bring. And so we are kind of trained to see each other in very transactional ways. What kind of business can he bring in? What kind of tasks can he do? What kind of, all this kind of KPI robotic checklist as to bringing the value of somebody in. And those things are going to be replaced, obviously, for the most part, with computers and AI. Tasks are things that humans, don't necessarily need to do or don't necessarily need to be especially gifted in. But knowing how to navigate any waters with flexibility and grace is something that is a skill that none of those check boxes are going to check. Knowing how to bring somebody in to trust, knowing how to speak to somebody's heart and get them activated and motivated. Those are something that no AI is going to be able to do. And these are the gifts that we're bringing as ourselves, gifts that are usually not placed on the paycheck checklist, but that are absolutely invaluable. And what I would say, especially to women in this, is that we have so many gifts that are not financially valued. We do so much that is not financially valued. And it's important for us to value ourselves in that. The softness we bring to a conversation, the way we make somebody feel warm and welcome when they come into our presence, when they come into our company, the way that we put them in a safe space when they're there, the way that we facilitate conversations and communications with different people is absolutely invaluable. And the magnetism that we have, or that we don't have, that we're covering up. And this is what, this is what I would say to so many ladies. We have been covering up our female magnetism for so long because we've been taught that it's very dangerous. We've been taught that it's so dangerous to be charismatic, charming, beautiful, sensual, if I can use that word, because I'm using it in the French terms of the senses. You smell good, you walk with grace, you invite people in, you're bringing the sense of presence with you where you go. These are hugely, hugely valuable gifts that we've been covering up and that we haven't been valued for. So you need to value that in yourself before anyone else is going to be able to value that. And you need to cultivate and free yourself to use those gifts as well, because these are things that we've been taught not to do, but in essence are very much part of our power and very much part of who we are. I love beauty. I love dancing. I love a wonderful, warm conversation. All of these things that I love are actually gifts. They're really valuable gifts and not to be overlooked. So things that may seem simple to you, things that may seem everyday to you, take another look at them and take a look at them from the eyes of someone who knows how to value them. Because there are people out there who will value you and there are people out there who won't value you, right? I see you shaking your head.
Yes, thank you so much. We still have 5 minutes to go, and actually 6 minutes exactly. I would like to ask you a question, and this question is very important for every woman. Of course, it is very, very important for women to overcome the pain of going through the divorce more than just going through the hardship that we women face after the divorce. So,
Yes.
What advice do you say to the women who is afraid to take that bold step? And actually, we are not inciting women for divorce. Of course, it's first of all, I'm a person who looks forward always to find solution to the problems. But at the end of the day, sometimes the divorce is very from greater pain, and it's even a better decision than staying in an unhealthy relationship for the kids.
Yes, absolutely.
It's worse. It's worse when woman stays in an unhealthy relationship, thinking about her kids, and I don't want to leave because actually my boy or my daughter needs a father and so on. But sometimes it's better to walk away. So what do you give as an advice to wrap up this for women who's who wants to have that step. Actually, I got divorced many times, so I know how it goes.
Yeah.
And before I did not have a son, so I know very well how it feels. But when there is a kid or kids involved, there's always a problem to take that role. So what do you give as an advice for women to be strong and to move on, or maybe to find solutions? So it's to you.
Yeah.
You are an advisor in this subject, to give us your insights.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that question. I think this is the crux. So many women are, and men, are at the point where they're miserable in their marriage, but they're terrified to step out of it. And this is what I would say. So first of all, you already know what it's like in your marriage. You've been there and you've done that. And if you want the rest of your life to be like that or potentially worse, then you see in that crystal ball, you've got it. What you don't see in the crystal ball of the future is what will happen when you leave. And that's what terrifies people. And I would say that you're not going to know until you take the leap, and that's okay. Because if you're listening to that voice inside of you at all, saying that your life is valuable and worthy, and you only have this life to live in order to be the best version of yourself that you can be and actually live, then you need to trust that voice, and it will lead you to perhaps amazing places. And you're never going to know until you take that leap. But you know what happens if you don't take the leap. And for children, this is especially important because children pay attention to how you model life. They're paying much less attention to what you're saying. So if you're telling them you need to value yourself, you need to live your life according to your gifts and be the best person you can be, but don't watch me because I'm just going to sit over here in my corner and be miserable, that's not going to work. And children only need one safe environment where they are loved, cared for, respected, cherished, and encouraged to thrive. So even if your ex is not going to give that to them, you can give that to them on your side of things, even if it is a co-parenting situation like mine. And the title of the talk was Finding Your Purpose. And I'm going to say that there is no one purpose. Some people are lucky and they have one purpose for the rest of their lives and they're very focalized on that. The way I see purpose is something that changes and mutates as you evolve and as you grow. And if you're not growing and if you're not evolving, you're not going to find your purpose, because your purpose is you. You are your purpose. Your evolution, your next evolution is going to lead you to your next purpose. I can't even explain how many amazing projects I've been a part of in the last 4 years, and every one of those with the next evolution of myself, because I've allowed myself to evolve. And that is absolutely priceless.
Amazing. Yes, you are. I agree with you about life purpose. Life purpose evolves with us. Maybe we are thinking that this is my life purpose, and a stagnant life purpose is not a life purpose. It's a goal. So people, they misunderstand, or they they get, oh, this is my life purpose. And what is your life purpose? Well, to be successful and to have a good job and to, no, that's not the life purpose. No, go beyond that. Go beyond, the small little needs that we all have, and we are making our efforts to achieve our goals. But the life purpose is bigger than that. And if it's static, it is not a life purpose. So
yes,
we evolve by actually. How can I say it? If you want to say it in 2 words for life purpose for you, or what is the life purpose for you?
the life purpose for me is expansion and love. And the love starts with yourself.
Perfect. That's
so. And I will add, the love, spreading the love. I love what Mr. Shafat did. And I would like to continue that virtuous circle going. If somebody is having trouble, whether you have money or you don't have money, you can contact me. I'll give you a half an hour consult for free. And if you are in the situation that Malak is talking about, where you are stuck and you don't know if you should move out of your marriage or not, I have 2 tools to help you make that decision. So you can contact me and I'll share those with you for free as well. So, yeah. Oh, I'm not hearing you anymore. Are you muted?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, and I'm putting my From Divorce to Destiny website on here. You can contact me there or my Facebook group, LinkedIn, Instagram, but any one of those ways you can say that you came through Women We Can and Malak, and I'm happy to share those with you free of charge. So here you are. There's my website.
Nice. That's so nice. Actually, I will drop them down to the under the live stream of the conference.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I really did not accept. I did not expect that from Shafa,
Yes.
from you, and I'm sure
You didn't ask, yeah.
Thank you so much. It's very, very nice of you.
But
so you
happy
see,
to do it.
we are connecting people from all over the world, and you are there and giving your time and your expertise to people for humanitarian cause. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tiffany, for being with us.
Very welcome.
You big hugs and big kisses.
Yes, thank you for all of this work.
I love your positivities all the time. And I have another lady, she's great woman also. She's going to join us. She's a self-love expert. So
Nice.
her talk, she's amazing. So merci Tiffany.
Merci. Bonne journée tout le monde.
Merci.
Au revoir.
So our next guest is the lovely Severina Jonas. I would love to start the video. Yes, actually she is. Bonjour.
Bonjour Malak.
Merci pour être là. Donc je vais vous présenter. It's nice that we could speak a little bit jiggle between French and English because we both speak French, and we have a lot of French speakers from various areas in the world, but we will keep the matrix the balance back to English. So Sev is an amazing person. She is. I met her recently through our My Beloved Hen. And I discover a great personality, a great woman there, and I'm so happy to have her here today. I will go through a little bit of the bio because actually the bio is quite long, and you are doing great things and saying amazing things, and you are author of different books, and I would love to buy a few of them. That's for sure. So Sev is a self-love expert, founder of In the Heart of Women, feminine and authentic teacher, transformational life coach, speaker, and author. She's an author of 2 books, Never Give Up and Live the Life of Your Dreams. First one, The Power of the Heart and the Feminine Energy. The second one in French, and I cannot wait to read it also. She passionately guides women to step into their own voice of presence by awakening their soul and feminine essence, bringing out their courage, authenticity, and power to be free to love. Born and raised in the south of Poland during the communistic period, her awareness of human suffering comes from a deep place of knowing. The struggle of abandonment, addictions, and poverty shaped her early life with the limited family around her. Her hero's journey is winding road from bouncing in and out of orphanages, only to move to France to live with her father, whom she could not communicate with given language barriers, traveling over 20 years of her life across 3 countries before reaching her beautiful state. She shares so freely her joy of being overflown and her higher energy of feeling, giving her this power to help others to heal. Should I stop here or keep on going?
It's amazing. I love it. And
Amazing.
yeah.
You are an amazing lady, and actually, you know something. There's something that is common with people with big hearts like this. It's the journey they had. Actually, the journey and hardship that we went through got us where we are here, and feel the pain of others and help others, and use that let's say that hardship to find life purpose. So I would give you the floor is yours. Please, if you want to share more of what you're doing right now, and because I stopped here and I have a long bio, I give you the mic, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Malak, for having me here today and for that special day and summit, for bringing that awareness that we are matters in this world, and especially during the challenging time. And just hearing this amazing, beautiful Tiffany speaking her truth, speaking her gift to people, how to just bringing the gift. This is what we are here for. And this is, of course, I'm gonna explain a little bit about myself, but it's my purpose today is just to serve this beautiful person who are here, and just bring them some tools they can use in their life to live their life daily, to lift their daily energy. And this is all about this presence. It's all about this living your gift. It's exactly this. Just be yourself. Come back to your soul, to your heart, to who you truly are. And this is exactly what you said, Malak. The people who have this journey, they have so much to give. They have so much to serve this world. And this is why there's so much beautiful people, speakers today, to bring the gift, because all their own challenging moment in life, because they lost themselves, like I lost myself. And this is why today it's more than ever before to stand up for what we mean to live daily. It's not just one time, it's what we practice daily, what we do in a daily basis. This is who we become. And this is exactly why my journey started, because when I was, very quickly, today I am a self-love expert, because I was exactly the person who didn't love myself. I was so ashamed from my past story. I was growing in orphanage, different 3 orphanages. I was seeing my mom, she was fighting by different men, but she was afraid to leave because she needs certainty, security. So I was living that. I knew what it meant to have asking people for having some food, some bread. I was ashamed. So a lot part of my childhood journey, I was living in fear, in constant fear, in fear of not being loved, on fear of how, if people don't love me, how I can exist. So all this story gives me this tools. This is today I tell them the gift. They give me the gift to grow my resilience, to grow my voice, to use my story like a gift, because my story can impact someone else's life. All these human beings in this planet, and especially right now, when everything changed in this world with this COVID period, when we are afraid of losing someone we love, we are afraid of losing a job, we are afraid of changing the new reality paradigms, but this is real. Life is always changing. But the most important, that's own your presence. Be just this gift you came here to be. Own your story, own your voice, use your language, use your body. You are here to serve with your story. Don't be ashamed. Don't put in yourself that blame, that self-sabotage, that self-doubt. it's all about this first decision. This is the first step for you to change your life, to just take a decision, what you really want in your life. No matter what happens outside, it will always be a situation, a challenge, someone who is jealousing you. It's always someone who will be thinking bad about you. It's always be something that will prevent you to going where you want to go. But if you really decide why I want it, why it's so important for me, and especially for women who have children, women who are lost their job, women who are living in this fear right now, you have a choice. Believe me, you have a choice. I was in the same position like you were. When I was 18 years old, I meet my father. We didn't speak the same language. I moved from Poland because I was born in Poland. I moved to France. I didn't know how to communicate with him. So I had to adapt myself again and again. I had to learn the new country, the new culture. I had to learn how to communicate with him. It was painful, but I was so craving for discovering who he was, you know? I never met him before. So when one day, after 4 years, I moved to France when I was 14. And when I was 18, he told me, go out of my home. Again, I feel completely ashamed. I lost myself, and I developed this, I become bulimic. I lost my periods. I was really, really craving for food because it was very hard for me. I had to find a solution to go to work and continue to go to and learning. And you know, and this is what I invite you today. You will always have some situations that will bring you down, but only you have this power to decide. Only you have this power. If your story will continue to become your victim story, only if you change the meaning of your story and you will give another meaning. Your story today, because of that, I wrote my books, I become a self-love expert, I become a speaker, I just speak English since 4 years. And I'm not afraid to just open up and stand up for what matters in this world. Don't try to be perfect. Just follow your heart. Follow your heart and forgive yourself. Forgive these people who give you that heart because they didn't know what they do. They have their own pain. They have their own journey. And the expression of their heart, of their hate, it's not because they don't love you. It's because they don't love themselves. So you have a choice. You have a choice. When you accept to just coming back to loving yourself just the way you are, because you already have everything right now, everything. You have your body, you have your ears, you have your eyes, you have your fingers, you have a connection, Wi-Fi connection, you have work with people around the world. The world is open to you to shine your light. I tell you that because the first time when I spoke in English, I was so afraid. I was thinking, oh my gosh, how it's gonna be? People will don't like what I am speaking about. People will ask, she's not. No, it was just my story. It was just my story about myself, my confidence about speaking to people. I just wanted to bring them joy, to bring them hope, to bring them this story, that their story matters. Because it's not about me today. My story I share with you today is just to show you that you have a gift. You are a gift. Your story, your presence, your decision, your forgiveness for yourself and for others. When you forgive those people, it doesn't mean you will never forget what it happened, but you just let it go. You free yourself from from this pain, because it doesn't exist anymore. It's just your souvenir about what's happening. Are you agreeing with me? It's exactly about this. We bring with ourselves this hurt, this pain, and we create our reality just because of that, around this. So our reality become completely in vision with what you went through. So, but if you decide, okay, my story from my past was this, so I'm gonna use that story, and today I'm gonna become who I came to be here by taking little action, daily action, deciding what I want, using my voice, using my gift. We all have different gifts. Somebody can be engineer, other people can coach people, other people are artists, other people are going, we are baker. Everybody, we need everybody, because we are just one. We are just one humanity. And when we come back to this place of love, when everybody knows, remember, just from that space of purest reality, from that purest expression, that we are here to serve each other every single day. Your neighbors, your children, the people you love, the friends you have, the clients you will serve. The more you will add of your authentic self with vulnerability, with authenticity, with compassion for people. We don't know someone else's story. We don't know where they're going through. So we absolutely have to open ourselves to be free with no judgment. When we are free, when we don't judge people, we are open to love. We are open to give love. Because when we give love, we can hurt someone. And this is what this world needs today. And this is why this is so important to bring some tools in your daily life to cultivate your presence. And how you do that? Cultivate your presence, what it exactly is. It's exactly raise your energy, your positive energy, cultivate your mindset, because 80% of what you do, it's what you believe. What you believe about yourself, what you believe about world, this world around you, it's exactly how you will connect with this world outside. Your energy will impact someone else around you, because you are energy, we are energy. Can you imagine we all have these different cells in our body, and each cell communicates so directly, each of us, with no effort. This is just vibration, this is energy. And this is exactly what we think about what we are doing. What is our intention? What is our movement of our body? What is the voice, the tone of our voice? People feel it. So when you practice daily, these little daily rituals, so taking care of yourself, taking care what you put in your mind. This is mean what you hear, what you read, with whom you spend your time. This is how you will create who you become. Because we create what we practice every day. We create this, I never been this woman before. I created that woman. I was so fearful before. I was so ashamed, and sometimes I have fear. Of course, I am just a human being. We are normal. Having fear, it's okay. It's okay sometimes having some scare and some days that we are not, I have to do, it's okay to not feeling good every day. But if you develop these skills in your daily basis of self-care, of surrounding yourself with people who will motivate you, who will lift you up. If you just let it go of everything what doesn't serve you, you will give that space for nourishing your energy that provides you that inner food, that's food like, every day you eat, every day you drink water, yeah? So if every day you nourish your soul and your spirit and your mindset is everything. This is how you will build this new identity. And this is why for me, identity, it's all about your gift, because you already have a gift. Because you don't spend your time to focusing about your gift. You just focus what's missing. It was me. That's why I know. And it was so hurtful, because from that space you can't serve. You can't serve anybody. You become a victim. You are looking from outside how I need love, but love never will come from the outside. Love starts here with you, because everything starts with love when you are born. You are born for living your purpose, your love, giving your best from your soul, experiencing the best your journey, experiencing the best your human experience, serving others. Our unique purpose, for me, my purpose is serving others. Even if it's not perfect with my language, with my accent, no matters. What's the most important, what you will feel, your vibration, your energy will touch someone today. If you just decide to just put this little action, intention, by cultivating yourself first, I promise you, your energy, even if it's just your smile, even if it's just a little call to someone you didn't speak for some time to someone, and just express him how important is into your life, you will change his day. Love is what we came here with when we are born. We just, with our cultures, with our education, with our system different, we learn how to dissociate from love. And now, because we are going through the different challenges, it's exactly the gift we receive to coming back to love, to free yourself from all this what's happening. Because from all these cultures, we all have the same meaning: to provide love, to serve from love. That's why people are fighting so much today. People are fighting, but they are lost inside of themselves. If they really loved, they will never fight. They will support each other. This is why it's not always the majority who transform, who heal. It's always the minority. Did you remember Martin Luther King or Nelson Mandela or Mother Teresa? Or these people like you, like me, by our teeny little step of progress, of hope, of desire, we make a difference. And everything starts with you. So if I have a purpose, if I have an advice to give you, take a decision what you really want right now. If you only have this next 6 months for you to live, what you will decide to do right now, where you will spend your time daily. For me, like a woman, you know, I was so ashamed of my body. I was so ashamed of different stories. I was sexually abused. I was very closed when I was younger. And when I realized that open myself up to life, it's open my body to connect with my body, allow myself to go to nature, allow myself to journaling, allow myself to just being and slowing down. Because you become more efficient leader in your business when you can use that feminine and masculine energy. Masculine energy is all about achievement. Feminine energy is about creativity. It's about playfulness. It's about slowing down. It's about movement. It's about just being. And this is all we have, men and women. We all have this both part inside of us. So
Merci, Seb. On a encore 5 minutes, non, 4 minutes to go. So, Dr. Sarita, do you have any question? We have 4 minutes left and we have our next panel coming. I enjoy your talk. It's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I will give the mic to Dr. Sarita.
Yes, thank you so much for the amazing talk. There's just one thing that I want to ask you. Women are always looking for validation outside of themselves. So how would you, what would you advise us today? How to stop doing that and look more inwards?
You know, thank you so much, Dr. Sarita, for this question. This is exactly the most priceless question for today. Women who need validation, just remember, you are a gift. Look at you, how many different things you already did since you are born. Your courage, all you think your failure. It's not a failure, it's next step. It's every time you take a little step, every time you take something in the direction of what you want to share, to give, you don't need validation. Do follow your heart. Don't try to please to everyone. You can't please everyone. And if you want to please everyone, it means you will please nobody. You have to know who you are, what you stand for. And this is how you will just become you. This is how your confidence, you will rise your confidence. You don't need to be perfect, just start. Don't wait for validation. Everybody who try having this validation, it just lack of this little self-confidence. So just start acknowledging who you are, because you are a gift and you have so much to give.
That was such a fulfilling answer, because yes, the moment we stop looking for validation outside and start looking inwards is the moment when we realize who we are. Thank you so much, Jonase, if I've pronounced your name correctly. It was this very, very right-vetting session, and there's the comment there. I almost cry to hear the sharing of Seb Jonase. One of the attendees has written that comment for you. So it was a really, really right-vetting discussion. Yes, Malak, I think, would like to wrap up on this.
Yes, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, Seb. C'est vraiment un plaisir de t'entendre et de parler aux femmes. Je ne sais pas quoi dire. Merci beaucoup. C'est vraiment un plaisir. Si tu veux ajouter un mot en français, ça sera bien. Et puis, oui.
And before I leave, I just want to offer each person who needs some support 30 minutes of meditation, because I do meditation to help people to heal. And this is my gift for each person who really needs. So I'm gonna send you this link. I created this especially for sharing this moment, for helping women to heal and to be. So merci beaucoup. J'étais heureuse d'être là, et mon cœur, c'est juste, ouvrez vos cœurs, les femmes. Vous avez tellement de lumière dans vos cœurs. Quand vous brillez avec vos yeux, quand vous vous émerveillez chaque matin, soyez dans la gratitude. Et vous allez voir tellement de choses s'ouvriront à vous. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Je t'aime beaucoup. Merci. Tu sais, ça fait pas longtemps qu'on s'est rencontrés, mais vraiment, vraiment, on a beaucoup en commun et je t'adore. Tu es une femme exceptionnelle.
Oh, merci.
Je suis très fière de t'avoir rencontré. Vraiment, merci beaucoup.
Merci. Je vous aime. I love you.
Thank you.
Love, it's answer.
Thank you so much. Peace and love for everyone. Thank you.
Exactly.
Understand. I'm sorry, I did not understand any of that French, but yes, the body language, you know, that is so powerful. I could get the message through. And so much of love for women we can, so much of gifts pouring in today. It makes my heart just go warm, and I'm so overwhelmed by all of you here. Thank you so much for having joined us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that was very, very emotional talk, and actually she's an amazing lady. She's really, really amazing lady. And thank you, Hen. She was with us yesterday speaking about women entrepreneurship, the role of women and the role of women leading the world. So the work women in leadership and role in shaping the course of the world. It wasn't about entrepreneurship. And actually she's the one who got me to meet Sev, and Sev is amazing soul. Thank you so much for everything. Our next session will be youth and future leadership in the face of existential risks. I have amazing people and esteemed guest of honor. I'm so proud to have known these people. Mr. George Salazar, I think he will be joining soon, he told me. We have Mr. Jordan Randall. Actually, I will go to say everyone's name, or I go one by one. I will say everyone's name, then we will come and meet everyone. So yes, our panel, Mr. George Salazar from NASA, he will be joining us. Mr. Jordan Randall, he's here. Mr. Ali Zubairi, he's here since I started the streaming. Oh my God, that's so nice of you that you are following the whole event. And a dear friend of mine, a young entrepreneur. Let's say, I'm not going to tell you Mr. I will tell you Ramon, because you're a friend really, and you are younger than I. So Ramon, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I have, yes, the other young leaders, please turn on the camera. We have Raheen Fatima. She joined us also. We have Himang Villar, and we have Adam Ethan Love. So I will ask you to kindly. So where are you guys? Ask to start video.
You have to permit for me to turn on my camera.
Ask to start the video. You are perfect. So Adam is there. Yes, Adam is there. Oh wow, I'm thrilled. So I start with my mentor. Actually, he's the one who moved something in me, because I said it before and I will repeat it today so he can hear me. In 2018, I assisted into this training. People were chosen from, in the beginning, it was like universities calling for a few of their students to go and attend to this Champion of Tolerance program. And I was one of the people, like the people that they were called from their universities to go to assist to that program. It's done under the umbrella of Ministry of Tolerance. And 3 days of dream, unbelievably, I met amazing people. And one of the people that he will always have a print in my life and in whatever I do right now is Mr. Jordan Randall. Actually, he's an inspirational leader, so you don't wonder why. He's a leader. He's a global youth advocate for youth. Maybe later you tell us what is the abbreviation. Is YFC Canada, and United Arab Emirates Ministry of Tolerance advisor. So I will go briefly with his bio, because he had a long bio on internet, and I put it, and he said, no, you don't put all that, no need for that, you know.
You have a long bio because I'm old.
No, come on, no. Because actually you're an amazing person, and you've been doing amazing things. So he is currently a global youth advocate, and he travel extensively around the world, coaching and teaching youth leaders. He has had the privilege of participating with the UAE government and their new Ministry of Tolerance, training young people. Well, I'm not a young people, I'm the older one that you trained. So he trained us in how to practice compassion. And he trained us how to be the best role model of the carrier of the flag of champion of tolerance. And always I go back to his words and I go back to his mentorship. So whatever he's done and whatever he lived, he has a beautiful family. He has a beautiful wife and kids, and they are involved to their what they do. So they worked with third culture kids, offering safe places of these multinational background students to gather, raising awareness of their place and potential in the world. He is a mountaineer, having summited Aconcagua. I think I'm not pronouncing it right. It's 23,000 feet in January 2010, but you've done more after. I know that you've done something else. It's not in the bio. So he is also a keen triathlete, having participated in Ironman races for over 24 years. So his most recent ones being in Dubai in 2019 and Oman, Feb 2020. So Mr. Rendell, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes to speak to us about, actually I will go through the speakers. You have 10 minutes to speak to us about how do you envision youth and future leadership in the face of existential risks, based on what we are seeing today, COVID-19 or future existential risks.
Good.
I know you're a mentor and you are a role model for thousands of kids in the world and grown-ups, very old grown-ups. So you tell us, please.
Well,
The floor
thank you, Malik. This is a great privilege, and mentorship and role modeling is a pivotal piece. So everything we do, we try to do in a way that is exemplary, and we only can do that with God's help. I want to introduce my wife real quickly. She's got to go to something else right now, but this is my wife, Marilyn. We've been happily married for 33 years. So every anniversary we have, we always say, by God's grace and Marilyn's. She's
Good to
very
see you
gracious.
again. Good to see you again, because I met her, of course, few times, you know. So I would love to meet again and come to Abu Dhabi after this is finished.
Please do. And Marilyn is a very gifted musician. She plays piano and violin, and we've involved her in the Ministry of Tolerance programs as well. And a critical person in that whole story Malik told is also on screen, and that's Ali. Ali is the brains behind the operation. I might have been the mouth, but Ali has a huge heart and really, really invested in all of us, his passion for us being compassionate people. So Ali, it's awesome to be on screen with you as well. I'll let you go, Marilyn. So 250 million people on the planet live outside of their passport country. That's a massive number. So that would be the 5th largest nation in the world lives. So if they were all in one place, would be the 5th largest nation in the world is made up of people who don't even live in their own country. So when you talk about existential issues and young people and identity, it may start with the very simple question, hey, where are you from? Have you ever experienced a little bit of dismay when somebody asks you that question? Now, some of you on screen might say, well, that's easy. I've lived my whole life in Sri Lanka and that's where I'm from. But many of us on the screen, I know some of you would say, you know, I have no idea. Usually my response is, I know where I am right now and I know where I'm going, but I have no idea where I'm from. And part of my identity, this whole identity question is a big, big issue, especially for this generation. So for me, just to give you some little insights, just to where we synopsis besides my curriculum that she read out a little bit. So I'm a husband. You already met my wife. Am I a police officer? Am I a cyclist? Am I a Canadian? Well, my identity is all four of those things. At one point, I was a cycling Canadian married police officer. So those are things that helped identify who I am. But identity is so much more than that, than what you do, the labels we put on each other. But identity is a very, very difficult question to answer. And I would say that's one of the biggest issues for young people today, especially the group I'd like to emphasize today or talk a little bit about today is TCKs, third culture kids or cross-cultural kids. These are young people who don't know where they're from. So for instance, in the nation where we are right now, where some of us are in the United Arab Emirates, almost every single teenager here is a cross-cultural kid. Even the Emirati teenagers that are here, they go to an international school and they're in a setting with people from all over the world. And they are not Emirati there per se, because even today there's a confusion about what is it to be Emirati anymore? Because they've grown so quickly, the identity of what it is to be Emirati is kind of confusing. It's not just a Kendora and a passport. What is it? And then we have young people from 180 nations or 200 nations, depending on how they're counting them, from all over the world. There's more nations represented in the UAE than members of FIFA. So it's kind of a crazy, crazy thing, this crazy, beautiful United Arab Emirates. So identity, where do we fit in? Where do we belong? Another issue for me about third culture kids that have grown up outside of their passport countries and can't really identify where am I from, is the whole issue of what is it to be a teenager today? So teenager is a very modern construct. About 100 years ago, if you were 15, 16, 17 years old, you were already married and had kids and had a job. I've been to the Netherlands and there's massive graveyards there of Canadian soldiers who came in to free the Netherlands during World War II. Most of the tombstones say that these boys, men at the time, were 15, 16, 17 years old. I've had the privilege of speaking at the United Nations and challenging them because they say children is anybody under 18. And I've said to them, come on, guys, anybody under 18? I have two teenage daughters in this house that are every bit as smart as me, smarter than me, and have way more insights on youth issues than I will ever have because they are teenagers. So if we want to solve or resolve the issue of teen suicide, for instance, why are we as adults talking about it without the voice of teens? And that's my punchline for this little talk, is we need to listen to the teen voice. And I'm excited because I can see a young man with a microphone in front of him. That's very cool. And that is the role of my generation, is to provide the microphone. I want to be in the youth fan club, encouraging them, handing them the microphone, listening to their voice. Because all too often, all we do is talk at teenagers. We talk about teenagers. Sometimes we talk with teenagers, but not very often do we just give them a place at the table, invite them, welcome them, and just listen. And that is such a powerful thing to do. Actually, I gave that talk at the United Nations as well, at a session about how do you transform your nation. And I asked the deputy director of the United Nations, what are you going to say about teenagers at this conference? And it was about a month before the conference, and he long paused and he said, maybe you should come and tell us what teenagers could say at our nations, at our national level. So it was a very, very exciting thing. Teenagers have so much to offer with issues of racism, for instance. A young fellow, a black kid in Toronto who is 15 years old, he told me a story. He said, whenever I get on a train, nobody sits beside me. When I walk down a street, people will walk to the other side of the street. How do you think that makes me feel? And nobody ever asks me how I'm feeling when people do that sort of thing to me. Here's a really good measure of sociological success in a nation. Teenagers are your demographic barometer. So if teenagers are thriving, it's very likely your whole country is thriving. And that's really exciting to me. And that's a piece of that is that teenagers are stakeholders in the solution. They're not the future of our countries. They're not even the future of our households. They're the today. I know that very personally. So for 6 months almost, give or take, The four of us, my wife and my two teenage daughters, have been on lockdown in this house. And suddenly I realized that there were 4 adults living in this house. It wasn't a mom and a dad and 2 kids. My daughters had so much to offer and so much to say about what is going on in this world. So listening to the teen voice is a critical piece. And I mentioned we need to give them a place at the table. Too often, we just let them pull through the drive-through. You know, the McDonald's drive-through? We're happy for teenagers to walk through, to ride their bike through, to run through, to amble through. But I want to say, guys, come in, and I'd love to give you the opportunity to manage the restaurant. And that's apprenticing. Apprenticing is my favorite empowerment strategy for teenagers, to allow them to lead and to grow. So that's all I wanted to say, is teenagers have a voice. They have so much to offer. And a big piece of that existential question, who am I, what's my identity, is to give them opportunity to express themselves and to speak, to be able to say, I'm a married Canadian police officer who's cyclist, for them to be able to identify who is it that I am and what is it that I do and I love to do, what are my passions. But if we don't give them a chance, often teenagers will just be silent and become increasingly frustrated inside. So again, I'm trying to live into my title, Global Youth Advocate. I advocate for teenagers because more than ever, this planet needs their voice.
Thank you so much. That's an amazing insight. As well, as usual, you know, you're there, and later on, I will get back to ask you about speaking about tolerance and you know the what you get me to learn. You know, I'm not going to say what you taught me, but what I learned from you. I hope that we have some time left, so like that we can get back to that. So thank you so much, Mr. Randall. Next is Mr. Salazar. He is George Salazar, and NASA human. I need to ask to unmute and then yes.
Yes, yeah, it's a mouthful. It's the Human Computer Interface Technical Discipline Lead.
Yes, so allow me to introduce you, Mr. George. So Mr. George Salazar is a NASA Human Computer Interface Technical Discipline Lead and Displays and Control System Manager for the Commercial Crew Program. He received his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from the University of Houston and his Master's of Science in Systems Engineering from Southern Methodist University. He has over 35 years of experience in telemetry, communication, speech control, command and data handling, audio, displays and control, intelligent lighting, project management and systems engineering. Wow, Mr. George. And Mr. George, actually, we are on socials together, and that's how we met each other, because I'm in the space industry. He is a leader in the space industry, and of course from NASA. Actually, I'm not coming from technical background, but I'm learning from him. And what he does, he's a speaker to a lot of youth around the world, mentoring them and showing them the path, and a lot they are reaching up to him to see how they could be in the space industry and to see how they can navigate their careers within the space industry. An amazing person, personally, in the personal side, a great human, and I'm so grateful to have you today here, and thank you so much for being here. So our topic is about youth and future leadership in the face of existential risks. Can you give us, based on your experience, and actually you have also a long bio, and to give you the chance to speak more, so I took away the time from reading everything. You are there, and your title actually shows your experience and the way how you can lead our youth toward their future and face the existential risks. So what is your insight about that issue?
Well, okay, so first of all, thank you for having me. I'm very honored to be a speaker this morning or this afternoon for you all, morning for me. So let me just kind of share with you a little bit about you just mentioned about outreaching to students, and one of the reasons I do that is because of my background. So I was not born with a silver spoon, even though when I've gone to classes. They see me as an engineer, and I usually go to economically disadvantaged schools. That's the ones that I enjoy the most. And they right away they say, "Oh, he's an engineer. He must have been rich when growing up," and I wasn't. I grew up in a very poor neighborhood. It was a 3-bedroom house that I was a 3-room house that I grew up in, and but of course I didn't know that. That we were poor per se. I have to say that from a youth standpoint, growing up, I kind of grew up a little bit fast because when my dad, when I was 10 years old, my dad bought a donut shop and he taught me the business, so to speak, and there was no such thing as an allowance. And so in my family, responsibility and basically having responsibility for what you're supposed to be doing, whether it was taking out the trash or whatever, was instilled in me by my parents. I have to say, fast forward, when I was 16, my dad suffered a heart attack, and I was running a business while going to school. So talk about trying to get into leadership very quickly. I had to basically run the business, so my family could eat while still going to school. So I had to do time management. I had to negotiate with the wholesale people that were selling us stuff to sell, to make the donuts. It was, I was a little businessman, if you will, at the age of 16, which I had to learn by the seat of my pants. And obviously, I don't recommend that for anybody. It was rather challenging in time. I was still a teenager at that time, and I had to say that I wanted to have a teenage life if I could, and I did to some extent. Doing my time management, but I can't say that every teenager has that opportunity. I have to say also that even before before I became a teenager, I started to learn about responsibility, and to me, that's important for young folks before they become teenagers. Is to learn some sense of responsibility. I have to say that primary responsibility becomes the parents for doing that, to teach them responsibility. Taking out the trash, bathing the dog, or whatever. It is just to learn a sense of responsibility. As a teenager, of course, hormones are changing and many things are changing in a teenager, and then things that you thought were cool, like being around your parents when you're young, is not so cool as a teenager. And so there's this group think that basically some teenagers get involved with. I have to say I got involved with that too in high school. And that coupled with, running a donut shop, I had poor grades in school. So when I graduated from high school, I was the bottom 20% of the class. And I got out working various jobs, construction, selling books door to door, going back to making donuts, and so I saw that this was not a life for me, when I get older, and so I wanted to go back to school. But the thing that haunted me were my poor grades, and so but I took the initiative, and I said I'm gonna make this work. So junior college took me on a probation basis, and I got accepted. They said you better make a B or better, or you're out of here. And I made an A, and eventually I graduated from the community college, or junior college as we call it. Transferred to University of Houston, and hanging on for dear life, I managed to go through the the electrical engineering program and graduate, and end up at NASA, where I took on increments of responsibility. but I have to say this, and I tell this to students, that a lot of the responsibility that I took on at NASA, for some of my colleagues didn't have that background like I did when I was, running a donut shop, being responsible for a family and things of that sort. So, that responsibility becomes important, and I think there's an opportunity for teachers to instill some form of leadership early on in the school career of students. Like, for example, sixth grade or fifth grade is to I think sometimes they call it project-based learning, where students are come together to work on a project. Here's one of the sad things, at least in the United States, is that you're graded on individual capabilities, and that's fine. But in the real world, you work as a team, and it's important to do teamwork. The opportunity to do that teamwork and learn early on is, while you're still a student, especially if you're in grade school and junior high and even high school. So, having that opportunity, giving the teachers given the opportunity for students to learn about leadership in school, I think there is an opportunity for doing that. And again, doing some kind of projects to teach students responsibility. Okay, you are the project manager. I don't care if it's just making a movie of, let's say, filming different animals or something. Somebody's responsible for editing. Somebody's in charge of the whole project. Somebody's responsible for, let's say, there's costs. Somebody keeping the budget and things of that sort. But everybody has a responsibility. And then also they start learning about negotiations. The project manager says, we need to film 30 more minutes. And the budget person says, whoa, wait a minute. We don't have enough resources and time to do that. And so there's this, I think, opportunity for teaching leadership early in their careers. And that's something that I'm doing right now with university students. I find that to be somewhat of a challenge. They don't understand how to put together a project. And I instill on them that project management, systems engineering, looking at the whole picture is important, especially for NASA. And so I'm trying to give them that head start in understanding the importance of leadership, the importance of negotiation, the importance of systems thinking, and being a systems thinker. Don't be, sometimes you hear the term bias. Sometimes we're so biased based on our belief systems, and so that belief system can actually hurt you. Give you an example is somebody that and I was one of those that I didn't like math, and so my belief was that I can't do math. Well, what was my expectations? That I was going to do poor in math. And what was my attitude? My attitude was that I hated math. And so it goes back to your belief system. So changing your belief system can help you grow as a person.
Thank you so much, Mr. George. Thank you for your insight. I will get back later for further questions after hearing these wonderful teenagers. I say teenagers. You're fine with it? Yeah. the youth, because sometimes I say to my son, kid, he doesn't like it. No, I'm growing up. Okay. So our next speaker, Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali, he is a project manager at the UAE Ministry of Tolerance, director of special projects, Charter for Compassion, Pakistan, and Compassion in Healthcare, soft skills trainer, and public speaker. He's one also of the great leader, and he's of course younger than I, but I learned from him a lot of things. Ali has been working with the Ministry of Tolerance since November 2018 on special training projects, and now holds the position of project manager for the Ministry for Ministry's Champions Program, which has engaged over 800 people all across the UAE. Actually, I was always, I feel with the other 40 people that they started the program and we have the minister visits so many times, and we are called always. So it's a privilege, I say. So wow, now they have 800 tolerance champion of tolerance. So he is the founder of INMA Project Management Services. And I would love my team to pin Mr. Ali and pin Mr. George. Yes, done. So he also, so he's let's say, he is Director Program of Charter of Compassion. Where he worked on projects promoting compassion in healthcare, which we need it right now, and we need it more than ever. Academic and business sectors, while also consulting, luncheon, and managing several women empowerment projects. So you're in the right place. Through the creation of socio-economic platforms. And of course, I'm the right partner. All started his career in 2012 at the Worldwide Fund of Nature, WWF, and he's still extremely passionate about improving our environment and improving lives. So the floor is yours. You are also, let's say, a young leader. Yes, you are, and he has amazing path, and he's amazing. He's changing lives, and he's working in Pakistan for different projects. That's how also I was touched about what he does. So actually, leaders and leading something, if it doesn't come from within and you are the example for it, I think you will not touch lives. You will be an advisor. You will be, making projects, but you will not touch lives. And actually, you touch lives, and I know you did to mine, as Jordan did. So the floor is yours, and it's about youth and future leadership in the face of existential risks.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Malak and Jordan, everybody else. It's you embarrassed me, to be honest, but try to live up to the session. I think the session was extremely interesting as a topic. I think when Malak got in touch with us, she gave us two options, and when I heard the word youth, I didn't read about the rest of this session. I just said, okay, youth, that's it. Let's just jump right in. I find it always fascinating to talk about the youth, because I still, when somebody asks me my age, immediately I go and I tell myself I'm still 23, and then I tell myself, no, Ali, you're not 23 anymore. But for some reason, the mind it's just still over there, and I guess it's because it was at that early age where, like Mr. George Salazar also spoke, responsibility starts to weigh on you, and you start. For me, it was at 22, 23, and that's when you realize that you need to step into a new role. So working with the WWF, or working with while studying at the same time at university, and then with Charter for Compassion, allowed me a great opportunity, and that was a lot of self-reflection, which is hard to come by these days because of the fast-paced world. We want everything on our fingertips. We want everything to go really fast. So I truly believe that if you can find time to self-reflect, it's a God-given opportunity, and it's what you do with it is that matters. Although it took me years to self-reflect and figure out what I need to do, and where my passions exist, it was where I was able to find out that there's something called a purpose, right? And the purpose gives you that direction. It gives you that motivation, helps you wake up in the morning. And the reason why we talk about purpose is because when you talk about existential threat, the question is, you exist. But if you exist without a purpose, then do you really exist, right? And there's a really funny well, not really funny. If you've heard of Ricky Gervais, a comedian, he says something like this. He says, "We're on a rock, Earth, you know, traveling around 1 of 100 billion stars. Uh, our species, the human species, is one of over 500 million species that has ever existed on this rock, and our chances of being born is 1 in 4 trillion. And yet we ask ourselves, why am I not that lucky? You know, this is, I mean, the odds that have taken place for you to be born and for you to be surviving, you know, in this cosmos is phenomenal. And so it's not a question, it's more of a statement. You know what? You exist, you're here. The question is, now what? And that's where purpose comes in. And that's why I like the topic a lot. As human beings, we need to feel safe, we need to feel secure, we're always looking for comfort, and that is our primary need. You know, we need to feel safe, we need to feel secure. But life is not all about safety and insecurity. You know, we will face challenges, and that is the threat that we face now. I heard some of the previous speakers, and they were so right about, you know, how we take information and how we treat it is what defines us as leaders, you know, and that's what defines us as sheep or followers, you know. And the challenge that comes your way is inevitable. You will face a challenge in your life, you know, if not 100, you know, if you face one, it could be, the intensity could be great, but it will happen. Question is how you deal with it, how you take it forward. And as human beings, our first primary instinct is to find comfort in those challenges, right? And there's something that happens to us immediately, to most people. It's called being trapped in the conspiracy theory web, you know. So if something happens to us, you know, like, let's say if my sister took my car without my permission, oh, there's a conspiracy going in my head, you know. If something else happened on a national scale, another conspiracy, something happens with that country, another conspiracy. It's the easiest thing that a mind can do, right? We immediately start to come up with these events in our mind. Anything negative that happens, we humans are perfect at creating stories. You know, we create the most amazing stories at coming up with rationalizations of why this happened. You know, it must have been this, must have been that. So that is a trap on its own. You know, it puts us in a situation where we start thinking, okay, you know what, this is probably the reason for it all. And and because Malak loves space, and she's really some theories that I still find so hilarious. I go on YouTube just to look at these talks. Have you heard of flat earthers? You know, so I love listening to their talks versus scientists. You know, and they're convinced that the Earth is flat, and it's just really, I find it really funny, right? But entertaining at the same time. So I mean, the conspiracy is like that. Then the conspiracy is like 5G spreads coronavirus, you know. So they exist, and all these theories may make us feel like, you know, there's this threat that we have to face. Then we then I tell myself, okay, you know what, those are those kind of theories. Then there are actually some threats that we do face, and because we're talking about the youth, I'm going to focus on just the threats that the youth faces. And this linked a lot to what I was doing back home as well. You mentioned the Women Empowerment Project. The project was called Mumkin. I'm from a city called Karachi in Pakistan, and the project that I worked on was Mumkin. Mumkin in Arabic means the same thing, you know, it's possible, you can make it done. And the reason why we did is because we were working in these really underprivileged communities of the city, where there was this violence, there's gang wars, racial discrimination, political, religious persecution. Also, you know, just not a great place to, you know, bring up a child in. And so we started working over there, and we realized that if we started to empower women in those areas by providing a socio-economic platform, as an NGO, our goal was not to provide them an economic platform. It was to create a social platform where women from same neighborhood could come together and feel like they have a purpose. And the reason why we focused on women is because they were, and I still do, we consider women to be the nucleus of a family. They know what's going on, you know, they know the life story of every single individual in their family. They know how they feel. They're just much better than us at being nurturing, you know, and they can understand and empathize much better. So we wanted to give them a platform. We wanted them to use that, and we taught them stitching, beautician courses, and computer literacy, just so that they can get another means of income, you know, and that elevated their role in their own families. I still remember in the beginning, in my first year of launching the project, some women would come into the centers that we had created around the city, and in their feedback forms, they'd say that we ran away from home, like we snuck out. Sorry, not run away. We had to sneak out of our home to come here, because if we told our parents, they'd just like, if we told our dads or brothers or husbands, they'd go berserk. You're not allowed to leave without their information. And that was the first year. By the end of the first year, I remember a father coming to me and crying and saying, "We're so happy that our daughter," and this young girl, you know, had this opportunity, because now she is bringing income into the home. Her role has elevated her. She's got more confidence. So the idea for us was just to provide a platform where these people have a purpose, you know. And when you talk about the youth, I think, unfortunately, because of the way we're just progressing, the youth needs it needs an avenue where it could get the right role models. Any adult you see right now will say, "I'm the right role model," and it's funny and scary at the same time. It takes real courage for an adult to say, "You know what, I don't know what I'm talking about. Why don't you meet this person, you know, instead," you know. And so finding those right role models is essential. At a time where you have certain risks that are pertaining especially to kids, and on extreme levels, you know, you look at cyberbullying, for example. Children are a big victim of that, and if you don't have the right role model, guess what, you become a victim. And what is the scope of that? I mean, there's stories of children being recruited for terrorism from online sources, you know? So you're a victim to that. There's stories of, if you've heard of, there's this incident happening in India, Ukraine, and some parts of the US called the Blue Whale, where children were committing suicide because they were being challenged silly things like, first challenge, stay up all night; second challenge, watch a movie; third challenge, stand at the edge of the roof; fourth challenge, carve with a blade a blue whale in your arm or someplace; sixth challenge, you know, commit suicide. So children, because they don't have the right role models, they don't have the right avenues to find a purpose, they will get pulled and dragged into the end. And you know, we talk about existential threats, crisis. If you don't, and then at the same time we say children are the future. If you don't protect the children when they can't protect themselves, then what future, what crisis are we talking about? So just like that, you know, there's that, then there's child trafficking that's been going on all around the world. And you know, I really want to relay what Jordan said earlier on his on one of the greatest threats, which after global warming is probably identity crisis. You know, if we don't give these children, now I was brought up in a country or part of the world where before you were born, your parents decided what profession you're going to be in. So they don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. But as soon as they find out, they say, okay, engineer, doctor, architect or whatever, you know, it's already been decided. So you have no chance, you know. And what that does is it just really kills your creativity. It really kills your opportunity to discover who you are, you know, and that breaks into your process of discovering who you are. The only self-reflection takes place is, why did I study math or science? Really, you know, it's just absolute nonsense.
And
So
sorry, the 10 minutes is the time has run, but I will get back to you to finish if you have more to say. I know Ali, he likes to talk a lot.
and I was afraid that this is going to be too much time, but yeah.
You know, I am the same also. That's why I have someone is counting the minute behind. I mean, I have my colleague in the team, Dr. Sarita. She's sending me 2 minutes left, 1 minute left, whatever. So yeah, and I would love to.
No, but I'm pretty much done. I'm pretty much done.
We'll get back later anyway. Let's thank you so much. And I couldn't agree more, Ali. You know very well that our youth, they have a problem of identity crisis, like Jordan said, and also the problem of the parents they decide for them. And the third problem, which is the most important, before thinking about the existential risks and leadership, they need to work on themselves. They need to know what they want. They need to embrace the right habits of mind. They need to be, which I promote, is the right habits of mind, what creativity, perseverance, persistence, and all these kind of nice traits to embrace. And this is the job of the parents, and very important. Thank you so much, and I will get back to you. Now we have Ramon Raham Metan. I never get your last name right, and you know that.
Raham Metan, yes, you did it right. Thank you.
So he is a dear friend and co-founder and secretary of Circle of Sustainable Europe, national coordinator of the United Nations World Space Week, the Netherlands, a speaker and writer. At 20 years old, he was chosen as one of the 50 junior masterminds from the Mastermind Academy in the Netherlands. He learned the power of words in copywriting after successfully invited the mentor of his mentor, trillionaire business coach Dan Pina, to come to the Netherlands to speak at TEDx Youth at Nijmegen. Is it right?
Nijmegen, yes.
Okay. So I will not take more of your time. You are someone who's working hard in a way to bring people together, also from around the world. You are a young entrepreneur who's doing a great job, and all is around sustainability, which is something important. There's one more thing I would like to add. You are a lobbyist in the European
Parliament, yeah.
In the European Parliament.
Yes.
So you are a real future leader. You are a future policy, let's say, shaper. I'm not going to say maker, policy shaper. So
that's right.
Yes, lobbyists, they shape policies. So the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes also. I'm so sorry about this, because I have wonderful people, and
sure.
I'd love to give you all equal chances. I will take some from the youth anyway.
Sure. Okay, first of all, thank you everyone for being here, and Malak, thank you for the invitation as well. I mean, the stories that are already passed by just inspired me as well. Especially women empowerment to me in general means equal rights, of course, gender sustainable development goal 5, and that's why I'm here. I want to raise my voice for women, because I've been fortunate enough to have role models as well. First of all, as a child, to have a role model as your parents. I've been fortunate enough to be raised by musicians. My mother is a singer, my father is a pianist, and I've been traveling a lot with them throughout the Netherlands during their performances. And that's how I saw that the dynamic between man and female has to be really addressed in a way that is balanced enough. And music to me was as a starting point as a child, the beginning of it, because you have to understand if a male wants to play a song on the piano, the female has to, harmonize it in. So that's how I was raised into this dynamic, harmonious family. And from there on, I started to have like an identity questioning, because my roots is from Indonesia. And like Ali also said, in Indonesia as well, you are forced to do some professions and you can't be creative enough. And that, to me, that was kind of limiting my creativity as well, because in my family, you're either a footballer or you're a musician or someone as a doctor. So those are the three things that I had to choose from. But I did like some of them. For example, football, was the captain of my team. But eventually, due to an injury, I had to quit my career as a professional footballer. So then I had to look, what can I do right now further in my life? And then I started to work in the hospitality management industry to get out of my comfort zone. Because as a child, I was thinking a lot about what I should do, but not actually doing things to experiment with life, because I was limited within my mindset. So I started to be more creative. So hospitality management industry, the food sector, the drink sector was for me a way to get out of my comfort zone. And next to that, I became the Mastermind 50 from the Netherlands, like Malak was mentioned, because I was following a personal development program. But I wanted to learn more. So I decided to invite the mentor of my mentor, Dan Peña. We organized the TEDx Youth Nijmegen event, especially for young people. We did it all pro bono, so no money was invested. But I wanted to have a senior person to bridge the gap between young people and how a businessman thinks. And he's already had a big success. He lives in Scotland in a castle. So this man is like a big capitalist, you could say. And that's the person that I called during the LinkedIn as a telephone number. And I was shaking. I was working in the hospitality management industry, not earning much, but still I got on the phone. I called him up, and it was something really outside of my comfort zone. And that's what I would like to tell the youth here, to get out of your comfort zone. Do things that are not normal and try to be a master in it, especially if it's aligning with your passion as well. So I did that, and from there on, he teach me a lot of things. For example, that's all about mindset. You need to have a purpose, your why, like Jordan also said, and also George, Mr. George as well. It's important that you are advocating for a specific topic. That's why you need to be here. You are the future, like Mr. George also said, a stakeholder of the future. I like that sentence. So I think that's a great way for young people to understand that they matter as well. And advocating was the first way to do it. And I would like to give like 7 tips on how young people can be more involved. So there's a little bit about myself, but now 7 tips. So the first off is networking. I think it's really important for young people. If you know your why, you know why you're doing the things you do, you're excellent in it, you're an expertise in it, start networking in that area. Start to meet people in your community, start to look at even municipality projects, what they have at municipality level, to be engaged with certain NGOs, organizations. Start to talk about your advocacy, because that gives you more confidence as a young person, and it builds up your name in a community. Because if you know people from municipality level and they know you're the person that's connecting specific people that can do projects or can have funding for certain specific organizations, you're the person that they go to, because you open the doors. You show them the key, and then you say, there's the door, but you have to walk to the door. You have to do it yourself. So I think that point of responsibility, that showing the key, but not showing the door, that's responsibility part. So the young people walk the talk and go to the door for a specific project or for their passion or for their purpose. I think that is really important. And that's how I learned to expand my network in the green capital of the Netherlands. It was in 2018, which was Nijmegen, most sustainable city of Europe. And because of that label, a lot of projects were going on, but there was like an island structure. Everyone's doing their own thing in their own box, and no one was actually combining it, like multidisciplinary learning, cross-sectoral corporations with different projects. And so I brought certain specific projects together with other colleagues of mine, also young professionals. I'm not doing it all alone, of course, because when you network, you meet a lot of other young people that are also interested in impacting in their community. So I did it with a group as well. And that's how we started networking on a local level. But at the same time, because we were connected with municipality projects, we started to see at the European level. So we went to local, to national projects, then to international level. And I went to Brussels with the team to found the NGO Circle of Sustainable Europe. But it all started locally. So sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to find the wheels and you build up your own momentum. Because many times you hear like, I have a great idea, but I don't know if it exists. Well, then Google it and find out the people that are behind that idea, and you can work together on that idea. So sometimes you don't have to come up with an idea, you just have to find the partners, the people that you think, hey, this might be a value to a specific topic, then go towards it, go ask questions. And that's actually the third tip I want to give. As young people, dare to ask questions, because we need people who are curious, but also all the people who want to give the answer to you. You just have to ask the question as young people, where can I get and find the information and from whom? So that's the third one. I think the fourth one is team building. That was also mentioned here. Try to gather a team around you that is really dedicated towards specific goals, specific subjects. Hand out tasks towards specific people that you think can take care of that task well enough. So team building is very important. Be a good communicator, of course. Listening is very important. Try to see what's going on in your environment, in your community. Visit certain neighbors, for example, or other people that you think, hey, this is missing in the community. Maybe I can do things about it. And it could be something small, right? It could be sustainable waste management, for example. Try to pick up something small and make it in a way that it could be like valuable for the community in different parts. So start small, but think even bigger than when you have it completed yet. So team building is important, and communication. Of course, partnerships, like I mentioned. Malak, we did a session during the World Space Week. It was called Cultivating Bold Partnerships in the Pandemic Paradigm. And it was all about building partnerships in times of crisis, because if we don't partner up with each other on specific topics, the impact is, of course, limited, which in case of all industries. I mean, if we talk about youth empowerment and existential risk, if we all form a dialogue and talk about certain dangers of risks, we get new insights, we get new ideas, we get new opportunities. So it all starts with talking about it and making it aware in the mind, like planting the seeds into the children of what's happening around the world. And we should be more open about it. So I think partnerships is something that I advocate as well, which also Malak joined the session last October during the World Space Week in the Netherlands, in partnership with the World AI Summit. And the reason why I'm, let's say, a spider in the web is because I see a lot of opportunities, but if it's not talking about it, if it's not being formed as a discussion, it gets lost in time. And I don't want that. I want people to find their own keys and to walk to their own doors. So that's why I am like a networker, spiderweb in different areas, and try to bring the people together that would like to do projects with each other. So partnerships is really good.
One minute
to do.
left.
Yes, one last one. Thank you. As the representation, you're a young person, but try to be aware of how you represent yourself. I've worked in the hospitality industry, like I said. I was very, very shy and scared when I had to walk in the suit. So I think it's also important to know as a young person that you know how to represent towards certain people in politics, when you talk with successful business people, to know how you need to dress yourself. Because like my mentor said as well, Dan Pena, even though he's a trillionaire, I learned from him. And he said to me, you only have a first time to make, you don't have a second time to make the first impression. And that's something that I think is really important as well. If you have a great idea and it works, try also to dress like that, because it also builds your confidence as well. So those are all aspects that I would like to address and to give to you here. So thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you for your amazing keynote. Actually, Ramon is here to present, let's say, the youth or to show our teenager, our future generations, how you made it. And thank you so much, because we did not speak what you're going to say. I gave the topic, and it's the same thing as when we are internationally speaking. Like we know the guidelines and we work on the subjects. And actually, you are amazing, and you've done a great job. And thank you for these really precious. Let's say, do you say they are? What do you call these points that you just said?
I call them impact markers.
Amazing. So you hear that? So actually, we have our next guest is. I will get back to you, because I think we still have some time after they finish, probably, so we can get back to speak. Otherwise, we have our next speaker. She will start at 7:30, and she's very punctual, so we need to be there for her when she comes. Then our next speaker, to introduce himself in 10 minutes, Himang. Do I introduce you, or okay? I'm going to say only 2 lines, and you can continue. Okay, just give us, because the most important is the impact that you are making and the leadership that you are showing everywhere. I am growing up and I'm old lady, okay? And I tell you, I never encountered a youth like you in my life. You are amazing, and I say to your mama, she is amazing for bringing you up the way she did. So Himang Velor, he is actually, I'm calling him Greta's, actually this part of the world Greta, because he is a TEDx speaker, climate advocate, and he's doing it very, very, very well. He's the Young CEO Educational Platform founder. He's pit crew member of NASA Human Rover Exploration Challenge and awards winner. He has so many awards. Actually, I update the bios on the website, and I see his awards is like this. I'm like, okay. I cannot put all that, but you know something. The best thing I can say, you are exceptional kid. No, exceptional young man. Sorry about that. Okay, so the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very wonderful
Sorry,
voice introducing me.
Can we make it less than 10 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, so all the rest, can you make it less than 10 minutes? So like that, we can get back to discuss some.
Don't worry, I got you. So yeah, hello everyone. My name is Himang. As she said, I'm a young climate activist, advocate at this point, and yeah, I'm 13 for people who are wondering. So I started my journey, I would say a few years ago. I started very, unexpectedly. So I was already a nerd stuff from beginning itself. I wasn't interested in education system at all. Maybe a little I used to score good grades, reasonable I would put it as. And as I grew up, I was felt an interest in technology because that's a new world that was introduced to me. And the first time I was introduced to a smartphone was my dad when he bought for himself one. And I used to think about it every day, like what's the setting, what is the application, what is it? And that, the small trial things I do, it got an imagination, which it is my passion currently. And I do it every single day. So I'm a little coder myself. And I do pretty much every day. I'm doing my Fab Academy diploma's work. So I guess that helps me to do this. And it all started like a few years ago, and school is a limiting factor as always. I have to switch many schools because of it, and I used to never sit in one school perfectly. Some school was an issue with my tests, or my attendance, or my examinations, or my homework. In general, I was not active in the schools, but I used to score good grades, and that I used to get away with that. But as time goes on, you can't just control it. You can't just get out of control, and yeah, I made a decision like I don't want to school anymore. It's just an harassment for me. And my parents were like, yeah, sure, why not? And I guess that's the story of how I didn't go to school for the most part of my life. And I continued doing like this. So I started off trying for a lot of robotics in my life and coding. I went to NASA for the Human Exploration Challenge, and I had a few hackathons. One notable thing was NASA Space Apps Hackathon that was done in Hyderabad, where I live in India. And yeah, that's why I would say my Gen 2 ended. My Generation 3, I put it as. I started new things. So as you may know, I right now do with climate change. That's my new field of idea which I want to do it in. So I want to introduce technology into it how much ever I can. And that's like main goal of mine. And what work do I for it is basically to spread awareness. So in my community in Hyderabad, where I live in, people think climate is basically doesn't exist. It's just entire globe filled with continents and human people and the pumping out of oil and doing the work. That's it. That's what people think over here. And that's what I've been told, so I won't blame them. But yeah, that's what I've been washed into them. Lucky for me, I never got into that. I got into some kind of different education and different field of view. And it's just like imagination, like imagine what I would do if everyone knew about this and it's happening. And they were like, how much climate crisis is happening. Everyone was going to go mental because it's just seeing the mentality. I would feel like, wow, it's going to be a big hell of a fight. So my goal was to spread awareness to my community, and I didn't know how to start it out. So my main thing was trying to do local events, suggesting for schools, because I felt like targeting them while the education goes on, it's better for getting knowledge about it. I started out with that. And later on, I felt like, no, let's take a step further. I want to teach myself about climate change. I'm very new to this area. I'm not totally a pro at it. I just started out, I would say, a few months ago. And I still like the imagination for me. And I felt like, what's the interesting part to do it? So I wanted to do another Facebook community type of thing, not like normal average Facebook group which is open and use any media type. It's just an open thing which anyone can go on. A live stream goes on every Sunday, and they can just see about climate change, what's happening. So I bring on every speakers every Sunday on different subjects and all different ideologies and projects when you have they done. And they come and talk about it and ask you questions what they do. It's like a conversation. So I call it Climate Con, which runs every Sunday in IST timings. And I've learned a lot about it. I learned a lot. It's helping me a lot, I would say. And I can explain people like, hey, this is climate change. This is simplest I can put it to you. And you got to care about it, or there goes your second generation. That's what I put it as. And yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Himag. Himag, like to remain in the topic of the thing, I would ask you that you are leading your way. You are leading the way in climate crisis, climate issues, and this has to do with existential risks. So I think that the 10 minutes is, no, actually, they gave you 5 minutes or 10 minutes. She's telling me 5 minutes done. No, you can tell me about the existential risk that it comes from your background for the climate change. And yeah, you carry on, but please, like few more minutes.
I got you. Yeah, thank you for that. That's a good point at. So yeah, my main goal is to spread awareness about it. And this is I do it for my community. And the main risk I tell, like, what's basically climate change, what's happening. Many people don't understand it, and I won't blame them myself for this. So climate change, I do not put in very complicated words like weather changes, all of it. So simple you're going to understand, I put it that Earth is shifting its core to different part. And we as humans are doing it, it's the primary responsibility of it. So just doing the CO2 pollution, all of it is causing to harm it. And the common man answers that, why should I care about it? I will live about 100 or 90 plus years. Why should I care for this? Whereas my answer is that, well, you may not care. You may live a happy life till you pass away, but your next generation, after that generation, and how it goes on till maybe infinity. It's going to take the consensus. Like weather's going to change, the cold air is going to become deadly hot, and cold air is going like hot air is going to become cold. It's just a weather change, you know. And again, depends on a lot of farming, and many more people depend on that weather type for their crops or many more things. And when I heard about it, it was very, you know, what do you say? I felt bad, but me as a solo person can't do anything. So I was aware that spreading this information is good than doing it by itself. And this is what I felt like is can be done in a shorter form and easier, not like going on public rampaging like, hey, climate crisis and many more things. So me being a kid I am, still I'm 13, so I felt like let's make it a little bit easy for me. Already have a little bit of works going on, so let's make it easy for me. So what I do that, I bring a couple of people and I tell them this is the information I've given you. They can go ahead, I send an email about it, read about it. When you're done reading it, just tell me what you think about it. And they're like, well, it's a hell of a lines of word which has a context about it, but it's just in the end, it's just text. I don't understand perfectly. So my thing is that try to make activists who are not activists but advocates, because I'm an advocate at this point, and tell them this is a climate crisis going on, and this is what you can spread awareness. And the ways you can actually help climate is pretty easy. It's just not like particular gender has to do it, or with me, it's just hard work. I stand for human rights and gender equality, that's for the most part. And I felt it's kind of, in India itself, it's kind of become a big topic that women should not do this, they should be limited to this only. And I don't stand for that. I feel like everyone's equal in this world and they should be treated equally. And that's what I stand for.
Thank you so much. I know they need to, everyone is watching. Please follow Himang on Facebook. He has his talk show. I was one of his guests, and he is amazing. And follow him, and you will learn. I learned myself because he's bringing well-known speakers, businessmen, and some activists, and so many people from all over the world to talk to about climate change and how they can do it. So he's not just having a talk show, he's raising awareness, and he's making projects to change the world. Thank you, Himang, you're amazing. Keep rocking it, you know. Next speaker, and we will make it also shorter, and she is also an amazing young girl. She is, let me unpin Himang. Yes, Raheen. Raheen is SDG, Sustainable Development Goals Youth Ambassador, stand-up comedian, theater actress, interviewer, and international speaker. And actually, I met Raheen also because she invited me to speak in her show. And I spoke about space law, and I spoke about space because she saw it, and she's like, she wanted to educate youth from her generation about this. So Raheen, quickly tell us what you are doing, and what is the future, let's say, how do you see the future facing, like your role in the future facing existential risks? And we will make it less than 10 minutes because we should make it less than 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Raheen Fatima. I am 13 years old, so I too am 13 years old. Recently turned 13, and I'm enjoying the teenage life. And so Malak already introduced me. Thank you so much, Malak. I mean, I felt so proud of the stuff that I've been doing for like over 2 years now. So I feel like youth leadership is really important because, again, you know, it's just like a bunch of people who are 60 plus taking decisions for the nation or for us, right? So it's like it does not make sense as to they know stuff from their era. I would say we know stuff from what we want in the world. There's many youth parliaments that are forming in Pakistan, mashallah, and I feel very proud of the people that are forming this. But I think it is for us to really be heard as a group of people, and I've really been doing my working on this lately. So I feel like the youth, just to go into adulthood, is really important to have some skill sets that leadership also requires, and that is goal setting, and basically to take yourself or a group of people along with you into a direction, right? So having determination and especially decision making, relationship building, communication, listening, empathy, these all are the things that are really important in youth leadership. And also, when they become adults, they're the responsible, very loving, caring, and respecting citizens of the world that are helping the earth. And I too stand for climate change. And I am also very much into the SDGs, but my favorite SDG is the 17th one, which is kind of the glue to all the 16, the previous 16 SDGs. If there's no partnerships, how are we going to solve so many problems? And I feel like a lot of youth, because when I started my career as a stand-up comedian, that was the first thing that I started doing. I was 11 years old, so I was quite underestimated. People would be like, "You're 11 years old and you're a girl," and I'd be like, "So what?" And there's so many things that would come with it. You're a girl. How would you do that? And I am so proud to say today that I am the youngest ever to be incubated at the National Incubation Center in Pakistan. I was 11 at that time, so it's been 2 years. I'm 13 now, so I feel like we should never ever, because existential crisis, when you talk about it, it's basically kids who have not kids, the youth that has a lot of potential and that has a lot of talent, and when they it's all the society at times, or the thoughts that we might have by seeing certain things around us that would force us into existential crisis. Negative thoughts coming to us, or us just be like, you know what, nah. It's just like teenager stuff. Now that I understand that. So I feel like for parents to be supportive, and just like Rahman said, that having positive role models, that's really important. Because I feel like my parents, what they surround me with, the kind of movies that we watch, the kind of content that my parents watch, it really would, bring that role model into me. It being in Pakistan or India, maybe you're growing up with Shah Rukh Khan as your role model. We never know, right? So I feel like the positive role models, they're really, really important for children, that they look up to when they grow up. So parents being supportive, the society being very supportive, having a very positive and very strong connection with your family, because when you're advocating or when you're leading others, I think having your family and a very strong connection and very strong communication with your family is really important, because when I'm leading the world, I think I need to be very connected to my family. Now, I know today I'm having a barbecue party at my house, just celebrating that I'm speaking somewhere. And, these are small things to cherish, and for parents to understand. Now, what I'm asked a lot, that you realize your potential at a young age. It actually wasn't me. So my parents that, brought me up, they, all the things that I had, and I love watching films. That's where my love for films and, actress, and then stand-up comedian, there's so many things that are all so interconnected. They found out, they weren't like, you're going to be a doctor, although I did want to be a doctor at some point. But, they just, and so interestingly, my dad still tells me that when I was born, so, they were like, it's a girl. And my dad was like, oh my God, she's a leader. That was his reaction. Because I was the first child in the family, so they all were very happy. And I feel like I am very empowered just because of my dad and my mom and my uncles, my grandpa especially. They all just surround me with such an environment, and they just treat me like I am a leader already. And that is what's gonna make me a leader. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, Malak, and not ever underestimating me, but always having me as a good friend. Thank you so much, everybody. It was really fun hearing you guys, and I would love to interview all of you. So drop your links in the chat box.
Thank you, Raheen. Listen, I'm sorry about less than 10 minutes because actually we're running out of time. Next is Adam. So I will move the pin. Adam, okay, just you can present. I will present you, and you can tell us about your what you are active into about facing existential risks and how you came with your idea about Adam's dream. Actually, Adam is advocating for multiplanetary education for kids, and he started writing. So I'm encouraging him to say he's a writer. He has his novel. Actually, it's a story, space science fiction story. It's ready. We are waiting for the new year. After the new year, it will be published. So Adam, can you tell us about yourself and about your dream? And you don't have a lot of time, so yeah.
Okay, I'll keep it as less as possible. Hello, as you guys heard, my name is Adam Ethan Lubb. I'm from Belgium, born and raised in the UAE. I'm a multiplanetary activist. I've been always interested in space for like 2.5 years. Then I wonder, why aren't we multiplanetary? But at that time, it was just a thought. I wanted to learn rocket science. I got into Oxford classes in summer 2 weeks. And for a time, I was trying to learn rocketry. But then the lockdown happened. Then I had the idea again, and I created a project called Adam's Dream. My dream is to prepare this generation and the ones to come to be multiplanetary, for them to have the mindset and the courage for the change using ethics, values, and discipline. We need to push the boundaries of technology, achieve advanced artificial intelligence, and gather resources. It's that we put all our differences aside and unite all together in space for all of us, for the sake of humanity. I said I had this idea during the lockdown. It is the lockdown that made me realize the risks and the existential risks of staying in Earth for too long, to the point where it could wipe out all of humanity. It could be a contagious disease like COVID. It could be a natural disaster that could heavily impact all of Earth, and it could even be a meteorite. We could end up like the dinosaurs. And at the same time, we need to preserve Earth to prevent pollution and climate change. There are some satellites that can help combat climate change, but we also need to be aware of how much satellites we're sending to space and the other space junk that could cause collision. Because the only thing that's stopping it from making collision is the velocity in Earth gravitational pull. And if that happens, and when that happens, it's called the space junk catastrophe. So we need to monitor the satellites and get rid of the space junk to prevent collision. And I believe to achieve my dream, the first step is to promote proper space education to the kids. Google and YouTube can be very reliable and a good source of information, but I just don't think that's enough. I believe that for them to, based on their learning experience and age, and for them to learn to be independent and multidisciplinary is a more efficient way. And for the kids to achieve their own dream and what the kids want to do when they become older, when they want it, what they want to do. And to satisfy the children's need for more information. They could become an astronaut or a rocket scientist. Because I wanted to be a rocket scientist, but there's just not enough internet. And you must be 17 to 21 to learn in university for around 4 years. And that is why I think we should spread awareness and to advocate for space education starting with young kids everywhere.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Actually, I was surprised because Adam came to me maybe 10 times to ask me what he would prepare for this. And 10 times I sent him back and I told him, you need to write it. He's spending a lot of time around me, and he sees what I'm writing. Every time I have any article, I sent it to him. I sent him the link. He reads a lot. He's learning rocketry on his own. So he's learning issues about space and what about Mars, and he went through all the 9 yards. He knows better than me with the Mars habitat and why Mars is how to terraform Mars and so on. I'm weak in that area. So when he came to me with that paper, I ran it through you know, a check to check if he really got any information from somewhere else, and actually he crafted everything alone. But he sounds so much like his mom, and this is the thing, is about what I tell him always: choose your path. Choose your path. Don't do it because I am doing it. And there's an important thing also is how parents are role model for their kids. How parents can create, I'm not going to say create, how parents can prepare their kids to embrace certain values and ethics, and to let them alone choose to advocate for a cause and to be a future leader, but humanitarian, speaking about humans issues. And I would love to, we still have 3 minutes before our next speaker is here. Actually, oh my God, our lovely Bianca is here, and actually our panel starts next one at in 3 minutes. But you know what? Bianca is a rocket scientist, and she's an amazing role model, and no one can speak to our youth here to tell them few words to wrap up the whole this session. It's you, Bianca. It's by chance that you came a little bit earlier.
Well, to be honest, so first of all, hi, good morning, good evening, everyone. So for me, it's afternoon in London, and when I connected, it was exactly the moment where Adam was saying that he wanted to be a rocket scientist. I was like, is this just by chance? And what you were,
Yes, Bianca is the coolest rocket science ever I met. You know, she's an amazing role model, and she's a famous rocket scientist. Everywhere in people in the world, they know her. So Bianca, just tell them a few words before I wrap up with the panel, and thank everyone came to join us. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. So what I want to say, and then I will continue later also with my speech, is that exactly I support your vision about parents and kids. So coming from, for instance, I didn't have any space inspiration around me. Because my parents really didn't have any affiliation with the space industry or anything, but it is so important for children to vocalize their passion, and for parents to really understand that even if they don't understand what their children want to do, and they may think this is a bit too much over, it is important to let them, to give them a chance to try and fail. This is what I've always been given by my parents, myself and my brother. They always said, we don't want to be held accountable for you not trying, not failing, and not succeeding. So this is how I would really like to close, probably. And to Adam, best of luck.
Thank you so much, my dear Bianca. I would love to go through the panel. Mr. Jordan, Mr. George, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for being the role model and for being our inspirations. You are I'm older lady now, but you are an inspiration for me also. Thank you so much, Ali, for being here. Thank you, Ramon. Thank you so much for your treasure that you gave to everyone, the youth around the world, that they will be watching or they are watching now. And Himang, continue doing the amazing things you are doing. He's an amazing climate change advocate. Raheen, thank you so much for being here, and continue being there and doing what you are doing, and making the change, and being a model for other girls around the world. Adam, thank you, and I will see you later. Everyone, thank you so much. Ali, thank you so much for being here, and I'll call you tomorrow. You are an amazing, and keep the right work, and you are amazing also. Mr. George Salazar, I don't see you around. I don't know if he's still there. Yes, he's there, but his camera is off.
I'm still here.
Hi, George. Nice to see you.
So you know each other.
Hi, Blanca.
Of course we do.
I know you know each other. Come on now, rocket scientists, they know each other for sure, you know. So yes, so it's a nice platform to meet each other also before you were in other panels. So thank you so much. Thank you, and I say goodbye to you. And our next panelist is already here, our lovely Bianca. She is a director, international business development at Cabriz Corporation, founder at Cosmica Space Consultant, rocket scientist, of course, space educator, and public speaker. And actually, what I have your name everywhere, the rocket scientist who rocks.
I love that present, the introduction, and yeah, and I loved, you know, I'm really happy to be here for you. I really value what you do, you know, and everything you stand for. So for me, it's a privilege to be with all of you today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bianca. So your talk today, you're going to address women in STEM, challenges, opportunities, and success. And actually, earlier I spoke about women's role in the transition from new space to big space, and I explained what is big space. But actually, I did not go exactly about how women can be can add the value to that transition. Actually, you're going to address it right now: challenges, opportunities, and success. Actually, they are falling under same scope. So the floor is yours, my dear. Actually, I wanted to introduce you more, but I know very well you. Allow me to say something. She is actually, other than being the coolest rocket scientist, she's director of international business development at Atlanta-based tech startup named Cabriz Corporation. She is preparing amazing technology. I'm not gonna say unless you say. She is a former space systems thermal product manager at Airbus Defense and Space, leading disruptive innovation on next-gen telecommunication spacecraft. She is also, she's graduated in aerospace and astronautics engineering at the University Federico II of Naples, Italy. She has spent nearly a decade between Germany and the UK, driving space thermal technologies developments and contributing to the delivery of multiple commercial science missions sponsored by NASA, European Space Agency, and so many other space agencies, actually, including the HP3 instrument, so many things and technical things, and you know, when it goes too deep for me,
it goes very, very technical. It does go very technical. But today I don't want to be technical, really, because at the end of the day, I think that what is very important as my message, exactly what I think. I was in one of my other events a couple of days ago, and what we were talking about was exactly the mindset that you use for being basically an unknown student from somewhere in any kind of small town to become then influential in a certain niche, in a certain area of your expertise globally. And this is what happened to me. And by no means I knew that I would come to this place today talking about this and talking about some of the achievements, but also many others that I see ahead. And one of the messages that I really want to see is that, so addressing first the challenges of women in STEM and especially in space, because space industry is possibly even smaller and closer than the entire STEM education. What happens is that, first of all, when you are a woman, and especially when you, and to be honest, this also applies to anybody, especially minorities, but when you are a woman and you belong to, you don't belong to, let's say, a familiar environment, you don't come from an environment that is elitist or is privileged, you kind of feel your place is not there. You have to battle the mindset that probably the resources that you have are not enough for you to succeed in the future. And to be honest, the entire COVID, the entire pandemic situation has exacerbated a bit this divide between resources and between what can we do if we are in the wrong place of the world right now. So I am Italian, so Italy is definitely not addressed as a developing country. Obviously, it's not. However, I'm coming from Naples, but actually a small town close to Naples, where there are some still major systemic, cultural, and social issues there. And when I started studying, I was coming from a place where really the business from my family had just bankrupted. I was broke. We were all broke. I really didn't have money to even study. And to be honest, I've been poor for probably most of my entire childhood and teenager and so on and so forth. Plus, no one in my family had a higher education. No one had ever gone to university. And the entire community around was basically, we were part of a family that was blamed and shamed for the fact that the business had failed. So us, as myself as being the first child, and then my brother, we kind of had this load on our shoulders that we were part of a failure. Plus, we were on part of an elitist group. So we would have never got out of that situation, basically. You know, plus there are implications with whatever corruption you can talk about in Italy. So coming from that perspective, and probably many other people can relate to the fact that they are in a community which has a lot of blame and shame for whatever they stand for. Maybe it's because they don't have money enough. Maybe it's because because of their religion orientation. Maybe it's because of their sexual orientation, for whatever reason. Or maybe because they've never seen anybody doing something like that in the past. So it means that this generation has to go on as much as it has done for the past 40 years or 50 years. So I was coming from that environment where basically I had this kind of stigma. I was part of this situation where there was failure. I didn't have money. I couldn't possibly access any higher education because, of course, no one had done it before in my family. Plus, I was the first child. I was a woman. As a woman, I was just meant to get married or maybe find a rich husband. You know, these were the usual things that I was being said. Plus, again, being in Italy, being given opinions that were not really asked by people that, again, hadn't really done any better in their life. So as a small child, considering that since I was really very little, I had to understand many things that probably adults are meant to understand. I had to take responsibilities for not only for me, but for my brother. I was his major carer because obviously my parents were never around. I had to really go and see where to get the money from, what to do with the business. So I was left home alone most of the times with my brother. That's why I used to say that he's like my little children, also, although he's not very little anyway. And I was a carer. I was a child at the time. I was part of this old blame and shame. I had no role models around me besides, of course, my mom being an amazing Wonder Woman that she is even now. But I could have just sat there and basically think that I was a victim of the system. this is what I could have thought. I am a victim of the system because now I'm stuck here with no money, isolated from everybody. Not even the closest family wanted to deal with us, although we were children. So either I can be part of this system and just linger in this victimism and just actually follow what everybody expects us to be because of the stigma, or I can choose, well, the choice is always ours. I can choose, I don't have resources, but I can get resourceful. I can choose to really understand what are my values, to really wanting to break this generational cycle. And I can choose to become something and somebody that nobody had ever seen before. Either way, it was going to be difficult. Probably it was going to be difficult because just following the mass of what they were thinking of me and of my entire background would have hurt me so much, wouldn't really have given me any kind of healing out of that wound that I had when I was a child. And then breaking completely out of that cycle and becoming something completely different would have been difficult anyway, because I had to go through many resistance. I obviously decided to become something that they had never seen before because it had to be done. So for me, that kind of situation, the blame and shame that they were throwing at me became for me hunger, became for me a necessity, an urgence that I had to become someone that was really making an impact, not only for myself and for my family, for my brother, because I was feeling so very responsible for him, because he was the younger one. So he had to see that he could have had the same possibilities in the future as I had if I was the first one doing what everybody was saying that nobody could do. So I had to do that for myself, for my family, and for all the other ones that were coming from the same situation, being told that, you know, if you are a woman, you can do that. If you don't have money, you can do that. If your parents are not engineers, you can do that. No one is going to take consideration of you abroad because you don't speak the language. There is so much competition. Why people would think of you? I had to break down all of those. I had to take all of those opinions on board, and I had to prove them wrong one by one. That was my mission. And so from that situation where I really had no money when I started to study aerospace engineering, I had to work. And again, that was a situation that for me was a necessity, because again, I had to support my family and everybody. So I had to understand again, what was my main value? What was my main talent that I could use in that situation for me to get through that motion? So I didn't have a car. I couldn't just go around and work somewhere because I couldn't move. I didn't have a driving license. I was too young. So how do I monetize anything that I'm capable of? So there is a great thing. Communities can be your main assets or your main enemies. So I turned that community into my main asset. I knew that because I was actually the only one that was studying engineering, and I was the only one that was very good at mathematics, physics, and all the other scientific stuff. I knew that many mothers, single mothers, working mothers, that had kids, younger kids, or anybody else that was going to university who needed help because they had to go to work. So when kids went home and they had the homework, no one could take care of them. So I said, well, I'm actually the only one that can do this. And those kids could be driven to my house. I can take care of them during the afternoon, doing the homework, and also the youngest ones that were just approaching engineering, because I was the veteran of engineering out of all the crap that I was given before. I said, I'm going to use this talent, and I'm going to use this talent not against this community. I'm going to use this talent for the community so they can understand that this is possible, and that everybody can just come in and out of nowhere can actually make their life better, also as a family. So I said, okay, I'm going to become a private teacher for physics and mathematics. And that was the only way I could just work and get money, so that people will come to me and I will teach them stuff. And that became my main source of income. And it was very lucrative because, of course, everybody at the end of the day wanted to come to me. And I love teaching. I love just passing for me was very rewarding. For me, seeing how I was helping those children and seeing how grateful were their mothers, from a point where they were saying, oh, you can't do this, to the point where actually they transformed their own mindset, saying, this is amazing what you are doing, and actually I hope my children will take the same advice and will do the same thing maybe in the future, because I've never seen anybody like you helping us in this way. So I had to transform this around. I had to channel that power in a different way. And helping the community instead of going against the community was actually the best thing that I could possibly do for myself and for them, to pass that message. So thanks to that, I obviously had this passion for teaching, for communicating, together with technology, because at the end I was still studying as an aerospace engineer. And thanks to that, I remember that year was probably one of the hardest one for me, was 2008. 5 years later, I was in Germany and I was 23, and my first project was actually a NASA project. So coming from a situation where I had no money, I had everybody going against, then I turned their mindset towards the fact that, well, actually she's made it and she's even helping us. Then 5 years later, when they actually say, where do you see yourself in 5 years? When I was in 2008 and I was in such a bad situation where we almost had our house, we almost got homeless. I didn't have light, energy at home to study. I was studying with candles at night. Sometimes we didn't have running water. If they would have asked me, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I was like, man, I don't know. I had no idea. 5 years later, I was working for NASA. So this is to say that it's not a lack of resources. You can create your own resources. And of course, you have to go against a lot of resistance, but it is possible in any kind of situation, any kind of isolation. Now, fast forward, after the 2008, I was working for NASA. I stayed in Germany for 5 years and I learned a lot. I started traveling a lot. I worked on multiple missions as a thermal engineer and a fluid dynamic engineer. I worked not only on NASA, that is the InSight Mars mission, which is now on Mars. I worked on multiple CubeSats, telecommunications, spacecraft payloads, testing, orbital simulations, other lunar missions, especially for research and development with European Space Agency and the European Commission. So, when you break a cycle and then you do anything you want to do, not only to prove a point, but then because for you is very important that also anybody else can do that. So when you are not moved from rage, but you are moved from love to the community, it's a big message. And you will keep going in the hardest ones of situations. Today we are here. Today, possibly the 2020 is one of the hardest, more weirdest, and also probably one of the best times to be alive. There is a massive awakening everywhere. Everything is just shaking up, from politics to technology to exponential growth to community building. Myself, again, I found, so in 2019, I fell again into one of a big black hole for my life, but it was personal. It wasn't really career-wise, although career was there because I was realizing that I wanted to shift anyway. And again, because I remembered how to be resourceful for myself, and I remembered how I made it in 2008 when I started teaching, and that was something that really made me happy, really made me build communities, I started doing the same thing. In 2019, I said, I know what is my mission here. I know I've done it. So now I need to help other women to get into the STEM. I became a STEM ambassador because when I was at Airbus Defence and Space, many girls, 17, 16, would come around and saying, yes, I think I love what you do and I would love to do the same, but it's too difficult for me. Anybody's just telling me it's too complex. And I was like, no, because I was you. I was you, and that time I was exactly you, and do not allow, of course, you have to take these opinions on board because they are coming from people that possibly, even your family, because they want to protect you. Sometimes they don't understand that they should take their opinion for themselves and just let you do stuff. So when I saw these girls coming around more and more, I remembered what I was doing in 2008 and how that mission changed my entire life and made me become someone who is more known today than I was when I was a child. So also another beautiful thing is that because I had learned from the failures of the past business from my parents, I rebuilt that family business. So I built again the family business for my parents with my own first investment, with all my savings that I had up to 2017 for my first job. I said, I've learned from this. So I'm going to be your first investor. I'm going to be the one that is on the board of your business, and I'm going to rebuild it, and it's going to be a family business owned. And because I had learned from that past, although I didn't have any study into business, I had learned what was the business model that was working best for them. So I said, we are going to implement this. And now my brother is basically the CEO of the company. I'm just one of the investors basically. And I said, okay, this is what is going to happen. So not only I've built my own future from the understanding of the past failures, but I also gave another opportunity to my family to actually be happy as they were before the entire bankruptcy and everything. And then I gave my brother an opportunity to prove himself as a young entrepreneur who is still under 30. So you can do many things when you just shift your mindset. And in 2019, again, when I started seeing all these girls really kind of hopeless, although they loved science, but they couldn't see anybody there that could look like them. Because again, when I go around and I say, okay, I'm a rocket scientist, I'm an aerospace engineer, I work with NASA, I work on this project, people still think that I'm joking. And this is what many women and girls were afraid of. They were like, what if I get into this stage of studying and then my social life is going to be difficult? Then I'm going to find resistance and everything. And I said, yes, of course you will, because anything that, is worthwhile is going to have obstacles. But you have to understand that we are here. There is a huge support network for you. I didn't have that when I was a child. I didn't have that when I was studying because I couldn't really look up to anybody. But now here, in this situation of big crisis, this is the community building. We are building all together in different ways a support network for all the women. And this is the best thing that we have all learned, like with Malak as well. We've all learned from our own failures, from the lack we had in our own life in terms of role models, in terms of teaching, in terms of guidance. And again, being moved from love and not from competition, then you actually realize that we are not sharing a pie, being successful, it's not a pie, it's not a place where it's finite. Actually no, because what I always tend to say to the girls is that each of you are not in competition, girls. If anything, you have to look for each other's back, because your story is very different from my story, your background is very different from yours, and you all have a voice which is very unique. You all have a very unique value that you can bring to the table, and this is what you all have to know. And if somebody is talking bad about your girl, you don't laugh with them. You say to them, look, my girl is amazing, and what she's saying is very important, and you better listen to her. So this is what then it came about, not only from a technological point of view, because at the end, I'm an innovator, so I'm a visionary. And this is why I was hired at Airbus Defence and Space. This is why I was leading the disruptive innovation on telecommunication spacecraft. And this is how then I joined Carbise for breaking into the space and aerospace market, because I understand the vision before I actually understand the concept. And that vision includes how am I going to share my vision that is not only the advancement in technology, especially in space, which is necessary. But how am I going to share the fact that we can all be leaders together in different ways? So this is what I started doing, starting from the 2019. Then the COVID happened, and that was actually the timing where I went back to my resourcefulness, and I got myself out of a difficult personal status where I was, toxic relationship and all the things that anyway, they kind of drag you down and kind of sidetrack you from your real mission. I got out of all of that. And thanks to, again, space technology and telecommunication spacecraft, which are giving us the internet, I could access to an entire new world without exactly moving from home as much as I'd done when I was in 2008. And this is what I've done. I've connected with so many amazing women, Malak included. I started working on many new things, really sharing my voice firsthand, sharing my experiences, sharing my vulnerability even today, sharing parts of my personal life that could possibly resonate with anybody else, and still believing that the advancement in the space technology is what will make us become a better species, not only for us, but for the future. So this is my message.
Thank you so much, Bianca. We still have 4 minutes, but you know something, I received some messages asking me, please give her more time, They want to hear you. Listen, we need to make one day a coffee, a meeting, and we can live stream. Actually, Madam Ambassador, she's there already, but there's still time left. And actually, I don't have any question to ask you. I just want to tell you, you are amazing and you're doing a great job. And Bianca is the type of woman right there, is leading the way for other women and other mentees that are coming to her to help them. She is also a great visionary, and there is something going on in the space industry, and especially during the COVID-19 issue. We are getting together, and actually not all women, but you see the women with goodwill and the women, they went through hardship, they want to help others. And Bianca is actually a famous rocket engineer there. You can reach her. She's everywhere in social media. She has her startup and she's working very hard, and that's why if she doesn't answer, it's not because she doesn't want to, but she has a lot of things that she needs to take care of, but she's available when she can.
This is another thing also that I want to say. I tend always to, especially when it comes from people who are genuinely specifically asking for a help for what they want to do, or for what is, for anything, I tend to answer to all of them. If I don't, it's because, again, another thing that you will learn along the line is that you have to set your priorities. And when people depend from you and from your work and from, you have to lead them, then sometimes the priorities become really your inner circle.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And there's something you touch based on, and I spoke about it earlier. I mean, Bianca, you look at her projects and her CV and whatever, she's a person that she doesn't brag about it. She doesn't go and put her things about it. And actually, I was a little bit not happy about something going on right now. The best speaker of the year, the best, even though we are there to cheer up for our friends that they are there, and we know very well they worked hard and they deserve it. And yesterday I spoke, I was online, and I said, please vote for Hen or whatever. Hen, she said, it's not because I said she deserves, and she said, no, it's like, I don't care about competitions, and I don't, and something hit me in my mind, and I'm like, this is really raising the competition between women in different areas. They try to do something nice but it's actually, I don't think it's nice. I don't think it's healthy competition, because at the end of the day, a competition with a prize that you are, for example, the best inventor, this is nice competition. but competition of the best speaker, come on now, or the best,
yeah, this is another thing which is probably also goes to be honest, it goes to some very personal opinion. For example, you know, for one of the events that happened in summer, we all the speakers have been nominated, like, okay, for the best speakers award. But I know that out of thousands of speakers there were many young students, some of even my mentees, the ones that are just now raising their profile. They are raising their voice, they're making themselves known onto the social platforms and everything. So I thought, it's not really my time here to shine my lights, it's for them. If anything, you know, if I'm winning whatever the best speaker, for me it doesn't change my life, but for them could be a very good way to just get their foot in the door of the social system. So yeah, I thought, it's not for me, you know. I don't care about the prize. I've given my message.
Exactly. We are there to reduce, let's say, the gender inequality. We are there also to bring the community together and get women around the world to work together in STEM, in other sectors, and work for humanitarian cause. And you are doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, and you know I love you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Big hugs and kisses.
Thank you. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you. And our next session is with Ambassador Chigozie Fidelia Obi. She's an ambassador, statesman, career diplomat, governance and leadership consultant, and international affair consultant. She is going to address the topic on women and migration, challenges, solutions, and opportunities. The bio, Madam Ambassador, is so long, and it's so like I see it is like, wow, she's got an amazing career. Actually, if I go from missions and where you've been and what you've done with United Nations, Hague Academy of International Law, well, actually, in 1989, she obtained a United Nations proficiency certificate in French language. She is a United Nations Fellow of the Hague Academy of International Law. Her other academic qualifications include the Certificate of Contemporary American Politics from New York University, New York, the USA in 1991, Certificate in International Law and Diplomacy, and a Master of Arts degree in Government and Politics. So if I go through all the certificate, Madam, it's amazing. So she is most likely, she served in various capacities in the Embassy of Nigeria in Paris, France, Nigeria, mission to the United Nations, the New York Embassy of Nigeria, Washington, D.C., Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Nigeria, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Charge d'Affaires, Embassy of Nigeria, Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, with current accreditation to Barbados, Grenada, Suriname, and Commonwealth of Dominica, and Nigeria's ambassador to Liberia. So, Madam, so many other things, and thank you so much for being here. And it's amazing to see. I'm African. I'm originally from Tunisia, and it's amazing to see African women are amazing as you are, and thank you for being here. Thank you for honoring us to be in our conference. And I will not take more of your time, and I will give you the mic, and please, if you like to add something else about yourself, yes, you are our guest, and it's our honor to hear you. Thank you, Madam, and I give you the mic.
Thank you so much, Dr. Loeb, for that very kind introduction. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on what part of the world from which you are participating in this virtual conference. Allow me to also thank all the organizers of this webinar for the excellent job they did in bringing us all together to share perspectives on some global issues, particularly as they pertain to women in this challenging time of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is a fact that is self-evident that the central role of women in society has been to ensure the stability, progress, and long-term development of nations. Women make up 43% of the world's agricultural labor force, rising up to 70% in some countries. For instance, across Africa, 80% of the agricultural production comes from small farmers, most of whom are rural women. It is widely accepted that agriculture can be the engine of growth and poverty reduction in developing nations. It is also true that women, notably mothers, play the largest role in decision-making about the running of families, including feeding and nutrition, and to a large extent, family planning. They can therefore be said to be caretakers, farmers, educators, and entrepreneurs. Women are generally the primary caretakers of children and elders in most, if not every country of the world. International studies demonstrate that when the economy and political organization of a society change, women take the lead in helping the family adjust to new realities and challenges. They are likely to be the prime initiators of outside assistance and play important roles in facilitating or sometimes even hindering changes in family life. According to the UN Women Watch organization, rural women play a key role in supporting their households and communities in achieving food and nutrition security, generating income, and improving rural livelihoods and overall well-being. As educators, the contribution of women to a society's transition from pre-literate to literate is undeniable. Basic education is key to a nation's ability to develop and achieve sustainable targets. Research has shown that education can improve agricultural productivity, enhance the status of girls and women, reduce population growth rates, enhance environmental protection, and generally raise the standard of living. It is the mother in the family who most often urges children of both genders to attend and stay in school. The role of women is at the front end of the chain of improvements, leading to families and the community's long-term capacity. Today, the median female share of the global workforce is 45.4%. Women's formal and informal labor can transform a community from a relatively autonomous society to a participant in the national economy. Despite significant obstacles, women's small businesses in rural developing communities can be not only an extended family's lifeline, but can form a networked economic foundation for future generations. The role of women in the urban and rural workforce has expanded exponentially in recent times. This makes the theme for last year's International Women's Day, Think Equal, Build Smart, Innovate for Change, very germane. It was chosen to identify innovative ways to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women, accelerating the 2030 agenda, building momentum for the effective implementation of the new United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Although opportunities for women are still far less than those of men worldwide, but the pivotal role women play is indisputable. In the words of the former president of Chile, Michelle Bachelet, when women are empowered and can claim their rights and access to land, leadership, opportunities, and choices, economies grow, food security is enhanced, and prospects are improved for current and future generations. It is not surprising, therefore, that decisions to move from place to place in search of better quality of life are oftentimes initiated by women in the family. This takes me to the topic of the day. I've been asked to share perspectives on the topic, women and migration, opportunities, challenges, and solutions. Gender is very key to any discussion of the causes and consequences of migration, whether forced, voluntary, or somewhere in between. It is recognized that a person's sex, gender, gender identity, and sexual orientation shape every stage of his or her migration experience. It influences reasons for migrating, who migrates and to where, how people migrate and the networks they use, opportunities and resources available at destinations, and relations with the country of origin. Risks, vulnerabilities, and needs are also shaped in large part by one's gender, and they often vary drastically for different groups. The roles, expectations, relationships, and power dynamics associated with being a man, woman, boy, or girl, and whether one identifies as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and or intersex, significantly affects all aspects of the migration process and can also be affected in new ways by migration. To dissect this topic, I would first like to delve into what constitutes migration. It has been defined in some quarters as the movement of people from their original habitat to a destination outside the borders of their origin, purposely to settle, and it can be voluntary or forced. It can also be of either a temporary nature or permanent. The decision to migrate is often accompanied by several preconceived expectations, especially that of acceptance by hosts. But with forced migration, the decision is often abrupt to escape death, famine, and many other fatal conditions. How long it takes a migrant to adapt to the new environment determines how soon he or she realizes integration with the society. Some migrants tend to adjust sooner than others through social interaction, engagement in economic activities. However, not all migrants are warmly received by the host communities or are allowed to enjoy similar privileges with members of the host communities. In such instances, migrants become segregated amongst host population or marginalized from economic activities, especially if they are refugees. Most host communities are not receptive towards refugees for fear of losing scarce and valuable resources, such as land. Migrants tend to display diverse cultures within the host communities. Countries that attract migrants from several geographical regions tend to enjoy a myriad of cultures that enriches the society, although not all such cultures are accepted by the host communities. There are some instances where the host population benefits immensely from the migrants through cultural assimilation and introduction of new economic practices. Social cohesion is induced by certain values such as trust, equity, and respect. However, these elements are not always present in every situation. Some societies display cohesive tendencies for a limited period while pursuing a common agenda and disperse as soon as they meet those objectives. This was the nature of African societies prior to independence. Most of the ethnic groups united to force the colonial administrators out of power to gain independence. Following their independence, they retracted to their ethnic communities and began to contend for the seat of power independently through party systems. This has also resulted in interethnic disputes, nepotism, and entrenched ethnic affiliations in election polls. Many reasons drive migration, and they are called push factors and pull factors. Push factors include leaving a place because of a problem, such as food shortage, war, or natural disasters. On the other hand, pull factors include moving to a place because of something good, such as a nicer climate, more job opportunities, or better food supply. Other reasons for migration include, but are not limited to, social migration, moving somewhere for a better quality of life or to be closer to family or friends. Political migration, moving to escape political persecution or war. Environmental migration includes natural disasters such as flooding. In economic migration, people think about emigrating from places that have few job opportunities, that they immigrate to places where jobs seem to be available. Because of economic restructuring, job prospects often vary from one country to another and within regions of the same country. The consequences of migration are usually not predetermined due to various uncertainties that may arise, which could deter the motive of the migrants to relocate. Migrants are usually viewed through a negative lens instead of being seen as true agents of development to both their country of origin and to their host country. The historical events since colonialism has challenged the discussions related to nationalism and shaped national and regional policies related to migration. When a host community receives forced migrants, that is asylum seekers and refugees, they oftentimes are unprepared to accommodate them, and they want to protect the limited resources within their territory, such as land, water, housing facilities, natural and mineral resources. Migrants are often faced with challenges of being accepted by host communities, hence the difficulties in communal integration, harmonious living, commerce, cultural practices, religious beliefs, language barriers, among others. Invariably, conflict between host communities and migrants distorts social cohesion and creates other forms of societal decadence. For a bit of historical context, the border demarcation of Africa in 1885 by colonial powers was a catalyst to establishing the sources of recent border conflicts that distort social cohesion, thereby resulting in xenophobia and intolerance between the host communities and the migrants. In some other cases, migrants as agents of economic diversity Give me a minute. My computer just froze.
No problem. Take your time.
Oh God, what's going on?
It's okay, madam. Do you like to go
I have
out?
it's just come back. It's okay. In some other cases, migrants as agents of economic diversity contribute significantly to regional economic integration through their cross-border trade activities. Cross-border trade contributes to the gross domestic product of the host country, as well as improve the social and cultural relations between the migrants and their hosts. This is more pronounced in the West African sub-region, especially between Nigeria, whose population is about 200 million, and other countries in the ECOWAS sub-region. The countries that border Nigeria rely heavily on cross-border trade between their countries and Nigerian border communities. However, the social and economic benefits accrued are at par with emerging security threats along border communities, such as human trafficking, smuggling of contraband, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, and narcotic trafficking. Crime along border communities such as Badagry, which borders Republic of Benin and Nigeria, has created resentment between members of the community and the migrants who are engaged in crime. It is also widely argued that when countries cooperate economically, there are less likely to be conflicts between them. suggesting that migrants could be ambassadors of peace, contributing to good neighborliness and strengthening regional integration. For example, the Trade Integration Objective of the East African Community, the EAC, has spurred economic migrants within the region, which has given the leeway for the migrants to extend their businesses across borders, thereby creating new jobs for host communities, as well as improve social cohesion between the migrants and the hosts. Nevertheless, forced migrants may be unable to contribute in equal measure as voluntary migrants within the host community due to psychological effect of war on their productive capacities, but also their lack of access to resources within the host country. Be that as it may, both voluntary and forced migrants contribute to the cultural diversity of host communities through social interaction, which may be accepted or repelled. Intracultural relations may result in racist or xenophobic attacks, especially when opposing ideologies are consistent in the lifestyle of the migrants, who are of different race, as witnessed with Somali migrants hosted in different countries across the globe. In the case where both migrant and hosts are of similar race, the resentments would qualify as xenophobic. South Africa is an example of a country that experiences xenophobia and racism concurrently. We see conflict over economic resources between Black and white South Africans concurrently with conflict between Black South Africans and other African migrants, depicting xenophobia. All these occur despite South Africa's unique marriage of supply and demand based on the culture of its very diverse peoples. In the case of Kenya, the country presents a clear example of racism, xenophobia, and intolerance, but also social cohesion, integration, and diversity. When Kenya began developing its railway, the Indians were contracted to build a network as well as maintain them, which meant the introduction of Indian settlements into Kenyan locales, an integration still witnessed to date. While women have traditionally been considered companions to their husbands in the migratory processes, most adult migrant women today are employed in their own right, and they are increasingly migrating alone or as heads of their households. The most common reason for migration in certain cultures like India, and to some large extent some African countries, is marriage and family. Migrating women tend to exercise more independent behavior, but retain traditional responsibility for housework. The greatest differences are between women with wage work and women without, or with migrating husbands. In the case of Asia, labor migration in the beginning involved mostly men from the East, South, and Southeast Asia, availing themselves of job opportunities in the Gulf countries. The slowing down of infrastructure projects, the second oil crisis in 1979, and the changing labor needs of the Gulf countries resulted in a lower demand for male workers and an emerging need for female workers to fill the demand for medical personnel, maintenance workers, and domestic workers. What unfolded in the Asian region was a gendered migration process. Male migration in response to the requirements of industrialization, and female migration in response to the shortage of domestic and childcare workers. The participation of women in migration has raised both prospects and pains. The fact that women are migrating on their own rather than as part of family migration seems to suggest greater freedom and choice. However, their concentration in vulnerable sectors has generated a lot of debate on how migration can have a negative impact on women's lives. Both domestic work and entertainment are not covered by labor laws in many countries. Hence, women's working and living conditions are very much dependent on the whims of their employers. In the case of entertainers, the dangers include being pushed into prostitution, violence, and run-ins with criminal elements. From when female migration became visible, their protection has coughed up issues, including minimum wages, adherence to basic protection standards, and protection from brokers and agents in source countries who often charge migrants excessive fees. For the most part, however, women migrants cope with their situation by tapping from their own strengths, relying on the support of their networks, and accessing non-governmental organizations' assistance where available.
Madam, excuse me, madam. We still have 5 minutes. We still have 5 minutes.
Okay. Although female migrants face many challenges, the phenomenon is not likely to fade away. Unlike male migration, which is subject to variable economic conditions, female migration has proven not only to be stable, but also resilient in the face of economic challenges and changes. Women's migration reflects how globalization has affected and reordered family life. By taking care of all things domestic, women migrants make it possible for local women to take up paid work outside the home. Despite their contributions to their host countries, women migrants unfortunately are not generally assured of basic protection. Up until now, labor migrants has been a very inequitable process. It does not have to be. Countries can foster more cooperation to make migration more humane and more equitable. This cooperation is critical in view of the increasing incidence of unauthorized migration and trafficking in people, especially women and children. In recent years, concerns about trafficking have resulted in a global effort to curb this business, which channels women into roles of sex workers, brides, or forced labor. The challenge that migrant workers face include cultural barriers, competition with local racism, with local workers, racism, legal status, and immobility that might accompany their lack of documentation. For women migrants, sexual harassment and gender-related discrimination is an added risk. When they reach their destination, they often face difficulties in accessing healthcare, housing, education, or employment. They may become easy targets of abuse, extortion, and exploitation due to lack of protective family network, lack of information, or missing documents. There is also the ever-present danger of exposure of refugees and migrants to the risks associated with population movements, such as psychosocial disorders, reproductive health problems, higher newborn mortality, drug abuse, etc. In concluding, it bears repeating that the prevalent drivers of migration have been the lack of sustainable development or lack of access to much needed resources of development. In Africa, migration has been commonly associated with conflict and the state of the economy. Others migrate because they assumed that the more developed countries will provide the opportunities they desire. They also choose a destination that provides more favorable environment. Also worth noting is that while differences in cultural orientation between migrants and host communities are almost always prevalent, the similarities and differences will form the basis for future communication and relationships between the two groups. When they are warmly welcomed, the migrants will be at ease and contribute significantly to social and economic development. But if they are rejected, the migrants will exist under tense conditions that may lead to conflict with their hosts. The solutions to migrant integration, diversity, and social cohesion rely on the willpower of the affected governments to strengthen bilateral ties between the two countries. Finally, let me leave you with some key messages from policy briefings on the relationship between migration and the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. First, women migrate as much as men. Migration data must be disaggregated by sex and age, and migration policies must take account of how gender shapes different migrants' needs. Migration can increase women's access to education and economic resources and can improve their autonomy and status. Female migrants and refugees are at greater risk of exploitation and abuse, including trafficking. Highly skilled women have high rates of migration, but many are employed in low-skilled jobs. unskilled female migrants work in less regulated and less visible sectors than male migrants. Most migrant domestic workers are women and adolescent girls. Migration creates empowerment trade-offs for individual women and girls and between different groups of women and girls. These trade-offs matter for gender equality and for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador. Thank you for having us. I learned a lot, and actually myself, I help African women in this side of the world to free them from modern slavery. Modern slavery. They come here to this country lured by false contracts. Contracts work in companies when they found themselves into prostitution or into a situation where they did not choose the job, and they reach out to me and I help them around. Sometimes it's very difficult for me to get them out of the situation because the human trafficking under any law, it's the evidence is difficult to prove if they do not, the woman herself doesn't say that she is the victim. And most of the time, because they are scared back home from the people that they brought her here, she doesn't move forward, and sometimes it's difficult and challenging for me to get that woman out of that situation. But most of the time, I sort it out, and we help them, and there's community here of churches and others and lawyers that they help. There's one thing I'm calling you, madam, and people that they are hearing me in Africa right now. Please raise awareness because of women. They do not where they are they're going and how they are signing contract and selling their valuable to come to pay these people to come to work and find a better life here, but they found themselves in a very difficult situation. I'm calling for this cause to raise awareness, and I don't think I would find any other honorable person who can help me to raise my voice back in Africa regarding this, because awareness is very, very, very important. Thank you so much for being here. If you have something to add, please, madam, and thank you for your time, and thank you for your work. I know very well all what you just said. It's valuable for others to understand what is the situation of women and what is about immigration, or migrating from one country to another, and especially from our Africa to other world, looking for a better future. And now the situation in Nigeria is a little bit shaky, and I hope that everything will be fine. Because actually, I have some youth in Nigeria. They reach out and they want to get out, and it's difficult to get out of there. So we need to make their situation better in order to keep them there and not have human capital flight from that area to somewhere else. And actually, as you said, agriculture is very, very important in Africa, and youth, they want to go and move from one place to another and leave that treasure that we have there, our land, that it could be worked and it could have addition to our economic development and social development also. Do you have anything to add, madam?
Not really. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the opportunity. The pleasure was mine. Unfortunately, my computer acted up a little bit, but I'm happy I was able to convey the message. Women migrants, there's no gainsaying the fact that they go through a lot of challenges. But like you have rightly pointed out, organizations and NGOs such as yours have stepped up to the plate and are helping to to assist them in accomplishing the goal for which they left their country. And I thank you very much once again for the opportunity to share these perspectives.
Actually, thank you so much, madam. we are not an NGO. Women We Can is just civil, from civil society. I'm not representing an NGO. Women We Can, it's a platform. Women with goodwill are getting together to offer help and to help other women and to help reach out and get women's voices heard and get other women that they like to be economically empowered and find opportunities to have them. Thank you so much for being here, and we are really honored. Thank you, Madam.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
You do the same.
Thank you. Well, that was a great session, and I know we are for the first time 5 minutes late from our next guest, and actually I will make it up for you, Dr. Bridget. So our next panelist, let me pin you here. Yes, here you are. Our next panelist is Dr. Brigitte Henley. She's, let me go through her bio. And she's the CEO and chief scientist of STEMED, if I say it right, international, leading team of scientists and CRISPR experts.
CRISPR, yeah.
Founder and president of the nonprofit organization Clitorate. Dr. Bridget is also pioneering research and clinical company preparing pluripotent. Actually, yesterday I had a hard time with Denisa, Dr. Denisa, to say these words. They are so technical. So I do my best. Pluripotent stem cells and plurisomes. So STEMate focuses on producing high-grade embryonic stem cells and exosomes for the treatment of multiple diseases and advanced age reversal. She is now leading a team of scientists, experts at CRISPR
scientists,
yeah. So she's leading a team of scientists to prepare autologous embryonic stem cells that can be genetically repaired. Dr. Bridget Henley is also the founder and president of the nonprofit organization Clitorate that provides surgical restoration to female genital mutilation victims. Clitorate has been helping women repair, heal, and feel whole again, changing the lives of thousands of women in the world, one surgical restoration at a time. Wow. I'm so honored to have you here, and I will urge our next speaker to give you the proper time that I took away from your panel timing. Dr. Bridget here, she's going to speak about stem cell intelligence in the midst of COVID-19. Doctor, if you would like to add anything and to clear out my bad pronunciation of the words, please do that. And sorry about it. And the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Malak. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I will try to not use too many complicated words in my presentation. I was really moved with the talk of Madame Ambassador just before, because it's true that what women have to experience because of their being a woman is not acceptable, and that's why I have this action also via Clitorate, which I will not talk much about that, but maybe afterwards we could have some more discussions on that in the future. The purpose of my talk, yes, is to report more about what have been developed for the past 16 years. I started this company, STEMade, in 2004. And the goal at the time was to really develop tools that will bring, that will enable us to live longer and healthier. Our goal was even to say, let's do age reversal, grow age back, and that's still in my heart, and that's what we're still developing. But somehow I spent 16 years in research and then in development and then clinical trials and now clinical applications of these stem cells and these tools for rejuvenation. And I haven't spent much time communicating about it. And so today is somehow the first day that I really go out and explain. So I thank you for that too. And I believe it's the right time to explain what we can bring, because it is a challenging time, and what the products we have are definitely adapted to the challenge of COVID-19. And that's why it's, in my opinion, important to really start talking about that. The challenge that we're facing is not just on in our life. I mean, it's changing our family, it's changing our way of communication, it's changing the way we work, and the way we travel, where we interact with each other. But it's also changing healthcare, because we realize, and also it's a time for self-awareness on how our life is affecting our immune system, and how somehow we have a lot of work to do to go back to a very healthy human being who can face that type of pandemic. And so this change in healthcare is what I want to talk about. You probably have heard of that, about stem cells. Stem cells were discovered about 20 years, more than 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And since then they have been talked about and used in certain places and all that. So I'd just like to put a context or explain what these stem cells are and what the diversity of these stem cells. Somehow stem cells are the cells that can become another cells, in a sense that, for example, in our brain, we have what we call neural stem cells. These neural stem cells can become glial cells, neurons. They can become brain cells if you want. And what happens is that we have a niche of these neural stem cells in our brain. And whenever there's an accident happening in the brain, the brain will release these neural stem cells so that they can go and replace the damaged cells. So somehow it's a tool, it's like a niche, like a reserve of cells to repair. And it's something also important to know. The body has managed somehow this niche. It's not going to release everything. If you have a major injury in your brain, for 5-6 days they will release neural stem cells, but not everything. So it's keeping it. So we always have some stem cells in our body, and it's true for our heart. We have progenitor cardiac stem cells that can be released in case of heart disease. The most famous stem cells that we carry in our body are the mesenchymal stem cells that are located in our adipose tissue. These stem cells are also called mesenchymal stem cells, and their role is to replace or repair the skin, the bone, the muscles, the joints, the tendons, all these fascia tissues. So there are about 8 different tissues that they can replace. And that's what they are predetermined to be. So if, for example, you do a liposuction, you may have heard of that possibility to take fat from your adipose tissue and extract mesenchymal stem cells from those, and they can be reinjected after that by IVs or in a knee. They are working well to repair knees and tendons and things like that, because that's what they are meant to be. But they will not do the job of neural stem cells. So somehow all these adult stem cells that we have in our body, they are predetermined to repair certain type of tissues. So there's limitations to that. There are also another type of stem cells you may have heard about. It's called umbilical cord stem cells, and they are very they have been used for about 15 years in many clinics around the world. Those two are very useful for certain applications. They are also mesenchymal stem cells in the sense that therefore they are good to talk and trigger repairs in the aid tissues like the bone, the muscles, the joints, and the tendons and all that. But they have limitation of application as well. And that means they will not trigger repair in the brain that has had an injury. They might help restore some blood vessels, because for the structure of the blood vessels, you need some type of cells like the one mesenchymal cells, but they're not going to help you have more neuron cells or glial cells or brain cells. So in that sense, all these adult stem cells are limited. And that's why in 2004, when we started that company, we wanted to have the ultimate stem cells, which are the pluripotent stem cells, or also called embryonic stem cells. Why are they different? Is that somehow they come from a blastocyst. The blastocyst is the stage of an embryo 5 days after the fertilization of an egg. You know, when the sperm and the egg are fusing, there's one original cell that starts to divide, and for 4 or 5 days, and once it reaches that stage, there's about, inside that blastocyst, there are about 150 embryonic stem cells. And on the 6th day, they become adult cells, and they become mesoderm, endoderm, ectoderm. They become skin cells, liver cells, heart cells. That's when it starts to differentiate. That's where they lose their pluripotency, the capacity to express everything for every type of tissue. And that's where we stop. We have these embryonic stem cells that were given to us back in 2004, and they are still growing. It's also a very specific of pluripotency, is that they can grow indefinitely, and we still have them in our laboratories all around the world growing, and they have been able to help thousands of people. How are they different? Is because they can talk to all kind of the 220 different type of tissues in our body. And when I say talk, it's important to explain how stem cells are working. When we introduce stem cells in the blood flow or within our tissue by intramuscular or under the skin, these cells will respond to their environment. Somehow we have an environment that is disclosing what's going well and what's going wrong in our body. That's why when you do a blood test, for example, we can find all kind of different inflammation markers or all kind of things happening. These cells, when they are introduced, they can read that too. They can analyze. They have this intelligence of the stem cells where they can know, because the cells are talking to each other. And the way they talk, it's via what we call exosomes. You probably heard that term already. Maybe it's one of those complicated words. Exosomes are the little chemicals, molecules gathered together that are coming out of the cell. So imagine that the cell is like a balloon, and you have little balloons coming out. These little balloons are exosomes, and they are carrying all kind of microRNAs, enzymes, growth factors, all really rich molecules that are going to talk to the other cells of the body. So pluripotent embryonic stem cells are the one that have the exosome that can talk with absolutely 220 different type of cells. It's going to talk to all tissues. So when we introduce pluripotent stem cells into the bloodstream, what they do, they talk, they release exosomes that are appropriate or that are tailored to the condition of the body. For example, if your body has a lot of inflammation, there will be a huge amount of anti-inflammatory that will be released within the bloodstream. If we inject, for example, in scar tissue, these pluripotent stem cells, they are able to release antifibrotic factors, and we see the scar reducing, and really nasty keloids, purple looking type of scar will disappear with those stem cells. So the list is long of what they can do. They are helping. We can have a damaged heart with the ejection fraction at 20%. Within 2 weeks of treatment with our product, we can bring them to 40%, which is changing life because people can walk again, can work again. The brain tissues can be repaired. It's true for people who suffer from cerebral palsy or post-stroke, and it's also helping individuals who have Parkinson's and multiple sclerosis to restore all the nervous system. So the list is long of what it can do. What I wanted to highlight is how the stem cells are working. They communicate with other cells. The other way they can work, and that I talked about that before when I mentioned the mesenchymal stem cells from the adipose tissue. These are, if they carry your own DNA, so if we harvest stem cells from your own body, they are able to replace your own damaged cells, which the umbilical cord stem cells or the standard embryonic stem cells cannot do. And I wanted to fix that. I wanted to have pluripotent and autologous, meaning with your own DNA. So I developed a technique where we can sample skin and transform that skin tissue into a pluripotent embryonic stem cells that carry the person's or the recipient's own DNA. That's the ultimate, I would say, repair kit, because not only do they have the pluripotency, so when they're injected in the body, they will trigger all these fast response, anti-inflammatory growth factors and anti-fibrotics and all. But they will also, at one point, differentiate into cells that can be accepted in the body and accepted with that youth, because the moment they differentiate, they have the age of you as a newborn baby. If you use your own fat stem cells, they have your age. All our stem cells in our body carry the same age as our body. So there's no rejuvenation effect. It is better efficiency of the organ if you use those, but there is no rejuvenation. By using the autologous embryonic stem cells, there's a huge amount of rejuvenation, and that's what we have been observing. How does that fit somehow with the COVID situation? Somehow that disease, COVID-19, has been affecting people in many ways. And the first step of damage that we observe or effect that is observed with COVID-19 is a huge inflammation. Somehow there are blood clots causing some serious damage in the capillaries in the blood, and that causes inflammation in the lungs, and then it's perpetuating to the rest of the body. In the embryonic stem cells, pluripotent stem cells can release anti-inflammatory factors. So what we have observed, we have treated some COVID-19 patients, and giving them embryonic stem cells prevent the development of inflammation in the lungs, and then we can prevent the degradation there. What is different in their use when we compare with steroids? Because what is a convenient way to remove inflammation in the body when that inflammation storm started with COVID is to give steroids. But steroids will stop the is immunosuppressant, and so the immune system is not able to fight the virus. So we have to choose, most of the doctors have to choose between removing the inflammation and fighting the virus. The beauty of these pluripotent stem cells is that they are immunomodulating. They remove the inflammation, but do not remove the action of the immune system. So that's the first step. The second step, where we know we are helping, and we have been helping, is for the long haulers, the people who have been suffering from severe COVID-19. And they have been developing some severe damage in their lungs, but also in their heart, in their liver, in the kidneys, and sometimes in the brain. Some patients come out with severe brain damage. The pluripotent stem cells can reverse those. It's not immediate, it takes repetition. We ask usually our patients to stay 3, 4, 5 weeks sometimes after when they start the treatment, but it does work, and that's the type of hope that I want to bring, because it's a very damaging and scary disease and condition, but it is possible to help. I would say the third way we can definitely help is by preventing. Definitely COVID-19 has been labeled neurophilic. We definitely have a huge amount of our elders who have been dying from that disease because the body doesn't have the capacity to handle that type of inflammation and surge of that virus. That's where I go back to where I started my talk somehow on the age reversal effect of our stem cells. Within our first clinical trials, I was really interested, is there a way we can measure that? And we did measure telomere length. That was what was available like 7, 8 years ago. And we showed that by injecting 12 times stem cells in our body, we were able to improve the telomere length by an average of 14%, which is quite remarkable, in what is available today. It is also known, I mean, with Dr. Renson, whom you saw yesterday, we developed also like a 2-week protocol of rejuvenation where we combine calorie restriction and embryonic stem cells, daily embryonic stem cells. And we're able, with all the biological markers, we are able to identify an average of 2-year rejuvenation in 2 weeks, which is also unknown in the community of longevity. So I wanted to share that because I think our products, pluripotent stem cells, or your own autologous stem cells, or even their exosome, we call them plurisome, are tools that can repair. And it's time for these products to be available more widely around the world. So I will be communicating more, and I'll be happy to answer any question you may have. And I think I almost catch up with time, right?
7 minutes were taken from your time. So I spoke with dear Jill. She's here, our next speaker, and I told her, can I borrow 7 minutes from your time, and I can give it from later because she's the last speaker. And she's like, of course. So thank you so much, Jill. Thank you for coming. A pleasure always to talk to you and to see you. And our next panelist, she will be there shortly. So Dr. Brigitte, I like to say your name in French, it's so romantic. I love that name in French. Actually, Brigitte it's a French name normally, yeah?
I'm sorry?
Brigitte, it's a French name originally. No?
It's a French name, and I was born in France, actually. I'm American too, but I was born in France. Yes, absolutely.
French also because Denisa speaks French.
Okay.
I learned a new terminology. I learned new things. Extraordinary to know that from yesterday with Dr. Denisa and from you today that COVID-19 is not a deadly virus. It's not, the problem is not COVID-19, and that's what she explained yesterday. And today you are giving us an insight with the stem cells and what they do amidst COVID-19. And the question to you, what do you think with the future treatments for any viruses? And yesterday, Dr. Denisa, she was speaking about germ theory. but you from stem cells therapy,
Perspective.
should I say that? Or therapy, should I say that?
I'm so sorry, I didn't hear the last word.
I said from stem cell therapy. Should I say that? It's
Yes, it is. It is definitely a therapy. Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. Like to have to give the idea to people, the panic, the fear, and everything. Is it a solution from the issue that COVID-19 could cause to our body? Because we hear also it damages our organs and things. Can you tell us if it's true what we hear, the fear that it's there? People, they are so scared. Oh, I'm having it. It's like a deadly. They think that some people, they think, oh, I'm positive. I'm not going to be well. I'm going to. So from your perspective and your therapy and stem cells and what is reigning over there, false idea about COVID-19. Can you tell us, please?
Okay. Well, it's a vast subject. I would say. Of course, I'm not an expert on COVID. I happen to have been treating quite a lot of them, but there are quite a lot, many more people who can talk about that. What we know is it is deadly. There have been lots of people dying from there, but we can prevent that death. And the first prevention will be to change our eating and sleeping and drinking habits. That's clearly, we see a link between the social habits of a people and the number of deaths per 100,000 inhabitants that we have seen. So definitely changing our habits is one thing. It's basic, but in terms of repair, the moment you start to have that, there are a few tools you can have, and stem cells are one of them. But what I know for sure is that we can prevent it by restoring the body into a better shape. And that's what we do in our clinic. So rejuvenation, restoration, and rebalancing all our system with using embryonic stem cells. And that's, I think, the best way to prepare our body for the next pandemic. There will be more. Our Earth is changing. We have been changing the environment. It's going through different cycles. There will be some different viruses released. So we need to, this is a time for awareness, the awareness on how we have to manage our body, how we have to manage our society, the whole humanity has to rethink on how they want to handle the soil, the atmosphere, their health and their food and all this stuff. But as a tool, I believe that what we have discovered with pluripotent stem cells is something that can help those who have been affected very badly by the stem cells, but also have a prophylactic action on our body before we meet any of those viruses. Because there are people who are catching it and they can release it very quickly without so much effect. That's what we need to reach, and that is reachable for all.
Sure. The other question, doctor, is can you tell us about your clinic, and if people, they want to reach out to you or come to visit you, or any clinics here in UAE wants to reach out to you for partnership or for any work together? Because we have a lot of doctors, they come from abroad and they are visitor doctors. They come like once or twice a year. So if you would like to tell us how they can reach you and what you do exactly, and I will relay the message to
Absolutely, yes. So STEMAID.com is the STEMAID is the .com is the website that can explain what we do. My personal email address is my first name at STEMAID.com, so it's BRIGITTE@STEMAID.com, can be reached there, or you follow the direction on the website. The way we have been functioning, we have, you see behind me that you see some cactus. it's taken, it's an image taken here. The main STEMaid Institute is located in Mexico. But we have started implanting laboratories next to clinics who are willing to use our products. So we have quite a few laboratories around the world because what we insist on doing is that our stem cells have to be used fresh, alive, straight from a laboratory. So I will not ship any frozen cells. Frozen cells for me, it's 80% dead cells. I can do that. So we do only deliver to other doctors who are willing to use those live stem cells, but we have to, prepare the bags just before use. So we implant labs around the world where we can do that. For the plurisome, the exosome derived from pluripotent stem cells, they can be frozen, so that can be shipped in different places of the world. So I'd be happy to discuss on that, because my goal definitely is to make that tool available to as many people as possible.
Thank you so much. I heard here they cured some people, and I'm not sure because it's a hearsay, and I don't want to say something I'm not sure or read it, but stem cell is therapy, something that it's cherished in this part of the world, because actually what we do, and I explained to Dr. Denisa yesterday, plastic surgeries are very, very common here. And liposuction and facelifting and all kind of procedures. And women, they go for quick fix, but I think you have also a way how to rejuvenate and how to maintain, and also prevention. And I would love to see you here. I told Dr. Denisa yesterday I will be the first one to come, but I would like to have good discounts.
Okay, you got it. I'm really happy to.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Thank you so much.
No.
Thank you so much. I'm knowing.
My pleasure.
Thank you
My
so
pleasure,
much.
Malak. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Favors. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to be with you, Malak.
Thank you. And hello. How are you? Hi. Our next panelist and the last of this conference. Actually, you're closing with me today, and her name is Jill Myers, or Myers. Myers. Yes, she is an aviation consultant, licensed pilot, aerospace engineer, Air Force veteran, STEM advocate, and public speaker. We had earlier Bianca, and I saw that you were checking the live stream, and actually Jill Myers is another icon in not in the space industry, but in the aviation industry. She has more than 30 years of experience in aviation and aerospace, including 8 years in the United States Air Force, supporting ground communications and radar systems worldwide. After transitioning out of the military, she worked for several companies, including Boeing, Raytheon, and Northrop Grumman, on programs including the Airborne Warning and Control System, Global Hawk, and the F-35 Lightning II, Joint Strike Fighter Jet WAP. To help inspire young girls around the globe, she volunteered for DreamSoar Inc. in 2017, managing the ground support team for founder Shasta Waze's solo flight around the world in a single-engine aircraft for their global flight for STEM. She managed the logistics for the 145-day mission and led the planning of 32 outreach events in 14 countries, where Shasta inspired more than 3,000 students to follow their dreams. Mrs. Myers is an independent consultant to aviation and aerospace organizations around the world. She is also a professional public speaker, represented by Changemaker Talent, with an inspirational presentation called Shifting the Balance. And actually that's what we need, shifting the balance. And that's why you honored us today to be among our speakers. And thank you so much for that. And also she is here. One of her most rewarding roles was as the consultant to Indie Atlantic Films for the production of their award-winning 2019 documentary film, Fly Like a Girl. Mrs. Mayers holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Aerospace Engineer from the University of Texas at Austin and has been a licensed private pilot since age 17. In 2019, she received the high honor of being elected as a fellow of the Royal Aeronautical Society in London. Wow, what a bio. Thank you so much for being here. Actually, when I see like this, I'm like, wow, wow, wow. You made it at the time that our new generation today, they have more opportunity today, because you are there to help through and to empower and to lead and inspire. At that time, you did not have this chance, and really, you are an inspirational woman to be here and to have done all that. Thank you for being there. So you will be, our speaker today will be speaking about succeeding as a woman in a male-dominated career environment. And you made it. And you're here to talk to us about it and to inspire other women and to inspire also youth. The floor is yours if you would like to add anything to say about yourself and the topic. Thank you so much, and all the mic is yours.
Well, thank you, Malak. It's really an honor to be here, and I really appreciate the invitation coming to you here from the United States. So I do have a consulting business called Myers Era Consulting. I've been doing it for about 3 years. You'll hear a little bit of my background. I actually have a presentation. I'll share my screen in just a second. But right now what I'm doing, as I get older, really want to give back more to, I've always I've mentored for 25 years. I've just been doing a lot of outreach to the next generation for a long time. But what I'm doing with my consulting business is really trying to only support organizations really doing breakthroughs in the industry or inspiring young people to get into the field. So let me share my screen, and we will be looking at a presentation here momentarily. All right, so you all, can you see that, Malak? Okay, so I am going to talk about succeeding as a woman in a male-dominated career. You'll hear throughout this presentation some of the experiences I've had, but what I want to do is I want to start with kind of where we are. So these are the percentages as of a year ago, and they haven't changed really, of women in just a few of the key fields. You'll see in my field of aerospace engineering, women worldwide, and the numbers in the US are very similar, are about 13% of the entire workforce. Licensed pilots, a lot of people really don't realize that women are only 6% of all licensed pilots in the world. 3% of airline pilots are women. And aircraft mechanics, aircraft maintainers is dropping rapidly. A couple years ago, it was 3.5%. And now only 2 of every 100 aircraft mechanics in the world are women. So a lot of what we all deal with are definitely working in male-dominated environments, often where we're the only women in the entire organization or on an entire program. I just want to put this all in context a little bit. So this is Baroness de la Roche, who was Ramon de la Roche, who was the first woman to get her pilot's license all the way back in 1910. So only 7 years after the Wright brothers flew their first powered flight here in the US. So women have been flying since 1910, at least with a certified license. Speaking of women who really struggled in a male-dominated field, this is Bessie Coleman, who was born in the late 1800s. And Bessie Coleman wanted to learn to fly. And because she was African-American, and actually one of her parents was African-American, her other parent was Native American, nobody would teach her how to fly because of the color of her skin and because she was a woman. So what Bessie ended up doing miraculously is she became fluent in French and moved to France, got her pilot's license in France, and then eventually came back to the United States and flew here doing performance flights and air shows and such. I could talk about these women all day long, but I'll keep it super brief. These are the World War II women Air Force service pilots, which were called the WASP. And here in America, over 1,000 women passed all the flight training and actually flew in World War II every single military aircraft that we built here in the US. But what their roles were they mainly ferried aircraft from the manufacturing facilities to the operating bases. But what's really sad about this story, and it's not in our history books at all, is that they wore uniforms, they slept in the barracks, they marched in formation, flew military airplanes, but were considered civilians and not given any benefits at all until 30 years after they were disbanded. So it wasn't until 1977 that some of them really fought our legal system and finally got military benefits, but 30 years after they were actually doing a military role. But the struggle that they had and the perseverance they had being in a male-dominated field, there were times when they would fly a new airplane to an operating base, and the commander of that base would refuse to accept the airplane because it was flown in by a woman. So these really were our heroes that really set the stage for a lot of what was to follow in our industry. This is Nicole Malachowski, who I'm very, very honored to be friends with. Nicole was the first woman ever to fly in any performance military jet team. She flew one of the Air Force Thunderbird aircraft, number 3, back in 2005. Her first season started in 2005. So since then, there have been 3 other women that have flown the Thunderbirds. No women have ever been allowed to fly the Navy Blue Angels, which is ridiculous all these years later. But one thing I love about Nicole is the very first time I met her, she was actively flying for the Thunderbirds. It was in 2006, and she was giving a presentation at a museum in Washington, D.C. And speaking of being in a male-dominated environment, someone in the audience said to her, well, you know, at the time she was a major, you know, Major Malachowski, can you tell us what it's like, you know, being the first female Thunderbird pilot? And she looked across the crowd and said, I'm just a Thunderbird pilot. Next question. So what's amazing about Nicole is she has this attitude of don't really make it about being the only woman. And one of the messages I wanted to give people being in male-dominated environments is, number one, you need to really feel in your heart and in your soul that you belong there. When you are the only woman in an organization, which I've been many times, and Nicole Malachowski experienced, you know, in view of the entire public, is if you just do your job the best you can and really push forward and don't make it about you being the only female, don't make that like a big thing. I have found, and Nicole found, and other first women that I know have found that that really does kind of help you deal with the situation, just to not make a big deal out of the fact that you are the only female in whatever your environment is. Turning to space now for just a minute, because I did dabble, my degree is actually in astronautical engineering, so I did some space stuff really early in my career. This is Valentina Tereshkova, who was actually the first woman in space all the way back in 1963. She did 45 revolutions in 3 days in this vehicle called the Vostok 6. 20 years, by the way, 20 years before Sally Ride, our astronaut, became the first female American in space. And this is another group of people similar to the WASP that nobody knows about. So these are some members of what we call the Mercury 13. So in the 1960s, there were a group of 7 male astronauts chosen to be our first astronauts in manned spaceflight. But what people don't know is at the same time that these astronauts were being tested, there were a whole crowd of women being tested in a privately funded program called Women in Space. And what happened is they took a very large number of certified commercial female pilots, put them all through the same astronaut training as the men, And 13 of them, which is why we call them the Mercury 13, 13 of them actually not only passed the training, but in many cases scored higher than the men. But were they allowed to go into space? No. And why is that? Only because they were female. And it would be 33 more years until a woman piloted a space vehicle here in the United States. This is Eileen Collins, who piloted was the first female pilot of our space shuttle program. And 2 years later in 1999 became the first shuttle commander that was a woman. She's a retired Air Force pilot, really amazing woman now doing a lot in inspiring young women in STEM. So how did I get into all this, and what have I had to deal with in my own life? As Malak mentioned, I did get my pilot's license when I was 17, but this photo was taken the day that I was inspired. I was 12 years old, and we went and visited a friend of my father's on vacation, and he took me up in this aircraft for an hour. It's a Cessna 140, and I was completely hooked. So I went home and went to the nearest small airport and just said, hey, I want to learn to fly. Like, can I wash the planes? Can I sweep the floors? You know, what can I do to be around airplanes? And they looked at me and said, you know, you're 12, honey, like go home and come back when you're older. So I did, and ended up getting my pilot's license soloing in this aircraft when I was 17 years old. And then I went to join the Air Force, and I walked into the Air Force recruiting office with my pilot license in my hand, and got the, oh, hi, but you're a girl and we don't do that. So I had to make a really hard decision. Do I join the military anyway, knowing I can't fly, or do I do something else? But one of the things that's interesting, and I have this theme in my official keynote presentation, the one that Malak mentioned called Shifting the Balance. And the ongoing theme is actually a quote from Sally Ride. Sally Ride once said, you can't be what you can't see. And I love that, because here I was, an incredibly intelligent 17-year-old with my pilot's license, but the small airport I learned to fly in, and I got my pilot's license in 1978 at the age of 17. When I got my license, I was the only woman at the airport. There were no other students. There were no female instructors. There were no women in the tower. So I had no role models. I had no one to say, I had no one to look at to say, wow, there's a woman doing something in aviation. Maybe I could do that too. So I ended up joining the Air Force anyway. I did not fly for them. I ended up, as Malak mentioned, supporting ground communications and ground radar systems all over the world. I stayed in for about 8 years. But what happened was, I went in as an enlisted person, as we call it here, meaning I hadn't finished my degree yet. The Air Force put me in a very unique program where I stayed active duty military. I went to college full time to finish my degree in aerospace engineering. I went to officers training school, which was a 12-week program. And lo and behold, I was the only female in the entire squadron. So they ended up deciding that they didn't want one woman in a skirt at graduation. So they threw me out on falsified charges and wouldn't let me get my commission as an officer, put me back to the enlisted rank I was before I went into the college program, and then said, you know, sorry, but you can't be an engineer because, you know, you're not an officer. So ended up fighting to get out. So ended up getting out of the military and becoming an actual aerospace engineer. But it was sad for me because I loved the Air Force. I really wanted to stay in, and they just didn't give me that option. So were things better when I got into the civilian world? Here's the story. So I did 25 years as an engineer and a manager. And I want to talk about two situations where the only two situations in 25 years, which I'm very fortunate, where I was discriminated against as being the only woman. And we'll tell you how I handled it and what tips I have around it. This was a program at Boeing. When I worked on 3 different programs during my 6 years at Boeing. This was a program called Connection by Boeing. That's actually a fancy X in the middle there, the orange dots. Connection by Boeing was a program long before, you're gonna laugh, but this was a very novel program to put internet on airplanes so you could plug in a laptop and do work. Of course, now we take that for granted. We all have it, but we didn't have it back then. So I was a very senior manager on this program, and 3 of the very senior executives came to me one day and said, you know, we'd like to recommend you to be chief engineer of this entire part of Boeing. And I was super excited, and they went and talked to the guy who made the decisions. And this gentleman who was a vice president called me in his office, stood up in front of me, and I'm about 5'4". He was like 6'7". So he stood up so he would tower over me and looked at me and actually said, I will never put a woman in a chief engineer job, never, and get out of my office. So again, didn't want a girl to be a chief engineer. We had mostly men in the leadership team there. And again, had to make a tough decision, but this one for me crossed the line. This gentleman had also been involved in a ethical situation where people could have died because of him. So I made a decision to depart the company. And I left Boeing after this incident. There was an ethics investigation to this guy. He came out, he lied and came out clean, got promoted, and I just could not tolerate that behavior. So I chose not to be the only woman in this situation, and I actually departed the company and could have had a very great career at Boeing, but really just couldn't tolerate the culture there. And in that's one of 2 situations, that's really the only situation, I guess, in my career where I actually left a company because of their treatment of women, which is very sad. Malak mentioned in my intro that I worked on the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program, which is honestly the most incredible aircraft I have ever worked on. I believe 14 countries have purchased them now. It's a phenomenal program. But here's what's interesting. So so Lockheed Martin builds the vehicle. I worked for a company called Northrop Grumman, and we had a contract to build all the communications equipment and all the navigation equipment on this vehicle for all aircraft, hundreds and hundreds of them, thousands of them. So I was one of 2 managers in charge of delivering and manufacturing all of that equipment. We put about 45 pieces of hardware on every aircraft. And when I showed up at work the first day, now granted, my interview was all men, so I knew something was coming. I showed up at work my first day of work, and there was a staff meeting that day that my boss held. And I literally was watching all these people come into the staff meeting. And by the time the room was full, it was, no kidding, me and 21 guys. And not only me and 21 guys, but not a single person of color at all in the room. And, you know, I walked out of that staff meeting and I went to my boss's assistant, who's a very, very wonderful woman, still friends with her. And I looked at her and I said, well, what was that just now? And she looked at me and she's like, you know, Jill, your boss has been with this company for 35 years. You're the first woman he's ever hired into a management position. In 2015, mind you, not, you know, decades ago. So the good news is at Northrop Grumman, I did exactly what I said earlier. I didn't raise my hand and go, wow, really, I'm the only girl. I just did my job and got along swimmingly with all of my peers who were men. All of my managers were men, and I had an amazing couple years there. I ended up leaving only because Shasta Ways asked me to help her fly around the world, as Malak mentioned, and you don't say no when a young Afghan refugee calls you and says, will you help me inspire thousands of girls around the world? But again, not waving the big flag that says, hey, you need to treat me differently because I'm the only woman, is really how I got through at Northrop and many other companies. So what I want to do now is, one of the big tips I have for folks is to really surround yourself with supportive community, and obviously, especially women, if you can, in the workforce. I really survived a lot of my being the only girl by finding a few other women, either in different parts of the company or through networking organizations like Women in Aviation International, like the Society of Women Engineers, and really having not only mentors, but having peers, other women in your same situation, where you can go out for coffee or ice cream and collaborate and just really share what you're going through and really get good ideas. To me, this is the #1 way to survive and succeed being a woman in a male-dominated field. So the last thing I want to do to end on a positive note is, Malak mentioned this film that I was part of called Fly Like a Girl. So Fly Like a Girl is a documentary film done by an amazing woman named Katie McIntyre Wyatt, who is a filmmaker here in the United States. And I actually was incredibly honored to be the consultant on this film. I actually have film credit on the screen at the end, which is really insane. I want to show the 2-minute trailer. It's the last thing I'm going to do, because you talk about women fighting the odds and women really breaking through in male-dominated fields. So let's just have a look at this.
Well, this plane has Patty Wagstaff in it. I made my own little Patty Lego to be flying in it with my Star Wars. Girls make better pilots than boys because we're way smarter. No offense.
The view was that we had to be tough, and we had to be macho, and people expect, you know, they have this stereotype of what a professional athlete or professional pilot should look like.
Why let someone else tell you what you can do and what you can't do, or let someone else put an idea into your head of what you can do? You're in control of that.
Girls are taught to be girly and images that they can't live up to, and I think they just stop believing in themselves.
We're not capable? Now we need to make sure we're giving each other the opportunities to get there. And we're not going to wait for a break. We have to make our break.
First view out the window, it's overwhelmingly impressive.
Most people don't give interest in aviation. They just think, oh, it's an airplane, it gives you travel, but it's more than that.
I'm struggling for words to describe because flying is so beautiful.
I could feel the aircraft accelerating and lifting off the ground, and it was so beautiful and so romantic. And from that moment on, I knew this is what I want to do the rest of my life.
Don't be afraid to go be the only person there. Don't be afraid to be the first. You know, you might be the first person to do something, and that's okay.
It's not the thing that you do for anybody else. And when people doubt you and don't think you can do it, just because they can't doesn't mean you can't.
So Fly Like a Girl's currently, thanks Malak. Fly Like a Girl is currently available only on video on demand. So, you know, iTunes, Amazon Prime. If you go to the website, it's flylikeagirl.film. All of the video on demand entities that are showing it now, it will be streaming soon on Netflix and Amazon, Netflix and or Amazon. We don't know which yet. And it actually will be in theaters at some point. So I hope everyone takes the opportunity to watch this incredibly amazing film. It's about 80 minutes long. It is as inspiring as can be. This young woman's name is Afton Kincaid. She was 11 when it was filmed. She's an absolute amazing young woman, and highly, highly recommend it to be inspired. So that is the end of my presentation, and I will stop sharing my screen and answer any questions that anyone might have. Thank you so much, Malak.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much. Actually, I wonder that women that I've been communicating with, you know, through emails and everything, and I discovered, first of all, a highly professional person. You are amazing. How you are answering, replying to the emails and straight to the point, and very, you know, very, very highly professional. Thank you so much. Thank you for honoring us. And Women We Can allowed me to meet great women that who I did not know before. Actually, most of the speakers, most of them are friends. They are people that I know from before. You are among few other women that I did not know before, and I approached, and you welcomed the initiative, and you were like, yes, I'm there. And even though you are a professional speaker and you do it, it's a part of your career and a part of your company that you are, let's say, you are charging for. And being there and giving me, you know, the opportunity to do it as in a way of helping others. Actually, your story is amazing. This is the first story that I heard. It touched straight my heart. Because actually, really, this is the first story, really, really, because actually you went through hell. Literally, you went through hell. to be there and to be the only woman in situation where you are discriminated. And I know what is discrimination and racism is, because I've been through a few issues about that, and it hurts. It hurts, and it hurts yeah, you feel you're human, why you are treated that way, and you were there. That's why before even you start, and I did not know your story, when you start, I said, wow, all this, and you were at that situation where women did not have the chance and equal rights to be there. You remind me of a movie. You remember this? I forgot the name. The movie of that first diver who was in the Navy. He was African American, and what he went through. You know,
Yes.
but at the end he got justice, but you did not, because actually you moved forward and you did not want to waste your time for that. Really, congratulations for all. And it's if you want to say something to the young girls that they think that the world is not fair for them because they are having a different color, or they coming from different countries, or what do you have a word to say to them? Not a word, but whatever you feel like saying. Actually, you are the last speaker. No one is there waiting for you, and I took time from your speech, so it's feel free to take all the time you want.
Oh, thanks. Well, first of all, I really appreciate your kind words. It's really very touching. I'm almost in tears. So, you know, my advice to young girls, or, you know, again, young people of color, anyone who is not, you know, a white male, anyone who's not a white male. And I have a lot of friends who are white males, don't get me wrong. My best friend's actually a white male, but, you know, the couple things I want to say is, number one, you really just need to be really firm in what you want to do, even though it's hard, and find the support structure that will help you get there, no matter really what your age is. You know, I mentioned an organization earlier called Women in Aviation International. I've been a member for 20 years. There's worldwide chapters. I know Mervat Sultan, who's the head of the Middle East chapter there in Dubai. I met her back in 2015. And there's chapters all over the world. And so here's a really great story as an example. I had a young woman, I just started a chapter I just moved to a state called New Mexico from California last year. And there wasn't a WAI chapter here, so I started one. And I had a young girl write me an email on her own email account, mind you, about 3 weeks ago, asking if she could join. She's 9 years old, 9 years old, this adorable little girl who wants to be a pilot already, you know, and we can help her. You know, I can get her mentors. I can get her, when she's old enough, scholarships. And finding people that will help you, whether it's from a professional organization like WAI, whether it's just going to, and, you know, I won't stick with all flying, you know, let's say you want to be an aircraft mechanic, you know, go to a small airport, or go to an aerospace company and find a female mechanic and just talk to them and find out what the job's like and how they can help you. You know, I'm a huge fan of people finding mentors at any age, young or old. You can always find someone to help you. And there's multiple kinds of mentoring, which I could talk about for hours and hours, and I won't. So I guess the first thing is really find your support structure, regardless of your age. And the second thing is to really prepare yourself in whatever appropriate way. So let's use aerospace engineering, the field that Bianca and I are both in, as an example. You know, if you're a kid and you think you want to build airplanes or build spacecraft for a living when you get older, you know, do the research on what classes you need to take in school as early as possible to prepare yourself with the right education and the right skills in order to meet those goals. And the earlier that you start those, the better. You know, we talk a lot about STEM and getting into STEM courses. The earlier you can start. I mean, when I was a kid in high school, I was at one of the more advanced high schools in the country. I actually grew up in Arizona from age 11 on. So I went to high school in Arizona. We were the first high school to have this crazy thing in the back room called a computer. And we also had we were the first school in the state to have advanced placement classes. And the way it works here is, if you're in high school and you take an advanced placement, which are very common now, you take an advanced placement class, you actually get kind of college credit for it as a high school student, and it's a much more advanced training. So when I was in high school, my school had advanced placement English, calculus, biology, chemistry, and physics, and I took all 5 of those my junior and senior years, prepping me to go to university and have a much better base education of those really, really hard classes. So that's my other recommendation to folks. And I guess the last recommendation to young people is just don't give up. You know, whatever you do, if you have a dream, you know, as I'm a really good example of, I had a lot of roadblocks. I had a lot of people telling me no over and over again. And there were times, with the Air Force being my best example, I loved being in the Air Force. I had an incredibly prestigious career up until the point where they decided that wasn't what they wanted for me. And I wanted to stay in 25, 30 years. I wanted to be what we call a lifer. And when they threw me out of officers training and said, no, just kidding, I really thought my life was over. I was actually debating killing myself. I was that depressed. But I finally sat back and said, you know what? This is, as a friend of mine says, that was not my door. There's a different door. That was not my door. And I would have not have been able to become an aerospace engineer by practice had I not left the military. Because I knew if I stayed in and tried to fight it, I would lose. There was no way for me to win that battle at the time. Now, women are treated much better in the military here now. But again, this is over 30 years ago. So, you know, your career can zigzag, your path can change, and just be open to those changes. And if the path that you've laid out for yourself, if someone stops you on that path and you can find another path, it may actually be a better path. And for me, in hindsight, it was. I miss the military still to this day, but I would not have been able to work on the programs I worked on. I would not have met the people I've met. I wouldn't be sitting here today talking to you. I wouldn't have been able to do this consulting. I wouldn't have been able to do all the outreach to young kids that I do. So my mother always said to me, everything for a reason. And I used to hate her for that, but you know, she's right. Everything happens for a reason. And you just have to kind of have the courage to go with it, go with that flow.
Exactly. Thank you so much for your valuable advice. That's my motto. Everything's happened for a reason, and every reason comes your way. You will feel that it's for example, taken a dream from you, or it's taken you to a path that you did not want to go. That our force to see something negative and turn it into positive outcome. It's a force that it's a force that we. Myself, I learned from all my path coming from North Africa and going to the States on my own and tried to do things and couldn't be successful over there. Then I moved to UAE and I found where I want to go. And actually, I tripped into the space industry. I did not go for it. I wanted to be a doctor, and that was my dream. And the minute I couldn't make it into to have the tuition for med school in the States, I thought that the world was ending. I thought that I'm a failure. I couldn't, and why am I don't have money, and why I'm not rich, and why my parents are not, you know. So all these things, we could go into despair, but at the end of the day, everything happens for a reason. If all that it did not happen, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't meet you. I wouldn't be there reaching out and trying to help people from around the world and meeting great women. And I thank you so much for being here and for believing in this. I would like to say that we have a few speakers that they were also let's say advisors, and they left their numbers and everything for helping women that they couldn't afford for advisory. Of course you are in different niche and different market, you know. Everyone comes to you for sure. They have the money and they need to afford it. So that's why I would like to have your detail of your consultancy company, so like that I can drop under the conference streaming and you know, that's the least I can do, you know. It's
Thank
to
you.
help heaven. I'm sure you are an icon and you are well known. I'm not that known like you. I'm sure that everyone is knows you, Jill. And thank you so much. Thank you for being here and for your time and energy and professionalism and everything. It was a great experience to work with you.
Well, thank you again so much. I really appreciate it. I think you're incredible. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and have a good day, and good luck with the elections. I don't know what's happening since
Biden has won. They just haven't announced it, so we're fine now.
Okay, congratulations. That's the best thing ever.
Assuming we can get the lunatic out of the White House physically, we'll be fine.
Yes, exactly. Good luck for that, you know. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care.
So we come into the end of our conference, second day. Dr. Sarita, have a word, please. Have a word. The floor is yours. I'm tired of speaking, you know. I will say thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you, everyone, also the panelists, for believing in this cause. And actually, this cause is called for every woman to help each other. I'm just facilitator. There is no a better way in difficult time, in hardship, than helping each other, than being let's say, then encouraging others to move forward and look for the positive and bright side of the situation and be empowered. I know a lot of people during COVID-19, they lost their jobs, but they found another way and they are happy. COVID-19 started since some time now, and we are coming to the end of the year. And so many people, they were deprived of their jobs, they were deprived of their source of income, and so many families, they got turbulence, and it wasn't easy for anyone. Being in confinement also, it wasn't easy for anyone. And I knew some businessmen, very successful. They reached out to me and they told me they are going through deep depression. They are suffering substance abuse, and they don't know what to do because they were in lockdown. Being here, spreading an act of solidarity. Actually, this is an act of solidarity. We, like, even Mr. Shafat, he said next conference, well, if you, with Women We Can, and he knows that every conference under Women We Can, it will be a humanitarian initiative. And he said, I will fund it. I told him, no, I don't want that. You know, I gave time and energy with you, Dr. Sarita. Thank you so much for being here. I have a hero behind the scene who joined us yesterday, who's taking care of the technicality and leaving all his work and his other activities, and he's a man. Osinakachi, if you want to remove the cam and to say hi to everyone, to show who helped me yesterday and today to be behind the technical things, you know, because conferences and webinar, Zoom, I worked on Zoom, of course, we work on Zoom, all of us, but webinar, I had this, you know, I was so scared something goes wrong with the technicality and I lose I would lose control of the hosting, and you know, I lose my my work that and your work, Dr. Sarita, that we've been planning and doing for some time now. We had some days I did not have any work to do, only to arrange for the conference, and also your long nights trying to you know, help with things that you promised to help. Thank you so much, because you've been up to the word, and when you said yes we can, you were there and you proved that we can. And not there only uploading behind the scene and saying, well, I am here and I am around and I belong to the team. No, you were there. Whatever you promised, you fulfilled. You said, I cannot do this and this and this, and we know very well that we needed to cover that one, but you were there with what you promised to do. Thank you so much. And actually, this act of honesty and being authentic, it's what we need in humanitarian work, in volunteering. It's when you promise something, you are there for it, and you proved it. And I'm so happy to work with you. Thank you so much. I'm grateful for the other speakers, and also today you were a speaker. So I'm so honored to have speakers who offered some help to the audience, to women that they needed help. Mr. Shafat, and will put his contact details that he put over there, and they can reach him on social media. We have also who offered help also. Tiffany, I think.
Yes, and Yulia also did, Yulia Stark.
And Yulia also. So I will contact them to make sure what is the deal, like that. You know, it's not coming over promising. Of course, Women We Can is let's say free of charge initiative. I don't charge anyone. If anyone approach any audience for any charge or anything, no, zero charge. We are doing it based on humanitarian work. That's all. So just to clear out this point, the floor is yours, Dr. Sarita, and you can conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Malak. It has been a remarkable and extraordinary 2 days for us, for both you and I. I now understand and realize the kind of hard work that you have been doing all these days, getting all the speakers from all over the world. And as I was sitting here talking to the women, I realized that wherever we are, whatever we may be doing, our hearts, our sensibilities are so similar to each other. And, you know, we want to, these are women who are so similar in their thinking. They want to give a part of themselves to the society. So I'm so glad that I joined hands with you in this conference. It is worth every minute that I spent doing anything that I did. It is worth it. We believed in a cause and we came together. I am so happy to be speaking on the concluding day of the event. There is so much of satisfaction in my mind. There is so much of positivity flowing inside of me right now. I haven't missed even a single line of what the speakers had to say. And I'm so glad that, you know, we have remarkable women, also men from so many areas. Then there were this, the roundtable discussion that we had today, which was all the wonderful young children, young adults, adults in the making rather, and all those youth icons, people who are making a difference to the world. And I believe so much in the future. The future looks so safe and secure when I look at people like your son Adam, when I look at Himang, when I look at Rahim Fatima, and the other panelists too in the roundtable discussion, those young and very charged people that were there. And yes, regarding the other speakers, well, as I said, women, they may be doing anything, they may be in any part of the world, but they will always have that sensibility in them. They will try to give a part of themselves to the society. And I'm so blessed, so honored to be a part of this initiative, to be speaking here as a speaker, to be listening to all the speakers. And Malak, you're doing some great work there. I believe in this cause, and yes, we have some great things coming up in the future that I can be assured of. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sarita. And we say goodbye to our audience, and we are available on Facebook, we are available on LinkedIn, and we are available on through the website. So the website, you can drop an email from there. You want to reach, or you have any issue that you wanted to have a mentor, or you wanted to have, we can relay the message. Myself, I can help